Dual chip monster, one for performance, one for display.
के साथ रेकनिंग वर्सेस स्पोर्ट्स की जो फाइट है वो चलने वाली है। वाशु उनके एचपी काफी ज्यादा कम हो चुके हैं। एक और ग्रेनेड आया बट थोड़ा सा डेप्थ ज्यादा, वहां पे नीचे ग्रेनेड गया जरूर। वाशु एक बार फिर से कोशिश कर रहे हैं बट चलिए कम से कम रेकनिंग के जो प्लेयर्स थे वो पीछे जाने में उन्होंने कामयाबी हासिल करी है। दिक्कतें नहीं होने वाली है। 249 भी हमें देखने को मिलने वाला। और मिस्टर स्प्रे वो यहाँ पे क्या कर रहे हैं, वो मैक्सी को बचाने के चक्कर में स्मोक कर रहे थे बट अपनी पोजीशन वहां पे रिवील कर बैठे। बट चलिए वैम्पायर वो जरूर मैक्सी का हाथों डाउन किया गया। आप एचपी देखें कितनी कम उनको पकड़े हुए।
पहले फर्स्ट एड लगानी थी, चलिए कोई बात नहीं। लेकिन आगे की फाइट की अगर बात करें तो मैक्सी काफी करीब यहाँ पर आ चुके हैं। पोस्ट 1 के प्लेयर्स के काफी ज्यादा करीब है मैक्सी। जस्ट एक छोटा सा शैक उनके बीच में वो जो दीवार बन करके था। रेकनिंग के प्लेयर्स को फायदा जरूर हुआ। वासु वहां पर है जरूर लेकिन उनके नीचे प्लेयर्स रहेंगे, उनको स्पॉट किया जाएगा। वासु यहाँ पर धासु शायद ना हो पाए। मैक्सी आगे मूव करेंगे। इंस्टेंटली एक नॉक यहाँ पर निकाल गए। गन स्विच करके 22 गोलियां रहेंगी। कुल की डोंट रीलोड, दे टेक देयर ओपोनेंट्स डाउन। मैक्सी को देखिए यहाँ पर 2 अच्छे पिक्स निकाल चुके हैं। साइड बाय साइड रेकनिंग के प्लेयर्स वो हंट पर है, वो आगे जाना चाहते थे लेकिन अबरार यहाँ पर रुकेंगे। अपने टीममेट्स को रिवाइव दिया जाएगा। प्लेस लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पर नजर जरूर आते। सेंसे आगे जाएंगे। He'll have to actually park his car at a very decent area क्योंकि आप देखें जहां भी जाएंगे प्लेयर्स रहेंगे। सेंसे नीचे उतर चुके हैं, अंदर जाएंगे प्लेयर को स्पॉट करेंगे। How is he doing it? Deep with Sensei. Well, he takes one down as well. Backup भी सही टाइम पर आया था and that was a brilliant, bold, beautiful move.
क्रिश वहां पे कर क्या रहे थे? उनके प्लेयर्स को वहां पे कम से कम कॉल जरूर देना चाहिए था। कवर फायर के लिए कोई तो आते बट आप स्मोकी को देखें, अकेले प्लेयर बचे बट स्टिल सर्वाइविंग। टॉप 9 में अपनी टीम को लेके प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट कितने और ज्यादा निकाल सकते हैं बट एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड जाता हुआ डैडी का। सेंसे वहां पे डाउन हो चुका है। इमॉर्टल बाहर डाउन पड़े हुए प्लेयर्स। एचपी कम है। पंक उनकी भी एचपी कम है। एक और ग्रेनेड आया, पंक भी डाउन हो जाएंगे। लास्ट प्लेयर सर्वाइव करते हुए फेयर्स। क्या वहां पे क्लच हो सकता है? नहीं देखना पड़ेगा। डैडी अंदर के साइड पे गए। 1v1 का सिचुएशन होता है बट कुछ खास कमाल नहीं कर पाएंगे। खत्म होते हुए esports एक्सो की स्क्वाड 8वें पायदान पे
जाना है तो एंड टीम BBX Easy 4 के लिए ये एक अच्छा मौका जरूर से है कि इस पर्टिकुलर एरिया को कैपिटलाइज करें। टीम फोर्स 1 के खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर क्लोजिंग करने के लिए आ जरूर से रहे और अब कुछ ग्रेनेड जो है वो यहाँ पर आदान प्रदान किया जाएगा। एकेएम का स्प्रे यहाँ पर जाएगा लेकिन नॉक निकालने में कामयाबी नहीं मिलेगी। टीम Easy 4 यहाँ पे अभी के लिए आगे की तरफ जाएंगे। खिलाड़ी को नॉक जरूर से किया गया लेकिन यहाँ पर कुछ काउंटर स्प्रेज भी आते हुए टीम फोर्स 1 टोटली बैकफुट पर नजर आएंगे एंड BBX Easy 4 जो है वो अभी के लिए आगे की तरफ जाते हुए जरूर से नजर आ रहे हैं। पर अब वो जो 2 खिलाड़ी बचे क्या वो काफी रहने वाले? पोजीशन उनकी जरूर से कॉम्प्रोमाइज हुई है। 20 अभी भी उनको सर्च करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं लेकिन पीछे से जो जोन का प्रेशर है वो भी आने वाला है। प्री फाइट शायद यहाँ पर उतने काम ना है और अगर टीम फोर्स 1 को अब जोन के अंदर आ रहे हैं तो एक और नॉक निकालना पड़ेगा।
20 का हेलमेट देखिए, वेस्ट देखिए, पूरी लालम लाल हो चुके हैं। सिर भी उनकी वेस्ट पूरी की पूरी डैमेज है बट उनको फाइट तो लेनी पड़ेगी। सामने वेम्पायर आ चुका है, जंप करेंगे, जोन के बाहर जाएंगे। डैमेज हल्का सा पड़ा जरूर हुआ है और वही उनके लिए खराब चीज बन जाएगा। सिर भी इस पे बचे हुए बट क्या वो क्लच कर पाएंगे? इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल। ओपन में आए, जंप किया, जमीन नहीं छू पाए और ग्रेट सीधा नीचे गिरती है।
मैच यहाँ पे चल रहा है। बड़ी मॉडल मोस्ट प्रोबेबली यहाँ पे फंस जाएंगे। अकेले प्लेयर हैं तो सही बट वहाँ पे थोड़े बहुत ग्रेनेड्स एंड बाकी सारी चीजें उन्होंने करने की कोशिश करी है। चलिए स्मोक किया और इस वक्त फांदे जरूर है, निकलेंगे बट ऊपर से उनको भी शॉट पड़ने वाले। बट सेंसाई को आप देखें पीछे से एक बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन कवर और मॉडल को पता है कि सेंसे कहां से कवर प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं और वही चीज हमें देखने को मिली। 2OP की स्क्वाड अब ज्यादा मुश्किल में पड़ने वाली है क्योंकि इमॉर्टल एंड बाकी सारे प्लेयर पूरी तरीके से तैयार होंगे। और आप एक प्लेयर को देखें क्या बेहतरीन रोटेशन करके पंक गए हैं और वो जब सामने से आएंगे और पूरी 2OP की स्क्वाड को यहाँ पे घेर लिया गया है। बचने का कोई और मौका मुझे दिखाई नहीं देता 2OP की स्क्वाड को। अंडी यहाँ पे डाउन हो चुके हैं और एक प्लेयर बहुत ज्यादा लो ऑन हेल्थ है। बंडी उनको भी जल्दी डाउन किया जाएगा। चलिए अब इसी के साथ रश आने वाला बट मंडी जो बहुत ज्यादा पीछे है अपनी टीम से वो शायद कुछ यहाँ पे काम जरूर कर सकते हैं बट अंडी इसी के साथ फिनिश हो।
बिल्कुल टीम एक्सो की साइड से एक बढ़िया गेम पे हमें देखने को मिलता है। वो जो एक उन्होंने जाल बनाया था उसमें पूरी तरीके से फंसते हुए नजर आए 2OP के खिलाड़ी। इमॉर्टल अगर वहां पे डाउन हो जाते तो पूरी तरीके से स्ट्रैटेजी उनके अगेंस्ट जाती बट अगेन यहाँ पर अच्छे तरीके से जो कवर है वो आया और इसी को हम सिनर्जी बोलते हैं। करते हुए नजर आएंगे। बट मीनवाइल लॉन्ग रेंज की जो फाइट है वो स्टार्ट हो चुकी है एंड लेट्स सी कि क्या इस फाइट में इन्वॉल्वमेंट लेते हुए नजर आएंगे या फिर अभी के लिए जोन को प्रायोरिटाइज करेंगे।
देखिए दोनों टीम को पता है कि वो सर्कल के बाहर है, दोनों टीम को यहाँ से निकलने की जरूरत पड़ेगी। वही के पास एक अच्छा मौका है कि बिना लड़े वो आराम से सर्कल के अंदर निकल सकते हैं, क्योंकि उनको भी प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट चाहिए, उनको भी फिनिशेस चाहिए। अगर यहाँ पे अगर वो एक प्लेयर भी अपना खो देते हैं दिक्कतें होने वाली है। बट चलिए मस्ती जोन ने शुरुआत कर दी है, वहां पे मिस्टर स्प्रे को डाउन जरूर किया गया, बट मस्ती खुद भी यहाँ पे डाउन हो जाएंगे। दोनों साइड से एक ट्रेड आया जरूर, बट स्किल्स की बात करी जाए निक्स के द्वारा उनको भी डाउन किया जाएगा। बट इस वक्त ओई की स्क्वाड, इसी चीज की मैं बात कर रहा था, अगर आप एक भी प्लेयर अपना खो देते हो तो मुश्किलें आपके लिए होने वाली है। शैलेश उनके ऊपर प्रेशर ज्यादा यहाँ पे बढ़ता हुआ दिखाई देगा। चलिए डिमाइस वो भी डाउन हो चुके हैं आदित्य के द्वारा, बट नेक्स्ट की बात करिए वहाँ पे स्किल्स को उन्होंने डाउन किया और ओई के 2 प्लेयर डाउन हो चुके हैं। और आप देखें सामने वाली टीम का एक भी प्लेयर इस वक्त डाउन नहीं है। मुश्किलें ओई की स्क्वाड के पास, पूरी तरीके से गलत निर्णय यहाँ पे लिया गया है ओई की स्क्वाड के द्वारा। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली दूसरी स्क्वाड होगी जो आपको एलिमिनेट होते हुए दिखाई देगी। बड़े आसानी से वो लोग एलिमिनेट करेंगे, दिक्कत नहीं होने वाली। एलआर की स्क्वाड जिनके पास पहले प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट होते थे, लगता है कि यह फाइट होने वाली है। बट हाँ मदारा वो जरूर डाउन किए जाएंगे। पिछला मैच इनका उतना बेहतर नहीं था, ये वाला मैच भी बेहतर जा नहीं रहा। बट रेकनिंग 2 मैचेस बने चिकन डिनर, पिछला मैच उतना बढ़िया रहा नहीं। एक्सटीआर अपना एक प्लेयर खोते हुए,
लेकिन रेकनिंग के पास अभी भी एक चीज की हिस्ट्री का चांस बन जाता है। पहला एरांगल, पहला मिरामार, पहला सैनॉक अपना आज के दिन का बेहतरीन बनाने का। आप देखते हैं कि सैनॉक में किस तरीके का प्रदर्शन ये लोग कर पाते हैं। एक प्लेयर जैसे कि आपने बोला वो फिनिश इन्होंने किया जरूर। स्ट्रिल्स नजर आ रहे हैं, अबरार नहीं वो फाइट अभी के ली थी। फ्रैगी बिल्कुल सामने, नेड उनको बचाएगा, बेहतरीन सिर के ऊपर नेड जाता है। अब स्ट्रिल्स को आगे मूव करना है, इनके पास M249 और M4 नजर आ रही है। दूसरे स्पॉट किया, एक और नॉक निकालते हुए स्क्रिल्स नजर आएंगे। आखिरी प्लेयर बचे, ये 1v3 भी कर सकते हैं, बट मिस्टर स्प्रे को शायद आगे जाने को यहाँ पर बोला जाएगा। इनफैक्ट इनको पता है कि नीचे रिवाइवल की प्रक्रिया जो है वो शुरू हो चुकी है, बट सामने की तरफ जाते हुए देखिए इजी 2 फिनिशर्स स्क्रिल्स के पास आते हुए और 4 फिनिशर्स, 1 एलिमिनेशन रेकनिंग यहाँ पर रखते हुए।
Esports का देखने को मिलता है। अगेन सेम चीज, ओशन मैच शुरू जब ये होने, चलिए फिर बाद में बात करेंगे उसके। फिलहाल के लिए आर्यन वो यहाँ पे नॉक हुए हैं और इसी के साथ वो फिनिश भी हो जाएंगे। अंकुश की बात करी जाए वो यहाँ पे रुके हुए हैं, थोड़े से ठहरे जरूर हैं। शूटर की बात करी जाए हो सकता है एक बार के लिए आगे जाने की कोशिश करें, एंगल बनाने की कोशिश है तो सही। आप देखें उनको कम से कम 2 से 3 हेड दिखे जरूर है। उनको भी पता है कि सारे प्लेयर एकत्रित हैं, एक जगह है और वहीं से निकलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। क्या अब उनके पास ग्रेनेड्स हैं, देखने पे बात पता चलेगा। फिलहाल के लिए अंडी उन्होंने वाशु को जरूर डाउन किया। टीम फॉरएवर उनके लिए भी दिक्कतें बहुत ज्यादा इस वक्त ओशन हो चली है, क्योंकि तीनों मैचेस उनके लिए उतने बेहतर था नहीं और ये चौथा मैच शुरुआत बड़ी खराब।
बिल्कुल वाशु, द टाइम अगेन इज ऑफ द एसेंस, राइट। उनको बचाना, उनके ऊपर एक क्लॉक बन जाती है। जैसे आप नॉक होते हैं क्लॉक बन जाती है, आपके टीममेट कितनी जल्दी आपको बचा सकते हैं। वाशु हमें पता है पहले गेम में भी पोस्ट 1 के साथ ये होता, प्लेयर नॉक, प्लेयर फिनिश, और पंक वो तो एक अलग ही चीज कर रहे हैं, छलांगे मार रहे हैं, ऐसा लग रहा है घिर के नॉक हो चुके हैं। अब खैर वो एक अलग चीज रहेगी, बट यहाँ पर अंडी की अगर हम लोग बात करें, उन्होंने एक और प्लेयर को स्पॉट किया एंड आराम से पहला शॉट हेड पर था, दूसरा शॉट बॉडी पर था। प्रोबब्ली रिकॉल अब तक कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं, तो उस चक्कर में पहला शॉट हेड पर लगा, ज्यादा डैमेज यहां पर हो चुका था, और दूसरा शॉट सीधा बॉडी पर लगा तो वो डाउन हो चुके हैं। फोर्स 1 के लिए दिक्कतें बहुत ज्यादा बन चुकी हैं। आगे जा रहे हैं प्लेयर, ही डज नॉट फियर एनीवन, सीधा आगे मूव कर रहे हैं अकेले। एक फिनिश तो अभी भी निकाला, दूसरा नॉक किया। क्या ये अकेले 1v4 करना चाहते हैं? आई डोंट नो क्या चल रहा है इनके माइंड में।
बाकी 2 प्लेयर को आप देखें लेफ्ट हैंड साइड से गाड़ी लेके रोटेट कर रहे हैं, व्हीकल लेके आ चुके हैं। ओके चलिए राइट नहीं, लेफ्ट हैंड साइड से अंडी का एक और ग्रेनेड जाता हुआ, सीन भी वहां पे डाउन हो चुके हैं। लास्ट प्लेयर वैम्पायर इस वक्त सर्वाइव करते हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे। वैम्पायर क्या यहाँ पे क्लच कर सकते हैं अपने, बट रैम्बो दूसरे साइड से आते हैं, उन्होंने बंडी को वहां पे डाउन जरूर किया। वैम्पायर नीचे साइड पे मौजूद है। 1v4 क्लच का यहाँ पे पूरा मौका, मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली ये पहला क्लच होगा 1v4 का। अंडी वो करने में कामयाबी हासिल कर सकते हैं, नहीं देखना पड़ेगा। वैम्पायर नीचे मौजूद है, सिर भी मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली रिवाइव कर दिया जाएगा, बट बाकी प्लेयर वो जा चुके हैं। और आप देखें वो प्लेयर ऑलरेडी सर्कल के अंदर पहुंच चुका है, उसको कुछ करने की जरूरत भी नहीं है। बट फोर्स 1 वर्सेस रेड एक्स की जो फाइट है, जेरेफ का एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड, एक प्लेयर वाशु डाउन होते हुए दिखाई देंगे।
बिल्कुल, और ये फाइट लेनी पड़ेगी टीम फोर्स 1 को, क्योंकि अगर जोन के अंदर जाना है तो टीम रेड एक्स नाम की जो चुनौती है उनका सामना करना ही पड़ेगा। कुछ बढ़िया ग्रेनेड जरूर से जा रहे हैं इस बार। सील भी करेंगे ग्रेनेड एंड टीम रेडिक्स के एक खिलाड़ी जो उनका एलिमिनेशन भी हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। रिवाइवल की प्रक्रिया यहाँ पर चालू की जाएगी, लेकिन ज्यादा वक्त जो है नहीं। मीनवाइल यहाँ पे यूडॉग के जो देव है उनको डाउन किया जाएगा 2 OP के मैंडी के द्वारा। वहीं टीम फोर्स 1 की बात करें तो वो अब कहीं ना कहीं तलाश कर रहे हैं उस रास्ते की जिसको पकड़ के जोन के अंदर जाया जाए। स्ट्राइडर यहाँ पर अभी के लिए लीड करते हुए नजर आएंगे अपनी टीम को, लेकिन सामने प्लेयर्स ऑलरेडी मौजूद हैं। नाउ द प्रॉब्लम इज कि एक प्लेयर यहाँ पर ऑफ गार्ड एंगल क्रिएट करके बैठे हुए। टीम रेडिक्स रॉस के उस खिलाड़ी को ये नॉक निकालना चाहिए था, लेकिन कामयाबी मिली नहीं उनको। एंड टीम फोर्स 1 अभी भी सरवाइव करते हुए वहां पर जो एंगल उनके पास था इजीली 2 नॉक निकाले जा सकते थे, लेकिन अभी के लिए अगर हम बात करें टीम फोर्स 1 थोड़ा मुश्किल में एक बार फिर से आएंगे। अब ये फाइट कन्वर्ट हो चुकी है 2v2 में। ज़ेनफ की पोजीशन ऑलरेडी रिवील्ड है, काफी ज्यादा डैमेज उनके ऊपर आएगा एंड रेडिक्स रॉस का एलिमिनेशन हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। टीम फोर्स 1 इज स्टिल सर्वाइविंग।
और निग्मा गैलेक्सी भी जिस तरीके से बैक टू बैक ये दो
ओपनिंग का इंतजार रहने वाले, हर तरफ ग्रेनेड्स आ रहे हैं और ये नीचे जो ओपनिंग नॉक है वो आ चुका है। क्रेजी इज डाउन। निग्मा गैलेक्सी यहाँ पर क्लोजिंग करने के लिए आ जरूर से सकते हैं। टीम एक्सटर्मिनेटर के लिए यहाँ पर एक मौका जरूर से बनता है रिवाइव देने का, लेकिन उसके लिए यहाँ पर वक्त जो है, जो टाइम है वो ऑन करना पड़ेगा। स्मोकी यहाँ पर आ चुके हैं और उनके पास क्लोज रेंज कॉम्बैट का एक बीस्ट वेपन जरूर से रहने वाले, वो जंप करके नीचे चले गए। टीम एक्सटर्मिनेटर अभी भी सर्वाइव करते हुए नजर आएंगे। निग्मा गैलेक्सी की स्मोकी ऑलरेडी क्लोजिंग कर चुके हैं, एक और नॉक का इंतजार रह सकता है। बट मीनवाइल अगर हम बात करें टीम एक्सटर्मिनेटर की, तो वो जो एक प्लेयर नॉकड आउट है उसका फिनिश से सिक्योर हो जाएगा। मात्रा उनकी पोजीशन जो रिवील्ड है वो भी बहुत ही ज्यादा लो 1 HP में देखने को मिलते हुए। टीम निग्मा गैलेक्सी जो है वो यहाँ पर रश करते हुए
स्मोकी धीरे धीरे आगे जाना जरूर चाहते हैं। टेड आप देखिए आ रहे हैं और एक और प्लेयर को यहाँ पर आरआरडी को डाउन की जगह आर्टेमिस के ही द्वारा निग्मा गैलेक्सी दे वांट टू गो विदाउट अ फाइट एट दिस मोमेंट। वो फाइट अगर मिलती है तो वो जाना जरूर चाहेंगे, दे वांट टू गो फॉर इट। और आखिरी प्लेयर यहाँ पर स्पॉट किए जा रहे हैं, उनको भी यहाँ पे पिक करने की कोशिश है। HP पर रखा है निग्मा गैलेक्सी। They need to push forward, move forward. टेड 40 गोलियां, लेवल 3 हेलमेट वेस्ट, और क्या चाहिए? पर्सनल लगाने की भी आवाज आ चुकी होगी। एक प्लेयर आगे मोर्चा संभालना चाहता है, बट व्हाट आर दे वेटिंग फॉर? ये डबल थॉट्स क्यों है इस टीम के माइंड में? ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, बहुत बड़ा सवाल बन जाता है। ग्रेनेड ऊपर डाला गया था, डैमेज बहुत माइनर सा दिया है। अब इसके बाद शायद आगे पुश करना चाहे, कोई भी गलती नहीं करना चाहती है टीम। हर एक कदम कूद के रखना चाहते थे, लेकिन साथ वाले घर से स्मोकी का प्रेजेंस ऑफ माइंड आएगा और एक पिक निकालेंगे, इनफैक्ट एक टीम को बाहर करते हुए।
बिग ब्रदर्स इज नाउ गोइंग फॉर जो बड़ी मछली है, जो बिग मछली है, उनको यहाँ पर वो फंसाना चाह रहे हैं। लेट्स सी कितनी कामयाबी उनको मिलेगी। अभी वो जोन के अंदर आई थे, 20 को मीनवाइल वहां पर डाउन कर दिया। एक और फाइट हमें देखने को मिल रही है जहाँ पे टीम TSG जो है वो मुश्किलें बढ़ा रही है टीम चिकन की। एंड लेट्स सी किस तरीके से वो यहाँ पर आगे बढ़ रहे हो। डैडी जो है वो यहाँ पर ऑल इन अटैक के लिए जा रहे हैं। जो प्लेयर नॉकआउट उनका फिनिश वापस सिक्योर हो जाएगा। बट अभी के लिए बात करें टीम BB की, रिवाइवल की प्रक्रिया यहाँ पर चालू हो चुकी है। अबरार की तरफ से वो ग्रेनेड आ रहे हैं, क्या कनेक्शन बना पाएगा वो एक देखने वाली बात जरूर रहेगी। सेंसे को मीनवाइल वहां पर डाउन कर देगा। मल्टीपल फाइट्स आर हैपनिंग एट द सेम टाइम। टीम बिग ब्रदर्स अभी भी सर्वाइव करते हुए, लेकिन रेकनिंग ईस्पोर्ट्स के अबरार का ये ग्रेनेड बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट सकते हैं। व्हीकल लेके जा रहे थे और 2 प्लेयर्स को डाउन किया गया। अबरार, ओ माय गॉड, दैट वाज एन ऑन पॉइंट ग्रेनेड कमिंग अप फ्रॉम अबरार। टीम BB के अब एकमात्र खिलाड़ी जो है वो सरवाइव करेंगे, बट दैट ग्रेनेड, ओ माय गॉड।
अबरार एक्चुअली ओपी यहाँ पर ग्रेनेड्स इस्तेमाल कर रहे थे। थ्रोएबल्स का इस्तेमाल अगर कोई सीखे तो अबरार से सीखे। सामने ज़ेन हमें नजर आ रहे हैं और जीनों को देखना पड़ेगा किस तरीके से फाइट ले पाते, क्योंकि वो स्मोक के अंदर है और स्मोक को अभी अबरार देख नहीं रहे हैं। स्मोक के आसपास शॉट्स मार रहे हैं, बट वहीं पर एक पिक्सल अगर मूवमेंट का दिखा वो जरूर वहां पर फाइट लेना चाहेंगे, बट सामने उन्होंने देखा नहीं है अभी भी। जो प्लेयर स्मोक के अंदर है शॉट्स लिए जरूर जा रहे हैं। अब ये शॉट शायद ये बगी चेंज कर दे सब कुछ। प्ले जोन निग्मा गैलेक्सी का जो सफर है खत्म करता नजर आएगा। मिस्टर स्प्रे बिल्कुल सामने पहुंच चुके, उनको लग रहा है कि प्लेयर यहीं पर अभी भी मौजूद है। थोड़े बहुत शॉट्स लिए गए थे, बट Zeno is still trying to survive, but maybe not anymore. He goes down. 3 टीमें बचती हुई नजर आएगी, जहां पर एक्सो है, जहां पर रेकनिंग है। क्या अगर हम लोग रेकनिंग की बात करें, क्या ये टीम शुरुआत चिकन डिनर से
Hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. Now, we are midway through the quarterfinals and, well, the action is just intensifying. My name is Angat Singh Chehal. I go by The Experiment, and with me, I have the lost hope of humanity. It's Sparrow himself. Sparrow, a couple of days of intense, high-octane action, and today, oh boy, the group seems a bit tricky.
First of all, XP, thank you so much for the lovely introduction, and I have to say, I am fired up today. I've been watching the groups lately, I've been reading some names, and I have to say, this is going to be the group of death.
That's what I was going to bring out, the group of death. Now, of course, before we get into any of the details, you all know who is playing, and I want to thank you all for joining us at the beginning. And it's just been a journey. It's been a journey over here because iQOO has presented all these players, all the unknown teams, with this pedestal, right? With this grand stage. And, well, while the spotlight does shine on them, the pressure is going to be there as well. But then again, that's where diamonds are from. And, speaking of iQOO, of course, it all is thanks to this bad boy in my hand. Let's have a word from the official smartphone sponsor of BGIS 2021. Well, I'll tell you one thing, Sparrow. This monster has a lot of things inside, and I did notice the 48 megapixel camera. Now, as you know, I'm not good at clicking pictures, but if you've been following us on Instagram, I did put a few pics, and it's all thanks to this bad boy in my hands.
Absolutely. Not only that, it has a Snapdragon 888 processor, which makes your experience lag-free. And, to use that processor really well, you have a beautiful charger, 66-watt flash charge, which provide you 100% in 22 minutes.
And knowing you definitely need this device because I'll tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen, Sparrow is pretty much in his phone at all times. And in fact, I did notice multiple cables today for the iQOO as well because you are really using this phone to its fullest potential. But again, of course, you do have that in-display Monster Touch, making sure all your touches are going to be precise and, well, you don't have to have issues with those short, fat fingers like, well, I'm looking at my hands. But anyway, forget all that. Of course, if you do want to make sure you have the ultimate gaming experience, well, this is the phone for you. But now, Sparrow, let's come down to what we want to talk about. Day 3, we are halfway through the quarterfinals. And now, like you said, it is the group of death. A lot of teams are going to be competing. But the question is, what are they competing for? What is all this fuss about? Well, we're going to tell you right now. Make sure you keep your eyes open because there are no errors. Because, well, the teams are going to be fighting for a whopping 1 crore rupees, out of which the first place walks away with 50 big ones.
Absolutely. If you come second, you're going to get 25 lakh rupees. If you come at third place, you're going to get 10 lakh rupees. But, all these teams who are going to reach the finale, they all are going to make a lot of legacies. They are going to be legends in their own right because they would be the best 16 teams in India.
And, we did mention this is, of course, the biggest online qualifiers as far as the prize pool goes. And, every single team has that opportunity. But, of course, you have some individual prizes as well. You have the MVP who walks away with a lakh in his pockets, the Lone Ranger, Rampage Freak, the Redeemer, and, of course, most finishes by a squad. Well, they're going to be walking away with 50,000 in their pockets. Again, even if they do make it up the ranks, they can always walk away with more money.
There's a lot to win, a lot to lose, and today I have to say, XP, this is going to be a brilliant day. Day before yesterday was brilliant, day before was just amazing, but today, the real competition you will witness.
Well, let's see if that is going to stand true because, in my opinion, of course, the big names are going to be showing up today. That is what everyone is going to be waiting for. But let's have a look and see how all the points are going to be distributed because, well, you are going to be aware of this little graphic graphic on your screens now. First place walking away with 15, second with 12, third with 10, and yada yada yada. Now the thing is, you don't want to finish in the bottom. You don't want to finish 13 to 16 because you get no points, and even 8 to 12 you only get that one lone point.
Absolutely. I mean, the best thing about this is that if you play well, you're going to get rewarded. If you don't play well, you're not going to get anything. You get one finish. If you get one finish, you're going to get 1 point for it. So that's a great thing. I mean, you have to create a balance. Just like Thanos says, there should be balance. You have to get finishes. You have to get points by finishing as well.
Now let's see where all these points are going to be made up, because the schedule is on your screens now. And well, to kick things off as usual, we are going to be heading to Erangel, after which of course it's going to be Miramar, back to Erangel, then Sanhok. Of course, everybody either loves or hates Sanhok. It is as simple as that. And of course after that we're going to have Miramar and Erangel once again. 6 games for these teams to basically prove their mettle.
Absolutely. I mean, there are going to be 6 maps. There are going to be 16 teams, out of which 6 are going to qualify. I mean, this is going to be a brilliant competition, but I have to say, these teams, these players, they have to play at their level best if they want to win today. A lot on the line, and only 6 will qualify.
Well, of course, a lot is on the line. We did see that whopping 1 crore rupees. No typos there. That is all accurate. I mean, the first time I saw it, I had to rub my eyes. I was like, wait a second, did they make a mistake? But there was no mistake made. Now, of course, before we get to the teams, we're going to be expecting some fireworks right off the beginning. I am not going to expect a slow start, as we saw yesterday. I mean, pretty much all the Erangels, except the last one, no action up until the 10-minute mark.
Nobody wants to fight. I mean, nobody wants to be the first team who are going to go out at 16th position. You need to make sure that you get enough points to qualify. I mean, you don't want to be number 1. You have to be in top 6.
I mean, I would want to be number 1. I mean, if I'm playing, if that is the goal, of course, you are going to be reaching greater heights. But yes, I get what you mean. The thing is, 6 teams are going to be moving forward towards the semi-finals. And well, speaking of a few teams, let's just talk about one in particular. Now, you might know this team from round 3. They came, they saw, they conquered. I'm of course talking about TSM. A whopping 113 points, buddy.
Every day is a new day, I have to say, XP. They have to come again, they have to perform really well, and I have to say, we talked with them a little, and I think the crowd would love to hear from them.
They would indeed, and you know what? We're going to show you a little treat, because we have an interview with TSM coming up on your screens right about now.
iQOO बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया सीरीज में आप सभी का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है। मेरा नाम है दिशान के मेजी। मेरे साथ जुड़ेंगे वो फिर से फ्लो की, और हम इनवाइट करेंगे एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन प्लेयर, और हमारे जो गेस्ट हैं उनको हम यहाँ पे बुलाएंगे, करेंगे उनसे फ्लो की थोड़ी सी बातचीत, कुछ स्ट्रैटेजीज जानने की कोशिश करेंगे। और अब वक्त आ चुका है बुलाने का TSM ब्लेज को और उनसे बातचीत करने का। ब्लेज, कैसे हैं आप?
बढ़िया बढ़िया, आप बताओ कैसे
बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया। और जिस तरीके से खासकर TSM का गेम चल रहा है इस वक्त, मैं क्या पूरी ऑडियंस ही बहुत ज्यादा खुश है। बट एक सिंपल सा सवाल कि ये जो 31 आपने राउंड 3 में मारे हैं, क्या सोच के मारे हैं?
पहले 2 मैच में हमारे 61 पॉइंट्स हो गए थे। सो हमारा टारगेट था कि हमको 21 फिनिशेस चाहिए विद चिकन डिनर 100 पॉइंट्स क्रॉस करने के लिए। सो हमारा वही मोटो था कि जो भी टीम दिखेगी उनको बस नॉक एंड पुश करना ही है, 21 फिनिश चाहिए कैसे ना करके। और जैसे चिकन आया देखा 31 फिनिश हो गए, तो एकदम खुश हो गए थे हम भी।
So is this something that you had planned previously? मतलब क्या आपने पहले ऐसे सोचा था कि ओके क्योंकि खाली सिर्फ 3 गेम हमारे पास, सिर्फ 3 ही मैप खेल सकते हैं, हमें पहले 2 गेम्स में जितने फिनिशेस निकालने हैं निकाल देंगे, और उसके बाद में 3rd गेम में होपफुली हम लोग को थोड़ा रिलैक्स करने को मिलेगा। Was that the mindset कि स्टार्टिंग से ही आप लोग सोच के आएंगे थे कि नहीं 6 मैचेस हो, 3 मैचेस हो, 1 मैच हो, हमें सिर्फ मारना और हम मारेंगे ही?
नहीं, हमारा ऐसा था कि हमने देखा था कि कट ऑफ अराउंड 35 पॉइंट्स का था जो टीम 4th पे आ रही थी। तो हमारा वही था, एक मैच पे इतने पॉइंट्स लेने स्टार्टिंग के कि नेक्स्ट मैच इतना प्रेशर ना है हमारे ऊपर, बस वही था।
कम से कम इतना ज्यादा एग्रेसिव खेलने के बाद जो टीम जा चुकी है, जो टीम बाहर जा चुकी है, आपको उनके लिए बिल्कुल भी बुरा नहीं लगा कि यार वो भी इतना मेहनत करके आए थे, आपने सारे पॉइंट्स इकट्ठे ले लिए अपने लिए, बाकियों के लिए आपने छोड़ा भी नहीं?
मैं उनको सिर्फ सॉरी बोलूंगा।
सॉरी बोलने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, इट्स ओके। आई मीन हमेशा होता है, व्हेन यू प्ले रियली रियली वेल, सम पीपल दे आर बाउंड टू बी डिसअपॉइंटेड, बट देयर वाज अनदर टीम इन योर ग्रुप नाउ दैट हैज मेड इट टू द नेक्स्ट राउंड। आई थिंक यू नो हु आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट ओवर हियर,
7 Seas।
एब्सोल्युटली। सो वो भी आपके साथ आपके ग्रुप में थी। वाज समवेयर और द अदर इन योर माइंड, मे बी हैड अ टारगेट थिंकिंग कि ओके मे बी वी काइंड ऑफ वांट टू फाइट 7 Seas, और वाज दैट अ थॉट दैट नेवर क्रॉस्ड योर माइंड?
नो ऐसा कुछ था नहीं, बिकॉज इरंगल में उनका ड्रॉप एकदम नीचे, हमारा टॉप लेफ्ट में, तो था नहीं कैसा फाइट क्लैश कुछ होगा, ऐसा कुछ माइंड में नहीं था ऐसा।
चलिए अभी कम से कम आपने ब्लेज क्वार्टर फाइनल के ये दोनों ग्रुप देखे, ग्रुप 2 देखे, ग्रुप 3 देखे। ग्रुप 3 का जो कट ऑफ था वो 51 पॉइंट का था, और उसके बाद हमने ग्रुप 3 का देखा, सॉरी ग्रुप 2 का देखा जिसमें हमने 57 का जो कट ऑफ था वो हमने देखा। सो जैसा आपने बोला राउंड 3 में मात्र केवल 31 पॉइंट का कट ऑफ था। आपने कहा एक मैच में सारा हड़प लेते हैं, बाकी में एकदम खुला खेलेंगे। अभी तो 6 मैचेस हैं और 2 मैचों में ही अगर आपने कलेक्ट कर लिए उतने पॉइंट, 60 के पार आप पहुंच गए, तो बाकी 4 में क्या वो 31 का आप 35-40 भी करने वाले हैं?
देखो अभी तो हमारा अभी एक ही प्लान है कि 3 मैच में 60+ पॉइंट्स क्रॉस करना है, और फिर लास्ट 3 मैच वी प्ले लाइक क्लासिक मैचेस। तो हमारा अभी ये सोच के खेलने वाले हैं।
I love the honesty, मतलब
Yes.
बहुत ही स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड उन्होंने बोल दिया कि क्लासिक मैचेस की तरह खेलेंगे। सो वंस अगेन मुझे खाली एक चीज पॉइंट आउट करना है यहाँ पे। सो फार हमने जो भी मैचेस देखी है ग्रुप 2 में एंड ऑन इन दिस क्वार्टर फाइनल्स, हमने सिर्फ एक टीम को देखा है जो इवन केम क्लोज टू दैट 100 पॉइंट मार्क। हाउ डज दैट मेक यू फील? क्योंकि आपने 3 मैप में 100 पॉइंट निकाले कंपेयर टू ऑल दीस अदर टीम्स, उन्होंने 6 मैप में मुश्किल से दे हैव मैनेज्ड टू रीच समवेयर क्लोज टू दैट 100 पॉइंट मार्क।
See, अभी it's not that was qualifiers, this quarter finals, so obviously competition will be higher. So वो देखते हुए हमारा टारगेट 6 मैच में एटलीस्ट 120 to 130 पॉइंट्स तो है ही। We will try our best, कितना हुआ हमारा।
चलिए अभी कम से कम 120-130, और मैं नहीं मान रहा कि इतने से आप लोगों का पेट भरने वाला है या फिर आप लोग यहाँ पे रुकने वाले हो। जो राउंड चलिए उन्होंने ऐड कर दिया कि मिनिमम हमको तो इतने चाहिए ही चाहिए। मुझे लगता है कि कोशिश रहेगी इनकी कि 4-5 मैचों में इतना किया जाए, उसके बाद आखिरी मैच में मानता हूँ टीएसएम के द्वारा क्लासिक आने वाला। बट थैंक यू सो मच ब्लेज हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। उम्मीद करते हैं कि हम आपको इसी तरीके से और देखते रहेंगे, एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर द अपकमिंग मैचेस। वंस अगेन बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू।
ये थे ब्लेज हमारे साथ फ्लोकी, एंड उन्होंने बताया कि 3 मैचों में जो उनका मार्जिन है वो 60 का उनको क्लोज करना है, पार करना है। उसके बाद 3 क्लासिक मैचेस उनके द्वारा देखने को मिलने वाले। 31 मारे थे अगर क्लासिक खेलने वाले हैं, और हमें भी पता है कि ये जो ग्रुप है आज ग्रुप नंबर 1, उनमें जो टीम है हर किसी में काबिलियत है वो क्लासिक मैचेस खेलने की।
Absolutely, and I'm quite excited to see कि क्या होता है यहाँ पे, because otherwise TSM as a team अगर वो actually वो threshold cross कर पाएंगे, then they might just break another new record. I mean हो सकता है they might even go above 150 points, but I think that's about it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in. That was the interview with Blaze. You're watching iQOO 7 Legend presents the Battleground India Series 2021.
Well, there you have it, some words of wisdom and of course a lot of confidence infused in all the answers by Blaze. Now what I liked was the fact that they are going to go for it, and if they get 60 points in 2 games, I'm expecting a lot more. I'm expecting a lot more carnage. But now before we jump into the action, let's have a little bird's eye view of the beautiful map that is going to be Erangel. And well, before it turns red with blood, let's just appreciate the streets of Pachinki.
Absolutely. I mean, Erangel is going to be a wonderful game, especially after that interview. TSM, Blaze, he just came in and he was so confident. He clearly mentioned that they are going to target at least 120 points. And believe me, XP, the way they are playing, the way they have been playing in round 3, I think they can do something amazing in quarterfinals as well.
I mean, it's simple math here, Sparrow, right? I mean, in round 3, they had 3 games, 113 points. I'm expecting in 6, they at least cross the 150, maybe even the 200-point mark, because you know what he said? He is going to be playing, in fact, the entire team are going to be playing the last few matches like classic games. And, well, in classic games, the aim is basically to bully your opposition into surrendering. And, well, no one's going to surrender. They are going to try and put them 6 feet under. Speaking of 6 feet under, I love this place. Water City, of course, we can expect a few teams to be dropping here. But the thing is, Little Birdie did kind of tell me we could see a few changes in all these teams' drop spots. Again, they've got to be versatile. They've got to make sure that, they don't have a target painted at the back. And, Sparrow, you know it. If you lose a man early on, oh boy, it has a detrimental effect on your psyche.
Look, you don't want a drop clash in Erangel, and that is for sure. You want to survive. Yesterday, every single match was very slow in the starting, and I think today is going to be the same story. People would love to survive, and I think these teams, they want these points desperately. Talking about Erangel, let's have a look at the plane path now. This is going to be a very crucial game, because if you start well, you can be confident. If you don't start well, second game is going to be super important for you. But right now we can see TSM Shadow, he literally bullied his opponent in round 3. But right now it's a new day, as I said, and they have to start again.
Well, they are going to have to start again, and speaking of TSM, I think they are going to do just fine. Now, the question is, will all the other teams be able to keep up with all that pressure? Because if you have a look at the flight path, we are going to be heading down south this time, and we start off at Storber, and well, things are going to end atop the Sanhok military base. Now, the plane path is a bit skewed towards the eastern hemisphere of Erangel, which means, well, if you want to get to Georgia Paul, Gatka, Quarry, you better find some vehicles on the way. But for now, it does look like a few distant locations are going to be occupied by a few teams, as Obey Esports are going to be heading to Kameshki, and it looks like Rivalry are setting things up in Severny. So again, I like the fact that, all the teams are going to be spread out from the beginning. But let's see if all those changes that have been speculated are going to be coming through in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, I was looking forward to TSM. Their drop is generally Georgiapur City, but I think they have a secondary drop in Yasnia Polyan, and I was wondering if they are going to go there. But no, they're not going there. VR1 is there, and I think everybody is looking to avoid some drop clashes. Meanwhile, if you have a look at Team OG Orangutan, it's a wonderful team, XP, and I would love to see some crazy action coming in from them. But by the look of your reaction, it seems like the zone is going towards the western area, and a lot of teams are going to struggle.
Well, you said you wanted to see some crazy action. It can't get crazier than this, because like I said, the plane path is all the way on the east, and the circle is going to form on the west. And talking of TSM, there you have it, two of the gentlemen on their bike with the sidecar trying to make their escape, and by the look of things, looks like they are going to drive all the way to Georgia Paul, and well, they are going to be sticking to their drop location. Now the thing is, hold it, that is called good control, as his teammate is going to be driving past. Now the thing is, Georgia Paul is up for grabs, and it is going to be in TSM's favor, because well, we just had a look at the circle, and a lot of teams are going to be changing things around right at this stage. But for now, looks like the Witch needs to control that broomstick a bit better, as they are going to make their way. Well, Equinox is going to be first in his sports car.
Yes, sir. I mean, all of these players, they would love to have a decent spot in the zone. And TSM, as we have already seen them already on the move, they're looking to go towards the Georgia Pool area. They would get some really decent loot there, and they have the zone control from there as well. I think Mount Everest is going to be a really important area, XP. If you can go there, you are going to get a really good leverage. And if you can use that advantage well, you're going to get some really decent points as well.
Looks like, as far as drop spots are concerned, no changes here, as Team Xbox, once again, are going to be splitting things up, while two of the members are going to be dropping down in the Water City, and a few of them are going to be moving over towards the ruins. Now, the thing is, Rozok, for now, is up for grabs, so Team Xbox do have a few options at hand if they need to maneuver towards, buildings with more loot, because again, there's only so much in these compounds for an entire team. But for now, looks like the moment I mentioned Rozok, another team is going to be heading in their direction, and that team are the boys from OR Esports.
Yes, sir. I mean, I have to say, Team Xbox, they have a beautiful spot in the zone. Currently, if they move well, if they can just loot fully, and after that, they can get a really decent spot in the zone. Team Skylightz Gaming also going to come there. They are looking to, I think, trap Xbox if they can do that. They have done that before in some scrims. I would love to see if they're going to try that in the first game of quarterfinals.
They have done that in the past, but while Team Xbox is going to be running around and looting to their heart's content, let's see if we can get the map up on our screens, because a lot of the teams are going to be outside the circle, and well, sooner or later, when they do migrate inside towards the next zone, we might just have a few clashes, and looks like we do have our wishes granted. Thank you so much, production, because have a look at that. On the eastern edge, on the eastern beaches, on the eastern coast of Erangel, we have about 3 teams looting blissfully, but sooner or later, all that bliss is going to die, because, they are going to be heading in a collision course. Now, already a couple of teams from Sosnovka military base are making their way across the bridge. As you see, Orangutan Gaming's Ash is the last man to make it over, which means, again, you could see a few setups, a few gate-keeping attempts coming up in the not-so-distant future.
Yes, I mean, I have to say, we've been talking with these teams a lot lately, and all of them, every single one of them told us that they are not going to change their drops. But they did. I mean, was that a double whammy for us?
Well, it looks like, they want to keep everyone guessing. Now, the thing is, with all the big teams, and, with all the teams at this stage, especially in Erangel, the drop spots are going to be pretty much given away. If the teams have been doing their homework. But looks like, again, everyone is going to be happy keeping their distance from one another at the beginning, which means, well, Sparrow action might break out later, because we've already hit the 5-minute mark and not a single bullet has been fired. However, as the circles are going to be imploding in on each other. That is when all the carnage is going to be breaking loose, because looks like a few teams could be locking horns sooner rather than later.
Talking about Skylightz Gaming, this is not their normal drop spot. They used to have a drop clash with Orange Rock at school, but right now they don't want any of that. They want to survive, and to survive they chose Pochinki. It's a wonderful spot because you're always going to have the advantage of first zone. You don't have to move anywhere, you can just loot there, and if you can get a decent loot in Pochinki, you are off to a wonderful start.
I mean, if you have Pochinki all to yourselves, I'm pretty sure you are going to end up with some decent loot. It is one of the biggest cities in this game after all. But for now, as the blue is going to start shrinking in, you are going to see a few teams with a blue outline on the right of your screens, which of course means they are still bearing the brunt of the play zone. And well, it isn't going to be chipping away at their HP just yet. But in the latter stages, oh boy, that blue zone can really hurt. But for now, we have a look at Orangutan Gaming, who are going to be joined by Ash, Believe, AKOP, and Drigger. Well, they are going to try and make sure that they have the little bit of a central position as the next circle comes in, because, well, migrating to the zone, if they need to, becomes a whole lot easier.
Talking about Orangutan Gaming, I believe they are very aggressive. They have a really good player in AKOP. Their gun game is really strong. I would love to see if they can play as a team today. But talking about TSM, I mean, look at their total damage. I mean, round 3 was crazy. They got 9,872 total damage, 68 total finishes, 2 chicken dinners, 42 position points, and a total of 110 points.
110 points, and just to remind all of you watching, that is just from 3. That's correct, 3 games, and well, out of those 3 games, they did manage to grab that delicious chicken dinner as well. 42 points coming in from position, and well, almost like you mentioned, 10,000 points of damage. But the question is, are they going to be able to replicate that today? I mean, we already have an idea that, you know, it is going to happen, but again, there's so many teams who are going to put the pressure on them. There's so many teams who are going to have a target on them. It could just be a little difficult.
Well, I have to say, yesterday is a mystery, tomorrow is a mystery.
Well, yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery.
Tomorrow is a mystery, but today we call it a present because it's going to be a gift. And I would love to see if TSM, if they can continue that form. They are in good form, no doubt in that. But for that to happen, they need to start well, and this Erangel is going to be super important for them.
Oh, I am not worried about their form as well, because before coming in a game, when you make statements, such bold statements as, you know, we're going to do this in about 3 games, and then, you know, we're going to have a good time in the last few games, they definitely are coming in with a little bit of a playbook. And looking at their playbook, it's all about aggression in the latter stages of the game, because for now, they are going to try and keep the distance, and well, they are going to try and keep the enemy at bay. But of course, as all the teams are going to be coming close, have a look at what's happening north of Yasnaya, because Obey Esports could be driving just past Celsius. If Celsius Esports look to their right, they just might see another convoy on the mountains up top, and the question is, are they going to stop, alight from the vehicles, lay down some lead, or are they going to let them go by? And by the look of things, they are going to be stopping again. They are in the circle. Well, looks like it's just to pick up as many vehicles as they can. Again, I wouldn't blame them.
That's not a bad spot to rotate from, but the thing is, there are a lot of teams who are rotating from there. We can see Team DestructaX as well, who played really well in round 3. We have been following VR1 as well, and I think all these teams, all 4 of these teams can have a little bit of altercation early on in the game. But at this point of time, I think the zone is going to be the most important thing, and I think it is going to be a mixed zone. I think we are going to witness a northern... as you said,
there you go.
Northern zone, and I was saying it could be a mixed zone where both the islands would be in play.
Yeah, of course, and well, both the islands are in play for now, but again, Sparrow, you and I know that the zone has a mind of its own, but looks like I beg your pardon, VR1 could be going up against the enemy, and this could be exciting because they have kind of, you know, got that little bit of a visual confirmation, and now looks like DestructaX could be in some trouble. Of course, have a look at all the names on your right. You're going to see the blue little outline, which means they are still out in the blue. But as expected, Deuce does alight from his vehicle. He does even go by. There you have it. The first few shots are going to be fired. However, all they're going to hit is thin air.
Absolutely. Version 1 is a wonderful team, but there's a lot of pressure onto them. I mean, round 3 was good. They barely managed to approach quarterfinals. Right now, I think they have worked really hard. It's a great opportunity. They have a lot of fans who are cheering for them right now. Talking about fans, I mean, Team X-Pac, a lot of fans would be cheering for them right now.
Oh, absolutely, especially when Scout is going to be laying down some lead with that SKS on top of the roof at the enemy far, far away. And if he does connect, well, of course, like you mentioned, the fan base is going to go a bit cray-cray, and the chat is going to let their emotions feel. But for now, they again have that control around the ruins because, again, they really don't have to move anywhere anywhere just yet. But looks like another team could be coming in. Elsewhere, we are going to have some fights break out, and it is going to be atop Everest. But the question is it going to be Orangutan Gaming or TSM who walk out alive? Because looks like TSM does realize the enemy is coming in, and they are making a bit of a hasty retreat, making sure they capitalize on all those compounds down below.
Even if it is TSM, they don't want to, take anyone early on in the game. They just want to survive for a little bit, and if they can get some really few finishes after 15 minutes, I think then they are going to get loose. Let's see what's going to happen. TSM is a wonderful team. The names are amazing. Equinox, Blaze, Ninja, Shadow, all these 4 players have the capability of, doing something amazing. They can make miracle happen today.
See, I've been saying this. The thing about TSM is, A, they know when to and when not to pick a fight, because what they're going to do right now is make sure they cement the position. They have kind of given the opposition, well, the opposition in this case is Orangutan Gaming, the idea that, they are a bit hesitant. They are going to be backing off, and now, if Orangutan Gaming is like, you know what, we just came up over here, and, well, the Kings kind of just left the throne empty for us. Might as well go down, chase him, and, get all those finishes. That is exactly what could be going on in their minds. And TSM, of course, are going to be ready for anything. But now, let's have a look and see how the team on our screens did in round 3, because it is a little bit of a contrast to TSM, but 62 points is nothing to scoff about.
Yep, they have played really well. Team Xpark, 6,990 damage, total finishes 38. Chicken Dinner is still missing, to be honest, and I think today could be their day. They have the best spot in the zone. They have the numbers game advantage, and if you remember Erangel correctly in round 3, it was the same spot that they were staying in, but Mavi was having a different rotation at that point, which he's not doing today.
He was indeed. Today, I think they are going to be playing as a team, but now as the circle is going to shrink, implode in on itself in a matter of a few seconds, looks like TSM are going to be in a happy position, because I do believe that little island just northwest of Rozhok is still going to be in play, which means the ruins could still be in play. And well, while we wait for bated breath, we do have a look at Skylightz Gaming trying to do something over here. What are they trying to do? Just making sure, again, to scout out the buildings ahead, because we saw some rushes yesterday, Sparrow, which, maybe they should have done their homework just a little bit.
Look, the first stage is clear. You want to get some decent loot, but right now, Skylightz Gaming, after getting some decent loot, let's have a look at their stats as well. They got 1 chicken dinner in round 3. They got 33 finishes, 29 position points. Total point acquired by Skylightz Gaming is 62, with a total damage of 5,816.
Now, what's exciting is that, the entire city of Pachinki is going to be in the circle, and that is one place I want to see some fights. But for now, Skylightz Gaming do have a couple of options in their sights, because at one end, we do have, looks like the boys, Waltrick and the boys are going to be coming in. In fact, they are going to be shot at. However, they are going to be whizzing past over the head. Again, this is not a place you want to be in, because it is going to be the route that a lot of teams are going to take. And of course, since Pachinki is still in its entirety in the circle, it is going to be a hotspot for the action to come.
Absolutely. This is a place you want to be if you want to be aggressive. This is not the place if you want to survive. A lot of third-party situations could be happening there, but I would love to see how the teams are going to rotate into the zone. This is going to be super incredible. 13 minutes on the clock, 16 teams, 64 players are still alive, and Celsius and version 1 are the teams who are outside the zone.
See, the thing is, of course, all these teams now, you can't really call them underdogs, right? Of course, I'm going to say you have well-known teams, and then you have lesser-known teams. They have the experience. They know exactly how each and every one is going to play, and of course, like you mentioned, no one wants to have those skirmishes early on and, well, lose any of the members, but sooner or later, they are going to have to come in each other's personal spaces. As well, the Orangutan Gaming boys are going to find out as OrgLess 5 Evoke are trying to lay some shots, but looks like we do have some action breaking out elsewhere. ISG Legend in the water down below. I wonder what he's doing.
One SG Legend is just trying to survive there. I would love to see how long he could do that. Obey, I don't think Obey is looking to stay there. Obey is looking to get in the zone. But if we can see zone once, I would love to show the crowd something. I would love to show the crowd a really good rotation coming in from TSM. We were not expecting that, XP.
Let me just build the picture for all of you watching at home now. Of course, we are going to witness Obey, because action could break out. But yeah, you mentioned it correctly. Now, TSM, remember, were in Georgia, Paul, but now they're going to be coming in the circle. Wait a second, I'm going to hold my thought, because Evo from OR does see the enemy in the distance, and Deuce knows exactly that someone is going to be there. The grenade has been flung. The grenade is going to go boom, and Deuce is still going to be on his feet, although with just a sliver of HP. Now, the question is Evo going to go in for the kill, because the car is on the move? However, all those bullets are going to be whizzing past over his head. I like the fact that Evo is still keeping his constraint. He is not going to be risking life and limb to get that one finish because, well, the molly just might do it. Unfortunately for him, it's a bit to the left.
There's not much information for Evo to work on. I mean, Dios would love to survive this one, and he would be lucky if he could do that. And yes, he just did that. A beautiful smoke. I think the timing was perfect coming in from VRR Dios. It was hard to survive, but he managed to do just that. Talking about Team Celsius, I think they are under some really impressive pressure coming in from Team Sin. They managed to revive their player, which is a great thing. Now I would love to see if they are going to survive in the smaller compound.
Well, the question is Obey Esports going to be able to pick their players up because they are having a little bit of a clash, and have a look at that. Pochinki is still going to be in play, which means, well, all you Urban Warfare fans out there, your wishes just might come true. But for now, it looks like shots are going to be fired upon them as teams are going to be converging in on one another's positions. For now, it is going to be VR1. Of course, Deuce does make it back to his teammates, but from the distance, TSM's iQOO has spotted some commotion, and of course, where there is smoke, chances are bullets are going to be shot at, but sooner or later, silhouettes could be seen, shots could be fired, and someone could be brought down. There you have it. Looks like Nick is going to be brought down. I beg your pardon, it's going to be Sid from VR1, and now the attack is going to come in. But the thing for VR1 is they are heading to the Lion's Den because while they have TSM at one end, there's another team lurking on the other.
Here we go again. Talk about aggression, and TSM is showing just that. I mean, they wanted to enter the zone, and they just did that. That was a beautiful rotation. They managed to get in the zone. People are trying to rush in.
They bullied their way into the zone.
They bullied their way into the zone. Meanwhile, Team X Ultron also starting to shine. He managed to get the first knock in on Rivalry. I would love to see if Rivalry Final Boss would be able to survive. No, he wouldn't be. Team X Park off to a wonderful start, and I think we are yet to witness their journey to the zone.
Well, let's see if they are going to make it to the zone, because for now they are going to be destroying vehicles which could have been taken. Of course, where's there's smoke, there's fire, and you do not want to be sitting in those vehicles. But for now, again, as you mentioned, they do have that one finish to their name, which means, well, they smelt blood early on, as Mavi is going to try and scout out ahead, making sure the coast is clear, because Rivalry is close by, OR is close by, and speaking of OR, looks like one-sided glory are going to come under fire from multiple teams, as, well, OR Esports and Skylightz Gamings are going to be opening up on the team. But for now, again, I like the fact that, you know, all these teams have a little niche in this map. They are using all these ridges to their advantage.
17 minutes on the clock, and we are yet to see a single team getting eliminated. I mean, we
Oh,
are
they're
not on the
close.
back foot, but yes, they are going to go down. Meanwhile, Team Orange Rock getting another knock there. Team X Gill also coming in, getting the knock on OR Vexy, and now I think they have a clear vision. Now they can go and run
he got one!
with fun. He managed to get the second one. Yes, he would. I mean, switches the gun there and managing to get a couple of good knocks there.
Well, he did get a couple of good knocks, but I wonder what was going through the minds of the opponents, because they weren't expecting the enemy to be right up in front of their faces and look at the whites in their eyes. But now, Evil's going to make sure that Jiggle is finally brought down from DEADEYE Esports. And again, the little switcheroo, when it did come in, I did kind of expect Jiggle to get a few shots in. Unfortunately, that was not the case, as Evo is going to make sure he gets 2 finishes to his name. Now, TX over here, they are going to deploy some smoke, because what lies ahead is open terrain with a few teams nearby, and finally, Orange Rock are going to be opening up on them. Now, they've got to be careful, because the vehicles are limited and they only have a few options. But again, Orange Rock coming under heavy fire from behind. Fortunately for now, Aditya takes cover behind the tree.
Now the mission for Team X Park is to get into the zone, which is not going to be easy. Meanwhile, I think we have our first few teams who just got eliminated. Once again, Glory and Obey Esports are the first one to leave us in this quarterfinals. Erangel. Meanwhile, X Park Gill getting the knock on the FPS Sir there, and I think he would love to enter the zone.
Well, although there's a massive fight breaking out between TX and OR on the other side. Wait a second, there you have it. TX, although they did just eliminate Deadeyes, they are going to be following suit, because, well, Evo is going to be on hand to make sure he puts them in the ground. And, well, Orange Rock Esports are off to a flying start. 7 finishes already. Talk about a domination spree. Now, of course, elsewhere on the other side, we did have a fight break out near the Pochinki Church, and looks like since the circle has shifted due north, all the teams are going to be coming in sooner or later. Before now, looks like Orangutan Gaming are under fire as Ash is brought down, and the OrgLess 5 are going to be charging forward.
2 amazing teams, 4 versus 4 competition, and they got the first knock in. I would love to see if OrgLess 5 can push in. Kylo with a beautiful nade cooked there to perfection. Would he be able to get some value out of it? No, he won't. OrgLess 5 trying to get better off Orangutan Gaming.
Oh, I love the fact that, you know, even though the vehicles were moving past, they still have people from above shooting down, making sure there's suppress the enemy, but Bomber's going to be brought down, and now there you have Zigzaw's brought down. Orangutan Gaming are responding in kind as another is brought down. That means one man stands for OrgLess 5. Question is, can he do something? That is it. That is all she wrote in the blink of an eye. That last man was taken down as well, and well, Orangutan Gaming do have 5 finishes to their name, and if you missed any of the action, well, we got you covered right here.
Absolutely. I mean, let's have an instant replay. Evo was there. I mean, look at his HP. No bullets were fired at him. I mean, they were coming at him, but no bullets connected.
I mean, it looks like Evo was kind of channeling the Matrix over here, dodging and weaving every single bullet coming over there. But again, TX over here getting caught out. They did manage to get one team here, Sparrow, but Orangutan Gaming, I beg your pardon, Orange Rock were on hand again. We might make a few fumbles because there's a lot of OGs, a lot of ORs, and a lot of OLs in the game today. But for now, TSM, with just that one finish to the name, they are going to try and make sure they have a nice little position over here as Orange Rock have been spotted. And well, when you see someone in the distance, chances are you're going to shoot at them. But for now, Orangutan Gaming, again, another fight in the compound, but this time it's going to be up against Skylightz Gaming. Somraj is going to hold down the fort, and looks like that is all she wrote. No, it isn't. They are going to be in that little room over there. That could be a massive grenade. One big grenade goes boom, and well, everyone could be taken out. I think that's it. I think that's it. Looks like all the 3 members inside, they didn't even have a chance to move out. Orangutan Gaming, what have you done? Out in the 11th position with 5 finishes.
Did I hear a police siren? That defending was actually criminal XP, and I have to say, I mean, Team Celsius now, they want to do just that. They want to go into the zone, they want to find a decent point, and that's why they're smoking their way out.
I think what happened there was, you know, although there were smokes deployed in that little room which Orangutan Gaming was sharing, of course the grenades were there, they couldn't find the exit, and in all that confusion and all that commotion, they were blown to smithereens as well. Sonic is kind of experiencing that right now. He is going to go right into that grenade. Lucky for him, he still has a little bit of HP left at hand. Now he's got to patch himself up, while on the other side, Fault Esports are doing good. 3 finishes. The grenade has been lobbed. Is it going to be good? Because he's got to be careful. Niku is going to be in the line of fire as far as Celsius Esports is concerned.
It's going to be a long journey for Fault Esports. They have to first take care of Celsius, then they have to worry about the zone. They are going to get gatekeeped as well, so it's not going to be easy XP. Meanwhile, talking about version 1, they lost a player, KBP JODD lost a player, or Esports lost a player. So all these 3 teams have 3 players now. Meanwhile, talking about the zone, I think Skylightz Gaming had a beautiful opportunity. They have a beautiful compound just outside the zone.
Have a look at the circle though. The only team that is going to be comfortable are the boys from OR Esports, and well, TSM are going to be joining them on the other side of that ridge. Looks like both these teams could be in prime position to rack up quite a few finishes. Before now, it's going to be Gumla Boy shooting in the smoke, and well, Max is going to be hoping against all odds he doesn't get hit, and just as I say that, one shot is going to find his body. However, he still has time to patch himself up. Elsewhere, we have DestructaX finally making a little bit of a move. I like the fact they have deployed smokes, but they are going to have to move fast because shots are going to be fired, and of course, it is going to be chaotic because Fault are now going to be taking on Skylightz Gaming in their own compound, but looks like they are going to be just behind the race. They got to be careful, Sparrow. OR is right behind them, but looks like DestructaX is going to be joining this little 3-way as well. Grenades are going to be flung at either end, while KBP JODD are going to be eliminated by Orange Rock in the 9th position.
A lot of teams, not much real estate left in the zone, and you know, you have to push, and that's what DestructaX is trying to do right now. But Skylightz Gaming, they are brilliant in defending. I would love to see how they're going to defend this beautiful compound. Tresto trying to push some nades down. It's all about the first token, and here you go. Gamla Boy getting the better of Exodus with that beautiful nade. Now Skylightz Gaming can push in, and yes, they're doing just that.
Well, Exodus is going to be brought down, but you got to keep one thing in mind. Skylightz Gaming do have fights on multiple fronts, and well, there you have it. The last man from Sin is going to fall down, and with that, another team is going to bite the dust. Exodus is going to be put down. Skylightz Gamla Boy goes in. He's had enough. Is he going to get the 3rd? No, he doesn't. He gets taken down. Another car is going to be coming in. Can they get some redemption for their teammate? Yes, they can, as now it is going to be a 1-on-3 situation. Destro making sure he goes into the right car, making quick work of the opposition, and there you have it. DestructaX have been destroyed completely, but now we're going to be switching over to TSM as they are going to be fending off We Are One. Now, of course, you got to be the best versions of yourself, but for now, it looks like Satya is all by his lonesome, and Shadow knows exactly where he is. Shadow sees him, Shadow shoots, Shadow gets him, and there you have it. TSM with 4 finishes to their name. Now, they're going to be asserting their dominance on the other teams.
TSM, even though they took it easy, they managed to get a decent position in the zone. They are in top 4. They don't have that many finishes as compared to Skylightz Gaming, who got 15 finishes, as compared to OR Esports, who got 12 finishes. But TSM, I think their preference is clear. They want to win. They want to get the chicken dinner.
I like like how the stage is set here, Sparrow. A drop lands in no man's land. Question is any man going to be brave enough to go for it? Because it's not about the loot that I'm concerned. It also provides some much vital cover. Now, TSM, they know that someone is going to be rushing out of the building soon enough. And speaking of TSM, I'm pretty sure every single team is going to have their attention averted towards Skylightz Gaming. Now, this is where OR could be a thorn in the side, but I like the fact that Ninja, JODD, and the boys, they know that they have enemies on either side. Have a look at that. They are going to be splitting up as Shadow and Blaze are going to deal with Skylightz Gaming, while Ninja and Equinox, well, they have the right flank covered to a hilt.
Absolutely. I think TSM have a great spot in the zone, same as Skylightz Gaming as well. They got a decent compound. They have cover. Meanwhile, Fault Esports, they have to enter the zone, but it's not going to be easy because Somraj is looking towards them. It's difficult for Orange Dog to get in the zone. Everyone is looking towards them.
Gotta say, that was an optimistic grenade coming in from Ninja. In fact, that one could be good. Jelly, you might just be in the radius, but unfortunately for Ninja, it is going to be just a bit too long. Now they are going to deploy some more smokes again. They got to make sure they have enough cover because, again, as the smoke dissipates, the enemy could see them from either end. Now Ninja does hear some commotion. In fact, a few vehicles are going to be used as OR's Evo is going to be the first one in. I love the fact that they already deployed so much smoke, but now he's coming right to the enemy. Looks like OR might just clash with TSM as Shadow is going to make sure that Skylightz Gaming are going to be put at bay, and there you have it. They have the drop, they have the cover, and well, with a few more grenades, they might just get a couple of finishes to the name. Speaking of grenades, Ninja is going to bring down Jelly by OR, and now he's going to go in for the kill. He does want Wexy in distance. Is he going to be second this time? No, he isn't. He gets taken down. Orange Rock out in the 4th position.
There's no fear in TSM. I mean, next we look at them go. They just go all out. They see the enemy. They shoot at them. And even though enemies are proning there, they have no fear. Wonderful start. 16 finishes already. And now they're putting TSM in the bag, it seems. They're managing to get 2 more. 18 finishes. Skylightz Gaming is just ripping things apart today.
Oh boy, these guys are shredding their opposition to pieces, and TSM now is going to be survived by just one man. That man is Ninja. Question is, can he be silent like a ninja? Can he lurk in the darkness? Can he come from behind and put a few shurikens in? We're going to find out, because for now, Skylightz Gaming, they look good. They look like they are going to take it all, but during all this commotion, there has been a team that has been very, very quiet, and that team is Fault Esports. Now, I wonder if the position is given away, because what scares me is they are clumped together so close, it could be problematic, but Somraj finally does realize, hey, wait a second, I saw something come in from that direction, and now this is when grenades could be paraded on them, like you like saying, as Skylightz Gaming are getting ready for a bit of an attack. Again, keep an eye out on Ninja. He could come out from the darkness and, well, put a knife in your back.
I love the way how Fault Esports played in this one. I mean, there was commotion everywhere. TSM was pushing in, Orange Rock was pushing in, Skylightz Gaming just wrecking havoc on everyone. But Fault Esports, they did nothing. They was just like, we are not here. We are not even, don't shoot at us.
Well, looks like their position has been given away. Picard does it at the high ground. They are going to move in. A grenade could be coming in. They don't need grenades because they're going to let the bullets do all the talking. The Somraj goes right up to the enemy, and well, Aladdin is going to be brought down. And with that, Fault Esports, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be out of this game, which means it's a 4-on-1. It is going to be Ninja up against the rest. But of course, you know, all that numerical advantage is going to go against him. Skylightz Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, getting that chicken dinner in the first game. And again, let me just tell you one thing. The old guard, the big dogs, they are performing. You mentioned it, you know, the action, again, it took place at the 15-minute mark.
Absolutely.
But boy, when the action started, it did not stop.
I mean, there was so much pressure on Fault Esports. There were commotion happening everywhere. TSM coming in from one side, Orange Rock trying to get in the zone, Skylightz Gaming wrecking havoc, and they were just proning there. They were like, we are not here, please don't see us, please don't shoot at us.
Now the thing is, you know, as soon as Somraj saw that little smoke grenade come his way, the position was given away, and a few precision shots coming in from Bukar made sure that, you know, they did lose one of their members early on. And chances are when you lose your members, of course, your mentality takes a little bit of a shake, and that is what we saw. But again, a good outing coming in here from all the games, and well, if you missed any of the action, you better make sure that you come here on time, but we still have you covered, as the highlights are now going to be popping up on your screens. And like I said, action did take its time, but once it started, oh boy, it was a great affair.
I mean, if I'm not wrong, there was 17 minutes on the clock, 16 teams were still alive, everyone was trying to get some real estate in the zone. Team X-Pac found themselves in the open. Team Orange Rock was shooting at them. There was DEADEYE Gaming who was shooting at them. And there were a lot of teams there in the zone, and they were not able to get in the zone.
This little move over here by Evo, and of course, all of you must be asking, why did the enemy shoot? They obviously did, but keep in mind, the hands must be shaking, the adrenaline is coursing through your veins, and well, OR, they did do their best, and of course, getting the better of TX over here. Have a look at that. They're going to make sure that DEADEYE Esports feel their brunt, but that one grenade is going to bring Mavi off his feet, and well, that was one of the moments that led to their demise again. Keep in mind, the blue zone is going to be chipping away at their HP, and Mavi does lob a grenade. I do believe he does almost get a knock on Aditya. Yes, he does. But unfortunately, it was a bit too little, too late elsewhere. Orangutan Gaming fending off an attack at the church, and in fact, the OrgLess fight, well, they became 0 real quick.
Well, you have to win your individual fights. I mean, it was a 2v2 situation on both fronts. First, if you talk about Orangutan Gaming, and they managed to win both of them. Meanwhile, talking about Orangutan Gaming, they would be really angry at themselves. The way they entered the compound, Skylightz Gaming just took them out.
I mean, of course, we did kind of mention they did deploy so much smoke down there that, they probably couldn't. Oh, that's just gotta hurt. That's just gotta hurt, because he almost made it. But at the last second, at the last possible second, he was flung from his vehicle, and well, that is all she wrote. Now, of course, this is another push that we were talking about. Skylightz Gaming, like you said, they are good at defending. Of course, when Gamla Boy's had enough, he just goes in for those finishes. And, well, he did rack up quite a few for himself. 5, if I'm not wrong. But, of course, his teammates were at hand to rack up all those finishes. I do believe, did someone reach double digits, or are we just one shy?
Well, we would love to see iQOO MVP would be coming onto our screen really soon. But I love the mindset of Skylightz Gaming, the way they played. Look, first 17 minutes, they were trying to get a decent spot in the zone. They got the best compound in the zone, and after that, they just wreak havoc on everyone.
Now, even though towards the end, as we do see over here, the circle does kind of gradually shift away from them. They were kind of forced to come out. The fact is, as soon as TSM and Orange Rock, they kind of, clashed with one another, that is when they capitalized. The moment TSM looked to their right, of course, at the right, we had OR Esports. The moment they did that, that is when, Pokar was the first to take one of the members down, and in an instant, TSM lost half their members. Now, of course, Ninja did all he could to lay down some lead, but when you have 4 guns trained at your position, oh boy, you can't really be the Matrix at that point, and you can't just get out of the way. But again, and all in all, a good affair coming in. I do believe 18, maybe 20 finishes for Skylightz Gaming, and I wonder if anybody has those double digits as far as finishes go. But again, you called it slow start, but an explosive end.
Well, talking about that, I think TSM, I love the strategy, to be honest. The way they rotated throughout this game of Erangel, it was absolutely brilliant. But the best part is not that. The best part, even though they have the gunpowder, you don't have to use it every single time. It is a very important match, and you're also human. You can lose.
You can lose, of course. Everybody has good days and bad, but this time they did have a good day because TSM, again, we're going to show this later on. Before that, we know who won. Let's see how all the other teams did, as the point standings are now going to be popping up on your screen. And, well, Skylightz Gaming, take a bow, because you are going to be walking away with 37 points, 22. Just hear that again, 22 from finishes in the first game.
Is it real? Or am I dreaming? This is quarterfinals of the biggest tournament in the history of BGMI. And they just came here and they just conquered every single one of them. With 15 position points, 22 finish points, they got a total of 37 points after game number 1.
I said earlier, Veni, Vidi, Vici, that is what TSM did last time. They came, they saw, they conquered. Looks like we have some new kings in town. But again, talking about TSM, 3rd position, 12 from position, 7 from finish. Not so high, but again, they are still up there.
Well, I love the aggression of Team Orange Rock as well. They're at number 2 at this point of time, even though they got only 8 position points. But they managed to get 12 finish points, getting a total of 20 points. Right now, at number 4, we got 4 TSP. They got 10 position points with only 3 finish points. Talking about the page that nobody wants to be on, it's going to be DEADEYE Esports at number 16, One-Sided Glory at number 15, Obey Esports at number 14. All 3 of them have 0 points.
Well, 0 points, and the ones above them aren't doing so good as well. Rivalry with 1, OrgLess with 1. Now Team Xbox not off to the start that everyone expected. But the thing is, 2 finish points mean they do have the taste of blood. Let's see if they can capitalize on that further. Speaking about the taste of blood, let's see who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. It is going to be Skylightz Gaming, and it is going to be Somraj with 9 finishes to his name, just 1 short of double digits.
I mean, I would say he got 15 finishes. Look at the assist there. I mean, 6 assists coming into his name, 1150 total damage, 2 headshots done. Healing 204, survival time 25 minutes and 45 seconds. The way this guy is playing, and I won't be surprised if all 4 of them would be in top 5.
It could be because, they did rack up all those finishes. Speaking of the top 5, let's actually have a look and see who is going to be joining Somraj. And, well, it is going to be a bit of a split because Pukkar and Gamla Boy are going to be in 2 and 3 with 7 and 5 finishes respectively. But Orange Rock, Evo and Jelly are going to make the cut as well.
The best thing is, look at the damage of Skylightz Gaming. Somraj got 1150, as we said it. Pukkar got 905. Gamla Boy got 910 damage as well. The total damage of this team is going to be so amazing that we are going to be amazed.
Oh yeah, we might just see records being shattered. But before we do that, let's have a look at a few more facts and a few more figures as well. The match summary is going to be popping up. And the question on everyone's mind is, how many grenades ended up finishing people? Well, the short answer is 6 out of 91.
Well, I was expecting more grenade use there, but only 91 were used, 6 were able to find their target. Meanwhile, total healing, if you talk about 6,477 were healed there, total knock 61, total finishes 57, total rescued 51. It's only 1 airdrop looted XP.
I mean, at this stage, I am not complaining because even in the weapons that you can't find on the map, willy-nilly, they are doing all the talking and, well, it is going to be a good day for action. Now, let's have a look at a few graphs because the finish to damage performance graph is going to be popping up on our screens. And like you said, oh boy, 3,554 points of damage. They have pretty much, overshadowed everyone else. And in fact, Sparrow, if I am not wrong, this is going to be the second highest damage in the tournament so far.
That too in quarterfinals. That's a big thingy. I mean, round 1 was okay. It was good. Round 2 was even better. Round 3 was actually amazing. But this is quarterfinals. Only the best 64 teams are playing in quarterfinals. And I have to say, the first one is also there as well. Who's playing?
Well, the thing is, of course, at this stage, you got to bring your A game, and all the teams, they are putting their best foot forward, and this is what you do see. Now, keep one thing in mind, a couple of teams, in fact, all the teams have had a little taste of blood, the lowest damage done being 23 by one team and 43 by the other. Now, they, of course, are going to have to step things up. But again, sooner or later, they still have 5 games in hand, and, the hesitancy is going to be there in Game 1 for a few of the newer teams.
Absolutely. Talking about the newer teams, KBP JODD, they got 1,221 total damage for I think for 3 finishes only. They played well. They got a lot of damage done, but I would love to see KBP JODD just, feeling comfortable there. We talk about KBP JODD, I have to talk about DestructaX. They managed to survive for a longer period of time. They just rushed into Skylightz Gaming. They could have done so much better there.
Well, I always love saying coulda, woulda, shoulda, but for now, we are going to just pit 2 teams up against one another as OR Esports are going to be facing off against TSM. Now, OR finished 4th, TSM finished 2nd, 12 finishes to 7. Pretty even Steven, but again, we do expect a few more clashes between these 2 teams in the next few games.
Like we were talking about FD ratio, TSM is the team who managed to get 3,900 plus
the highest damage so far.
And now we got Skylightz Gaming who are at number 2. But talking about Orange Rock Esports, I mean, XP, I have to say, the way they played, Orange Rock is not a very aggressive team, but the way they played in this one, that was magical.
I was just going to bring that up because historically, OR Esports, they're all about the position.
They're known for their position points, yeah.
They're all about the position points. They only take fights towards the end, but again, when the enemy is going to be pretty much in your grill, well, there are only 2 options. Either you succumb to them and, just lie down flat on the ground and, give up, or you take the fight to them, and that is what they did. And, well, they did come out on top, beating the likes of Team Xbox pretty early on. But again, speaking of face-offs, I do expect these clashes coming in later as well because oh boy, they have the taste for blood, and of course they want to make sure they rack up all those finish points.
Well, talking about action, I think Miramar is filled with it. You have to make sure you get a decent loot. You have to make sure that you rotate really well. You have to make sure that your prediction is on point. You know why? Because a lot of people are predicting and a lot of people are winning. You can also do that. Just go into the description and find a link, fill your details, and you might be winning some really good goodies.
Well, like you said, while all the teams are predicting what the others are going to do, we have some goodies in store for you. Check the link down below and just answer one simple question. Who is going to be on top of the leaderboard at the end of this day? And you just might walk away with some amazing BGMI merchandise, which of course I'm going to be typing soon enough, but I'm going to wait a couple of games. I'm going to wait and see if anyone has a clear lead, and then I'm just going to keep spamming that link one after the other.
Maybe that is why you're not winning XP. stream. You have to do it early.
Oh, see, that's where I'm making a mistake, I guess. All right, so what I'm going to do is, in the next break that's going to come up shortly, I'm going to do just that. In fact, am I allowed multiple devices? Because I do see a few iQOOs on the table here, and I wonder if production is going to mix them. But again, just talking about iQOO, this is what they have done. They have given us this opportunity. They have given all these players this opportunity, this one chance to either grab it or, well, go back home crying. And by the looks of it, most of the newer teams, they are basking in the glory, and, well, they are going to be a happy bunch of people.
You know what? They're playing well. Their journey was beautiful. But I have to say one more thing. I mean, look at TSM. Look at Skylightz Gaming. Look at Orange Rock. What is the difference between these teams and those new teams? The way they are playing, the aggression is just immense.
Also about these teams, just to add a point to you, they've been there, done that, right?
Absolutely.
So this is something that all the newer teams should, keep in check. They were at this position as well. So again, it's about experience. Practice makes perfect. We've been saying that again and again. And for the first time in our lives, we actually do suggest you practice the game a bit more. That means you get a bit more gaming time and, well, just might do better. Man, I couldn't have said that statement about 10 years ago in this country.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, if you ask me, all these players, I know some have more experience, some are pretty much new to the scene, but they are all here. This is the same stage. You are standing here, I'm standing here, these teams are standing here. They can do so much better.
Every single time, whenever you play a match which has some relevance, whether it's a classic game as well, even for us before we start casting, you always get those butterflies, right? You always have that giddy feeling. That is a good sign because you do care about the outcome of the situation that you are heading in. So, by all means, you do have those nerves. Now, I do believe the majority of the nerves, the majority of the shakes, they are out because they've already gone up against the big dogs. And the teams that have made it to the quarterfinals, well, they have made it to the quarterfinals. So the hard part is done. And, well, only half the battle remains.
Well, as I say, it always take the mask of nervousness out and embrace the audience there, because there are a lot of people watching them at this point of time. They could be superstars the next day.
Yes. Now, I have a little counterpoint to that little thing that you're saying. As far as the audience is concerned, for me, when you are in this hot seat, right, just block everything out. Like a horse has blinders, that is what you need, and, well, you got to focus. And speaking of focus, let's put the focus on a couple of players in the last round, as we are going to make them face off against one another, and it's going to be Gamla Boy from Skylightz Gaming and Evo Italy from OR Esports.
Both amazing players in their own right. Talking about finishers, they got equal number of finishes, with Gamla Boy getting the better damage there. 910 damage to Gamla Boy as compared to Italy, who got 767 damage. Assist, if you talk about, Italy got the better of him at this point of time with 3 assists, and Gamla Boy getting only 2.
What stands out for me, of course, everyone can see the stats on their screen right now, but they are going to be remembering that one particular instant when, Italy just went up against the opponent's point-blank range, switches the weapon, and manages to get both of them down. Now that we've had a look at a couple of players, let's shine that bright light, that spotlight, as we like calling it, onto a squad. And, well, I'm sure a lot of you can guess which squad we are going to be bringing up, because they have been racking up quite a few finishes. But before we do that, again, I like the fact that, all right, I guess we've done that. 22 finishes in the first game. Mind you, normally you see stats like this after maybe a game or 2, or maybe even 3 games. This is game number 1 on day 3 of the quarterfinals, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, on one side of the table, we have a team who got 22 finishes. On other side of the table, we have 3 teams who got 0 finishes, or maybe more than that. So, the contrast is there. It's time for all these teams. If they can do it, they can, actually put it. If your competition can do it, you can also do it. It's as simple as that.
See, for me, yes, a few teams do have some experience. Yes, a few teams have been in the spotlight. So, it's a bit easy. They can take it a bit cool, just brush it off their shoulders. For the newer lads, it is going to be a bit tricky. But again, you've made it. You are competing with the best of the best. Keep one thing in mind. You are the best of the best at this stage as well, because as we said, 64 teams, they did come through these stages, and, they've been fighting against thousands.
Absolutely.
During the qualifying stages.
Yes, sir. I mean, that's why I was saying, if you are here, you have something amazing in yourself, and you just have to believe yourself, just like Skylightz Gaming is doing right now.
Oh boy, talk about believing yourselves. I mean, they are overdoing it, because 22 finishes is just ridiculous. Making sure all 4 members till the end is just ridiculous. And, well, speaking of Skylightz Gaming, I want to see what's going on in their heads. So, what we're going to do right now? We are going to be heading over to an interview, and again, it is going to be Skylightz Gaming, and we ask them the tough questions.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का iQOO प्रेजेंट्स बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया सीरीज में। और ये है एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग इंटरव्यू सेशन। मेरा नाम अंकित पांडे एके एंकी बॉट, मेरे साथ जुड़ेंगे फ्लो की, और साथ ही साथ इस बार हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं स्काईलाइट गेमिंग के डेस्ट्रो, जिनसे हम कुछ बातें चीतें करेंगे और जानेंगे कि क्या स्ट्रैटेजीज वो अपनाने वाले हैं इस क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में। एंड ऑब्वियसली काफी इंटरेस्टिंग कन्वर्सेशन यहाँ पर जरूर से रहने वाली है। बस इंतजार है कि डेस्ट्रो जल्दी से ज्वाइन करे। एंड आई होप फ्लो की यू हैव आल्सो गॉट योर क्वेश्चंस रेडी। डेस्ट्रो, स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
थैंक यू सो मच। मैं बढ़िया हूँ, आप लोग कैसे हैं?
आप बिल्कुल बढ़िया, बिल्कुल बढ़िया।
एकदम मस्त, एकदम मस्त. You know, we are all doing fine. Well, Destro, firstly, welcome to the show. Welcome to the studio. First question over here. So, you know, elephant in the room. You have seen कि you know there is another very scary team in your group. TSM नामक की एक टीम है जिन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार परफॉर्मेंस दिखाया है. लेकिन क्या उनके प्रेजेंस से आपके दिमाग में या आपके जिगर में थोड़ा डर बैठा हुआ है कि आपके दिमाग में ये है कि नहीं नहीं TSM हो जो भी हो देख लेंगे, क्या जाता है?
एक्चुअली ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ता है बिकॉज पिछले 5-6 महीने से तो हम सेम लॉबी में ही खेलते हैं, TSM हो चाहे कोई भी अच्छी टीम हो इंडिया की.
जी।
सो इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. इट्स जस्ट दैट दे प्ले वेरी वेल. तो अंडर एस्टिमेट नहीं करना है किसी को. विल गिव अ बेस्ट एंड आई होप सो हम अच्छा ही करें.
वेल दैट्स गुड. एंड ऑब्वियसली वो कॉन्फिडेंस यहाँ पर बिल्कुल दिखाए कि TSM हो या कोई भी टीम हो, अपन खेले हुए हैं तो टेंशन की बात नहीं है. बट डेस्ट्रो एट द सेम टाइम हमने देखा कि यहाँ पर अभी सैनहॉक का एक एडिशन हुआ है. सैनहॉक जो है बहुत ही अनप्रेडिक्टेबल सा एक मैप हमें देखने को मिलता है, और उस पर आप ज्यादा रिलाई नहीं कर सकते. यू नो कि आप उस पर पॉइंट्स के लिए ज्यादा रिलाई नहीं कर सकते. तो व्हाट्स योर टीम स्ट्रैटेजी एंड व्हाट्स योर टेक ऑन द मैप ऑफ सैनहॉक?
जस्ट लाइक यू सेड, सनक हैज ऑलवेज बीन अनप्रेडिक्टेबल.
जी,
तो हमारी टीम का स्ट्रैटेजी तो सिंपल रहने वाला है दैट विल ट्राई टू गेट एज मच फर्स्ट एड्स एज वी कैन, सो दैट इवन इफ अ पोजीशन मतलब टीम का पोजीशन अच्छा नहीं आता है, एक बंदा हमारा हील बैटल करके कुछ ना कुछ पॉइंट्स तो निकाल ही सकता है. बाकी तो क्या पता सैनहॉक में क्या हो, कोई नहीं जानता.
Absolutely, काफी RNG रहता है सैनहॉक में. Of course, I think yesterday maybe if you were paying attention, आपने circle देखा होगा किस तरफ गया था. It was a very very interesting circle. So, well, in case you haven't, I hope you have a look at it again. But once again, I want to ask you, you know, a slightly different question now. Erangel 3 बार खेला जाने वाला है, you know, in this map. Does that actually make you feel comfortable or does that make you slightly nervous? क्योंकि जो भी qualified teams हैं यहाँ पे, उन्होंने सिर्फ Erangel खेला है काफी लंबे टाइम के लिए. So somewhere or the other, उनका Erangel काफी polish हो गया होगा ये पॉइंट पे.
एरांगल मोस्ट ऑफ द टीम्स का स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट मैप है एंड हमारा भी काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग मैप है, क्योंकि जब से ये मैप पहला मैप एरांगल ही था तो सबसे ज्यादा मैप नॉलेज एंड ऑल एरांगल का ही है सब टीम्स को. तो वो मतलब T1 टीम जितनी भी अभी आई हैं, इनवाइटेड टीम्स जिन्होंने भी क्वालिफाई किया है, एंड इवन द अंडरडॉग्स, सबका एरांगल स्ट्रॉन्ग होगा तो कंपटीशन काफी अच्छा होने वाला है एरांगल में.
वेल, टॉकिंग अबाउट कंपटीशन, डेस्ट्रो, आपने देखा होगा अभी राउंड 3 में भी आप लोग खेले थे, तो क्या कंपटीशन जो है वो असलियत में कैसा है? जो अंडररेटेड टीम्स है जो यहाँ पर पॉलिश होकर के आ रही हैं, जो राइजिंग स्टार्स ऑफ इंडिया है, जब वो यहाँ पर एक फ्यूजन हमें देखने को मिल रहा है, आप जैसे बोल रहे हैं कि आप TSM के अगेंस्ट काफी ज्यादा खेले और बाकी जो बढ़िया टीम्स है, आप लाइक जो आपने बोला उनके अगेंस्ट काफी ज्यादा खेले, तो अब ये वाला एक्सपीरियंस कैसा था और कॉम्पिटिशन कैसा था अंडररेटेड टीम्स के साथ खेलने का?
कि राउंड 3 से पहले आई वाज वेरी नर्वस बिकॉज हमें पता नहीं था हम किस टीम्स के अगेंस्ट खेलने वाले हैं, कौन कैसा खेलता है, किसका गेम प्ले क्या है, किसके ड्रॉप्स क्या है. बट व्हेन वी प्लेड, सो आई गॉट टू नो दैट जितनी भी अंडरडॉग्स टीम्स हैं ये लाइक दे डोंट लैक इन गन पावर. सबका एम एंड ऑल एवरीथिंग इज ऑन पॉइंट.
राइट.
अभी बस थोड़ा जो एक्सपीरियंस का यू नो मतलब कमी है, सिर्फ एक वही चीज है जो अभी थोड़ा सा मतलब डिफरेंस है T1 टीम्स और अभी अंडरडॉग्स में. उसके अलावा आई डोंट थिंक सो गन गेम में कोई प्रॉब्लम है, तो उतना ज्यादा लेवल बढ़ेगा.
वेल, थैंक यू सो मच डेस्ट्रो इन सारी सवालों का जवाब देने के लिए. बहुत मजा आया आपसे बात करने के लिए. ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द क्वार्टर फाइनल्स टू यू एंड योर टीम, एंड वी आर प्रीटी श्योर दैट आपकी टीम बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करने वाली है.
थैंक यू सो मच.
फ्लो की ये हैं डेस्ट्रो, जिन्होंने यहाँ पर बताया कि अंडररेटेड टीम्स जो उनके पास गन पावर है, सारी स्किल्स है, बट द ओनली थिंग वेयर दे आर लैकिंग इज कॉन्फिडेंस. लेट्स जस्ट गो एंड सी कि ये जो अगला मैच आने वाला है उसमें जो अंडरडॉग टीम्स है वो कैसा परफॉर्म करेंगी एंड कैसा चैलेंज जो है वो यहाँ पर इन ये जो बड़ी बड़ी टीम्स है, जैसा यहाँ पे डेस्ट्रो ने बोला, उनको मिलने वाला है. सो लेट्स जंप इनटू द नेक्स्ट मैच.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021, powered by the iQOO 7 Legend. My name is Floki. Join me for this one is going to be Spiro. Well, we had a word with the member of Skylightz Gaming himself, Mr. Destro. What do you think about the interview? Do you think that this man can be any more fearless? Because he said it, he said, doesn't matter who we're going up against, we are going to play like we usually do.
He's the man of his words. That's all I have to say. I mean, look at the confidence there, the way he played. It's absolutely just miraculous. But talking about the performances, I think we have something who is performing even better. That is going to be iQOO 7 Legend.
This phone right here, it's got the best performance out there, Qualcomm Snapdragon 88. But you know what? We can talk all about them, all we want. It's better to hear it from themselves. So let's jump into the promo and see what iQOO 7 Legend is all about. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the iQOO 7 Legend itself, the beast inside with a Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 processor and a 66-watt flash charge, making sure that if this ever runs out of power, it's only going to take 22 minutes to get it back to that full charge, and you can continue gaming BGMI forever on this device. It's going to make sure that your experience is smooth and seamless. But you know what? Enough talking about iQOO. Let's talk more about the teams coming into this game. Of course, Skylightz Gaming taking the chicken dinner in last one, but there are some other contenders here. So let's have a look at who they are. We have DSM, Skylightz Gaming, Team X Spark, Fault Esports, Sid Official, Celsius Esports, Orange Rock Esports, and OrgLess 5.
Alongside them, we have some amazing teams like Obey Esports, DEADEYE Esports, and you know what? I think all these young teams, all these amazing teams, I think they're going to make a big comeback in Miramar.
Oh yeah, they most certainly could, but let's jump over to the other side and see quickly enough what these other teams are also going to be holding in for us. Of course, we are going to be recognizing some of those names, but Spiro, why don't you go ahead and tell us what these teams are?
Absolutely. I mean, we got KBP JODD, One-Sided Glory, Rivalry Esports, DestructaX, Orangutan Gaming, and Version 1. Floki, now first game is done. We have 5 more games to go, and I have to say that all these teams, I mean, some are off to a good start, some are off to an average start, some are off to a bad start, but Miramar is going to be so fun because all these teams are desperate to win now.
Absolutely, and guess what? Miramar is even going to be better for all of these invited teams, right? Because this is the first map that they played. This is the map where they were on even grounds with all of these other teams who have qualified and coming from the open qualifiers. So somewhere or the other, their prep work should be even more. They should be ready for this map. Let's see if that holds true, because this is a map where the invited teams should perform. Hopefully, we see some of the teams who haven't been performing as well, get up to that mark. Notably, I'm talking about Team X Spark. Didn't really quite have the performance they were looking for in Game 1, but it's early days, it's the first map, so let's jump into Miramar and see what it's all about, and hopefully this time around, maybe X Spark can have a bit more of an impact.
X Spark, I mean, they were struggling to get in the zone. There were a lot of real estate to take, but there were a lot of players as well. There were a lot of opposition who were trying to gatekeep them, and it's never going to be easy for any team to make sure that they can enter the zone easily. Talking about easy, Miramar is not easy at all. It's a wonderful map with a lot of difficulties, especially in these tall buildings where you have to rush. You need to use some really good utilities.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, it's all about those smokes. It's all about those long rotations on this map and making sure you've got the high ground, you've got the vantage point to work with. That is where you can hold your enemies hostage. Of course, lots of different spots in this map that will give you that advantage, but the western part of the map is usually the place where you're able to put up a couple of players, maybe a couple of DMRs, maybe even an AWM if you do manage to loot an airdrop, and you're going to be set for the coming circles. Of course, if the circle shifts a little bit to the east, can't do much about that. That is just the nature of the game. But even then, Picardo and San Martin once again going to be the hot spots for this match. And well, Los Leones, it speaks for itself. So I do imagine that those are the 3 places we're going to have to keep our eye out for, because
any team that manages to get control of San Martin is going to have a very, very good time rotating into the next circle.
Yes, sir. I mean, think about yesterday. We have witnessed some really good Chumacera zones there, and I would love to see that again. I mean, Chumacera is a beautiful spot surrounded with beautiful mountains, and teams, they always struggle to enter Chumacera for some reason, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, Chumacera is one of those places that is somewhat cut off. There aren't really a lot of good entryways into that place, so you kind of have to go off-road a little bit there. Maybe have a buggies or something, one of those vehicles that helps you with that sort of a situation. Just help you drive off-road and make sure you've got that traction, you've got that control to control that vehicle a little bit better. But we should be jumping into the game soon enough and seeing where the flight path is going to take us. But before we do, Spiro, any predictions? Where do you want to see the flight path?
Well, I would love to see flying path where it's the most difficult for a lot of teams, because I would love to see some
skewed
action.
flight path?
Yeah, I would love to see one-sided plane path, but talking about plane path, right now the pilot is going to be Skylightz Gaming Somraj, and I think it's going to start from Tierra Bronca going all the way western of Landrilla and Monte Nevo. A lot of places like Los Lenos, Impala, Puerto Paracio, Los Ilgos are outside the reach of all these players. If they want to go there, they have to travel a long distance.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be hard for some of these teams to get towards Chumacera, Valdemar as well. If you are one of those crazy teams that does like to go there, Impala, probably also going to be a little bit hard to access, but I do imagine it should be easy enough to get there once you do land somewhere in the vicinity. Now, of course, Torre Ahumada was the place where Reckoning Esports dropped yesterday, and they had a very, very good time. This time around, we'll see who it is that makes their way there, but I do imagine that Torre Ahumada should be relatively empty except for one team. I see members from DestructaX dropping over the area of Cruz del Val as well, so we'll see if they decide to rotate into Torre Ahumada, but no, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. They're just very, very happy snatching up that singular place of Cruz del Val for themselves and sharing the loot that's contained within.
I always feel bad about Campo Militar. I mean, the place is pretty much open. It has some amazing loot, the best loot of Miramar maybe, but nobody goes there. It's so in the corner that nobody wants to go there. It's so hard to rotate from there. Plus, if there is a drop clash in Campo Militar, you're doomed. But talking about doom, a lot of teams who are in the northern side of the Miramar, they are doomed because the zone is going towards Los Lenas.
Oh yeah, well there you go. The first part of the game breaking up between the members of Celsius Esports. Well, let's see if they can actually find that big AKM and it's just wrapping off the shots. Can he actually connect? No, he cannot. He's still standing strong. He's going to pick up the sniper, try and connect with it, but does not. And Dreams, well, he's done a lot of damage over to the pickup truck, so Akshay is going to be a little bit spooked after that, but he will be safe and sound. And hopefully he can get himself some loot to work with, because right now he is running with nothing in his hands whatsoever.
If that's not pressure, I don't know what is. He got an AKM. The player is in the car, sitting just idle there, wanting to, start the vehicle and go somewhere. I think Dreams made the mess out of that spray.
Oh,
but
well,
to be honest,
speaking of Dreams, he has actually been knocked down over here, Spiro. Look at that. Sonic, I think he's the one responsible for this.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a really good switch and bait coming in from Team Rivalry. Sonic managing to come here, getting the better of Dreams, and I don't see any player in the minimap.
Absolutely. Well, Dreams is all by himself over here, and unless someone goes on a big flank around Sonic, I don't think it's going to be easy to take him out over here. Dreams should most certainly be biting the dust, and Celsius Esports starting off the game with only 3 members. This is not the way they imagine Miramar to go. And well, if they want to have a chance of winning this one, then they kind of need to make sure that they don't give up these finishes, because every member counts towards the end of that circle. You know that's what Miramar is like. Hell, if you have 3 players and you're trying to fight high ground, you can just say goodbye, because you're just not going to have the numbers to create some sort of a wraparound situation for yourself unless you get sort of lucky with the circle or the zone. But once again, Rivalry Esports, they open up the board, they get that first finish for themselves. And well, good luck is going to be on their side too. That's what the first pick gets you. A bunch of good luck.
Well, it was much needed for Rivalry. They are off to a wonderful start. They still have 4 of their players surviving in Miramar, and I think they would love to get some decent loot now. After that, they would think about rotating inside the zone. Talking about the zone, Los Lenas is going to be a super important area for a lot of teams, and I would love to see how the rotations are going to creep in. Talking about Orange Rock, I mean, look at their rotation on the eastern side of the zone. They are using that beautiful highway to get into the zone.
Absolutely. I mean, Orange Rock, they're going to go all the way around from Puerto Paraíso and maybe try and make their way towards Los Leones, or even a bit further towards Chumacera, like you mentioned. So, yeah, we could see some of those rotations coming in early on, but now we turn attention towards Evo, who, like you mentioned, is driving down the highway.
Well, that was a beautiful shot there, but Evo now moving on. I think he wants some loot right now. He got a level 1 helmet. He has yet to find any medkits. They need some loot. But I love the idea, to be honest, Flocky. They are looking to get into the zone first. They are looking to get a decent position in the zone first, and then they are looking to get some loot.
Absolutely. Well, they will be, going off-road just for a little bit, just seeing what kind of loot they can find in those surrounding compounds. But it does seem that TSM has got all the real estate near Graveyard for themselves. No one really to contest them over here. They should be walking away with their choice of weapons, nades, vests as well as helmets. Everything that under the sun that's available is going to go to them. And we'll see what TSM can do with it, because a fully kitted up TSM is scary. Sure, they weren't as good as Skylightz Gaming, they didn't get those 22 finish points, but once again, this is TSM we're talking about, a team that consistently performs all that well. And well, once they know they're in the clear, they go completely berserk, just looking to break records.
Well, they can go all out any moment, but I think the plan is good. I think their mindset is simple: play first 3 games passively. They want to get decent points, they want to get some chicken dinners, and after getting 60 points in 3 games, I think that's the plan. After getting 60 points, they're going to unleash the real TSM onto quarterfinals.
Absolutely, we'll see what the real TSM is made of, but for now, they might be running into a couple of Bay members over here. I do see Shadow around the vicinity. I don't think Shadow OG himself knows about his counterpart there, but they might come into spinning distance with each other. In fact, he will spot him out over here with the UAB, but he does not connect. For now, he's got another DMR to work with, but does he pull it out? Is that even a DMR? Yes, it is a DMR. I believe that is the Mini 14 on his back there.
With a 6x.
And maybe he might just be able to get those picks, but once again, at that distance, you kind of have to make a hard choice between having an automatic weapon or having a weapon that hits hard, but you might just get rushed down if you don't connect your shots. And Shadow, well, he is going to ducktail and run. He wants to have nothing to do with the OG Shadow himself.
Well, he got nothing to do. Both Shadows were trying to figure out each other, but at this point of time, TSM, it's not a team you want to mess with, especially early on in the game. You want to make sure that you survive for a longer period of time, at least for 20 minutes, before you just go all out against anyone. Meanwhile, Obey, they still are in the middle of nowhere. They have to be careful about their situations because they don't want to spend too much time in the open area. Meanwhile, talking about Team X-Park, what a wonderful team they are, but not off to a great start, I have to say, Floki. The first game was not good for them.
Absolutely, Team X-Park, they didn't get the start that they wanted, but maybe this time around with all the loot that they found, they shouldn't be really contested over here. They're going all the way around, we can see that they've got 4 different vehicles for themselves. One of the players seems to be on foot, just scouting things out, and that is Ultron. And, well, this is the best sort of rotation one can make, just going completely off-road over here. And they're trying to make life easy for themselves. A little bit of bumper car action. So here looks like somebody is missing those good old carnivals as well as those theme parks that are obviously shut down right now. But in the meantime, we will see if Team X-Park do manage to dominate. Right now, they have control of Los Leones, but maybe in the future, a couple of teams come in and shove them out. In the meantime, Rivalry, the ones responsible for finding the first pick, still on the road, and I believe they're going further west towards the areas of Chumacera.
I love the fact that you have to travel a long time in these vehicles. This is just a beautiful place, Miramar. It feels like a desert and you're just roaming around trying to find your enemies. You have to be careful of all the mountains there are, because there are a lot of teams who just want to go on top of that mountain hill and they would love to take you out from there.
Absolutely. Well, the buggy is the best sort of vehicle you can have on this map, and that is exactly what one of the Rivalry members has. I believe it's Final Boss who's going out and scouting things out. But Deuce over here, he hears the commotion, and if they come into his crosshair, maybe he could fire a couple of shots. But yeah, can't do so with the M4 at that range. He needs a longer sight to maybe try and contest that, and unfortunately, he just does not have it. But he still has the info. What?
He's practicing. We do that a lot.
That is actually problematic. I'm not sure if someone heard him.
Well, I agree. I agree that is problematic, but there are a lot of players. I'm also like, they're fidgety players. You know about that, right? Always jumping around, always jiggling here and there, and they can't keep quiet. I think he's one of them. Yeah, I think he's one of them.
Absolutely does seem like he is one of them, but guess what? Another one of these other teams who we have scouted out the fact that Rivalry have rotated in, so now 2 teams are aware of this fact in Orangutan Gaming. Well, we'll see if they decide to push in over here or not. For now, AKOP is just going to be the eyes for his team, see if anyone is going to try and encroach towards his position, but for the time being, he is safe. He has got nothing to be worried about, and eventually we'll see what Orangutan decides to do. For now, they're just very, very happy with the fact that they're inside the circle, they're inside the zone, and the terrain that they're in, it does give them cover from the surrounding area, so maybe they won't be discovered so easily.
Well, talking about the zone, I would love to have a look at the zone at this point of time, and yes, as I was signaling, it is shrinking right now as we speak, and we have an Eastern Shore in the zone. A lot of teams are already there. As I said, Lost Laners is going to be super important for a lot of teams, and at this point of time, Team Sin is feeling comfortable in their couches. They're just sitting in Lost Laners doing nothing.
Absolutely. I mean, everyone is just sitting over there, but the circle once again is going to shift a little bit towards the west over here. Just giving all these teams in Power Grid and San Martin a run for their money, and we'll see what's going to happen over there towards Los Leones. In the meantime, it does seem that OrgLess 5 and a lot of these other teams are trying to go in. KBP still all the way in El Pozo, so it's going to take a long time for them to get inside the zone. But in the meantime, we're going to be turning our attention towards, well, those KBP members themselves, the first blue zone. Not the most damaging of them all, but yeah, if you do let it start whittling you down at that distance, you might have to heal yourself a couple of times. In the meantime, Team X Spark, this one out, the members from DSM, they will be able to incapacitate JODD, who does seem to be on his knees right now. Nope, never mind, he is still standing strong. Well, he's not standing exactly, but he is proning and he's low on HP. And finally, he will be shot, put down on his knees, or is that him healing back up? No, that's him healing back up. Never mind.
He's stuck. He's stuck there. I mean, they need some smokes there. They need something to happen. Look at the flank coming in from Mavi. That was a brilliant flank coming in from Mavi. If they can save Ninja, that would be just fantastic. But to be honest, let me tell you, it's not going to be easy, even for TSM.
Absolutely. Well, in the meantime, Ultron is going to continue to just fire a couple of shots in that direction with that M16. Oh, but look at that Mavi coming in from the flank. I believe it was Ultron who managed to find that headshot on Shadow OG. And looks like Mavi might just finish the job over here with that nade bouncing in. Does it connect? It does deal a little bit of damage, but that's all it's going to do. And just make sure that the TSM don't get too comfortable for the time being. It looks like the res will come through. Those smokes being forced early on, though it does mean that TSM is going to have to find another place for themselves to hold. We'll see where they're going to be moving. In the meantime, Team X Spark, they have to be a little bit careful over here, Spear, because if they don't, they're going to start attracting attention from the surrounding areas. And I do remember seeing Orangutan Gaming nearby. I do remember seeing Rivalry Esports as well. And guess what? They are hearing the commotion and they kind of want to figure out what the hell's happening over here.
Meanwhile, Orange Rock, on the other hand, they are also in a really tough situation. Actually, not that tough. If you talk about tough, I think Team Fault Esports is in a tough situation. Aditya with a beautiful spray there, and the nade is coming in. He knows exactly where Aladdin is holding on. I think Aladdin is going down with that beautiful nade, and Aditya would get a pick for his team.
Absolutely, Aditya is going to go forward and secure that finish for himself as well. And once again, looks like Orange Rock going to make the best out of a worse situation. Well, it wasn't even a bad situation to begin with, but yeah, they were a little bit skeptical as to where everyone was. But once they figured out that there's no backup, there's no shots coming in from any direction, they just went forward and secured that finish. Now, in the meantime, Celsius Esports, we spoke about how early on they're going to have to be careful with the way they rotate in and the way they play the map, because they only got 3 members up and running, of course, losing Dreams early on in the fight to the members of Rivalry. And yeah, Celsius, well, it looks like they've got themselves some prime real estate right in the smack dab center of Los Leones, so they don't have much to be worried about. But in the meantime, another team, Team X Spark, well, they might be creating some trouble over here. In fact, Max is going to be spotted. A couple of shots fired by Scout, but he actually ends up missing. And in the meantime, TSM members will take note of where he is and make sure that Scout does not get away with any sorts of free knocks or finishes.
This feels like a Bermuda Triangle between 3 great teams, and I would love to see the altercation between them. Meanwhile, Skylightz Gaming Pokar just got knocked down, and I would love to see if KBP JODD can you know make the full use of it, because Skylightz Gaming are off to a wonderful start. They had a brilliant game first time around, but now they're on the back foot, and I would love to see if they can make a comeback. They have to revive Pokar at this point of time, and they have to do it right here, right now.
Absolutely. Skylightz Gaming, they've got a choice to make. Do they go back for their teammate, or do they just tuck tail and run? At this point, it seems like the option is the latter. They are going to tuck their tail and get moving because, well, their teammate is no way... I mean, there's no way on earth they're going to be able to get Pokar back up on his feet. He's slowly but surely going to bleed out. OrgLess 5 as well in the meantime. They are they are in the zone, but... be a little bit careful because KBP JODD members might just end up, well, finding out where they are. That's exactly what happens. Evoke, he fires for a couple of shots with the M4 but does not really connect, and now the side of KBP JODD know exactly where OrgLess 5 are. The question is, are they going to try and adapt around this? Are they going to try and move all the way away, or are they going to go ahead and take the fight? In the meantime, Evoke just going to continue scouting things out for his team and give them some relevant information that it could be useful in the upcoming zone. But well, it does seem like the zone once again has shifted, and this time it is actually going to be towards the west. Last time it was east, I did misspoke. But this time around, once again, this seems like there's a fight breaking out over here, and the members responsible for it do seem to be Orangutan Gaming with the lead
taking the help over here, leading the charge. Does he spot anyone in the distance? I do think he sees a couple of members from the side of OR Esports, but we'll see if that is actually the case or not. In the meantime, another team in the vicinity as well, and guess what? It's going to be Team DEADEYE Esports who come out of the gun, out of the fire, and Evo is the man to blame. He's going to be able to secure one knock, but at that distance, it's going to be hard to convert that into a finish. Cover is available. This is just them forcing them to use a couple of first aid kits, maybe even a couple of bandages.
Absolutely. I mean, they're going to get revived pretty easily. Orange Rock is not going to push in at this point of time. They had a beautiful game in Erangel, and they just want to secure some decent points. They already got 2 finishes off to their name, and I think they're just going to secure that buggy bucket really well. I think, look at the driving skills there, Floki. That's just immaculate.
Absolutely. Driving, one of the more underrated aspects in the game of BGMI, but we'll see if Team X-Park in the meantime are going to be able to shut down the players on Rivalry Esports as we move back to the topic of driving a little bit later. Scout, once again, he's put on a couple of players early on, but he's not really connected with his shots. Perhaps the first game started to get to his head a little bit, but in the meantime, Marvi, I do believe he spotted someone out over here, and Gil, well, he has the member of DEADEYE, I believe that is... no, it's the members from Obey covered in his sights, and he is going to try to make sure that he doesn't have a lot of room to work with. He can't rotate out towards safety. In the meantime, Kilo, did he just manage to get a knock at that distance with the UMP? I'd be very, very impressed if that was the case. But nevertheless, we will see OrgLess 5 moving out as well. The zone is about to close in. They're going to see where the circle is headed and then get there themselves. Before they do though, they're gonna finish off a couple of members from the side of Team Version 1. And Version 1, they're gonna drop 2 of their players over here. There is a buggy waiting to be stolen as well. And OrgLess 5, they've got all the options, all the tools in the world to work with. Well, looks like Version 1 are gonna try and fight back over here. OrgLess 5 are gonna have to be careful because Sid has managed to find both. But can he actually connect and finish the job at this distance? Can be a little bit hard, and with the Scar, he's unable to do so, and his teammate has also been knocked on his feet, so I think his priorities are going to shift for the time being. And once again, the circle, it just keeps going everywhere. First it shifted to the east, then it went a little bit to the west, now it's going further up north, right to the center of Los Leones. Man, that circle looked tantalizing early on, but now it has betrayed our trust, and well, OrgLess 5, they're going to continue pushing forward over here, take out the members from Version 1, but it does look like Jigsaw is actually getting hit in the back over here. Who is that team? Who is that Pokemon? Well, we are about to find out. As OrgLess 5, they continue to move forward. That is a scary proposition, Kilo. Be careful, watch your step. You might just end up breaking your ankle, but he will be able to find the last member from the side of Version 1. That is it. Version 1 are out. The first team to be eliminated from Miramar.
Talking about Version 1, I think the plan was right. They wanted to retaliate, but it was not working for them. Talking about 1SG, they're also in a skirmish, it seems, and I would love to see which team they are fighting. Nick with a beautiful nade, getting the title of Grenadier at this point of time. Meanwhile, talking about Orange Rock, they managed, the last time we saw them, they had 2 finishes, now they have 3. Talking about another team, DEADEYE Gaming, they are stuck there, and 1SG is trying to rush at them. Cole with a beautiful nade there, perfectly cooked, perfectly timed, but not finding any enemies. At this point of time, talking about enemies, they are surrounded with them.
Absolutely, DEADEYE Esports, well, they better not connect their shots, and they better do be the DEADEYEs they claim to be over here, as Sir, or rather FPS Sir, is going to try and see if he can get himself a couple of pot shots towards the opponents closing in. One-sided gamers all huddled up together. A couple of mollies being thrown to make life a little bit uncomfortable for the members of DEADEYE. Another nade coming in, but it is going to be off the mark. It looks like Shadow is going to be staying alive over here. Lots of shadows, by the way, in this lobby. But in the meantime, we're going to have a look and see if these members can actually go push forward and take out members from the side of DEADEYE Esports. It does look like one-side gamers are going to be able to do that. They will lose one of their members in turn, though. It looks like Nick will be going down, but he should be able to walk his way back towards safety and not get finished off. Even though he's down, but one-sided glory, they might be fighting off both. The Legend is going to go down as well over here. And in fact, DEADEYE is going to turn this entire franchise around. Look at Goalie still standing strong. Oh no, 90 FPS, so he's burning, he's on fire, he's going to be on his feet. No! Oh my god, he heals himself back up. The first aid kit should be coming in as well. And one-sided glory, they're getting their members back up on their feet because they have suffered some heavy losses.
Absolutely. I mean, they just have one man standing now, and he was on fire, quite literally, to be honest. But talking about Orange Rock, once again, they would also chip in. They would also get some finishes out of this competition. So I don't think 1SG would be really happy about it because I think Orange Rock just came and stole some of their finishes. Talking about finishes, Orangutan Ash is now here. And you know what? Orangutan is a wonderful team, and they know this compound in and out. They love to play here. Los Dinas Urban Compound, I bet there are going to be a lot of heal battles there, Floki.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And well, the blue zone, it should be closing in, and we should be seeing the circle shift once again in another direction. Where is it going to go this time? Is it going to be precarious? Is it going to be mischievous? Well, it is going to be a little bit. A slight northwestern shift once again, but a grenade knock comes in towards Ash on one side of Glory, looking to finish off the job. A second nade being lobbed in. Ash, goodbye, friend. You are done and dusted. Orangutan, they can try their best to close in, but I doubt they have what it takes to get him back up on his feet.
Well, Ash was trying to get some Pokemons in, but we are one-sided Glory, but not ready for it. Meanwhile, talking about once SG, Trigger trying to save Ash at this point of time was not worth it, to be honest. I mean, he managed to get some distance cover, but it was not gonna happen. Talking about Rivalry, Orange Rock under pressure as well. They managed to get Jelly down on his knees, but I think Rivalry looking to rival Team Orange Rock at this point of time.
Yeah, I mean, Team Orange Rock, they better watch their backs over here because Rivalry Esports are coming in hot pursuit. The question is, do Rivalry Esports even have the angles to work with over here? They do seem to be pushing forward, they do seem to be scouting out this house, but they don't seem to see anything just yet. Still playing a little bit blind over here. And on Orange Rock, I mean, reinforcements have arrived, so it's going to be a fair 3v3 fight for the members of Rivalry. We'll see if that fight does happen, but in the meantime, look at the number of teams and Los Leones. Oh my god! I believe there is a total of 14 teams still alive and kicking. And well, some of them are in the circle, some of them are not. But in the meantime, there is a fight breaking up between the members of Orange Rock as well as Cinefacial. And Cinefacial, they will lose one of their members. Even one-sided Glory gonna fall prey over here. And it looks like Orange Rock Esports have also lost one of their members. In the meantime, looks like Orange Rock, they will be able to get that fallen member back up on his feet. Shouldn't be too much trouble for them. But Evo, he's got a task over here. He has to be a little bit careful. He's gonna swallow those painkillers, get that boost going for himself. Although, I don't think this was enough to push him over the edge just yet. Yeah, we're going to be pulled out. The body as well being fired upon, but that is just them trying to make sure that there is no way out for these teams. And if there is anyone hiding there behind cover, he is going to take some damage.
You know what, Floki? I think it's time to call your IGL and book a really decent spot in Los Leones because the flats are running out and these players are running out of business, it seems.
Absolutely. Real estate prices are going up and it seems that there's not going to be a lot of land remaining. There's not going to be a lot of flats remaining either at this rate because every single one of these teams wants those compounds right in the center overlooking the area. But well, look at DestructaX. Oh my god, that nade coming in from iQOO. Great damage done. Can he actually convert that into a knock? That's the question. Looks like that is not going to be the case. Kilo FTW will be able to heal himself back up for now. But the question is, does iQOO have another nade? Because he's got the angle for it. If he does prep it up, he could potentially take two down for the price of one. As they always say, two birds with one stone. But does iQOO even have the nade to work with? Doesn't seem like that's the case. So DestructaX, they are going to be fine for now. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards Orangutan, who are once again taking up a fight from some other team members this time around. It's going to be the members from Obey, who are standing on the top floor over here. And Orangutan, well, they're just looking for some sort of opportunity to push in.
Well, Oji, they don't want to obey right now. Obey at this point of time, they're just holding on. And the hardest part about these buildings are it's so hard to rush in these buildings. You need to make sure that you're having some smokes down there. Meanwhile, talking about shadow, we have a lot of shadows, but there's going to be only one sun in this game, and I think TSM is looking for just that.
Oh yeah, my god, look at Shadow just using his big brain right there, shooting from underneath the truck to try and secure those knocks, convert them into finishes, and guess what? The rest of TSM will finish the job. Two members from DestructaX have been taken down in the circle. It's about to get super messy, folks, so hold on to your hats, strap your seatbelts in, because we're going in for a bumpy ride. TSM, they're going to be starting this flight over here, and we'll see just how many finishes they can rack up, but in the meantime, Obey, they have lost one of their members. Shadow down on his knees, still reeling, and the M249 will finish the job. Look at Believe just finding such a cheeky angle from inside the hole in the floor. And once again, Orangutan, well, the train wreck continues.
Well, there are a lot of roads in Los Leones, and I have to tell you, Floki, every single one of these roads are filled with people at this point of time. A lot of teams, look at the southern side, JODD, Team Orangutan, all of these teams, they have to get in the zone, and believe me when I say that, it's not going to be easy at all. Meanwhile, TSM Shadow finding another, I think, player there. Here you go, he found a way, he missed some shots, but I would love to see if he is going to connect some.
Oh my god, Obey, they could be in a world of trouble. First it was Orangutan, and now it's going to be the members from TSM closing in on them. Look at that, though, they might be going in for the fly, but he just stops it barely. He's inside the doorstep for now, and Shadow realizes he needs to recalibrate. Just tune his senses a little bit more. He's going to go in for the reload, but the enemy is going to go in for the reload as well. They're both so low on HP. He might be exposing himself over here. Has to be a little bit careful. Will spot him out, but no. He's going to get shot for Shadow. Is so low. He might just get finished off. Where is the rest of his team? DSM, they do not have an angle on this. They might be giving up Shadow OG over here, and he will most certainly be going down. And TSM will lose one of their members in the end, leaving only 13 teams alive with 28 players still in the mix.
Oh boy, what are they doing? What are they doing? They're just coming one by one. Equinox came in, he got knocked. Blaze came in, he got knocked. And Ninja is the last man standing for team TSM. Meanwhile, talking about Obey, they managed to save their players as well. Meanwhile, talk about Orange Rock. He was trying to push in. Trigger is there, and here you go. Team Orange Rock getting knocked out in this one.
Oh man, Orangutan Gaming just take the fight to Orange Rock and put them out of their misery really quick at 12th place. And Orangutan, we'll see just how long they can keep this going. In the meantime, though, we're going to turn our attention back towards, towards the center, where Team Xbox do seem to have this construction site under control. They have 3 members still up and running, although they would have liked to have 4. Let's see how much damage Scout can do. He's prepping up the nade. He does know where the members from Orangutan are. Is that grenade going to connect? Oh! Nope, a little bit off the mark over there. The smoke providing them ample cover to work with, clouding the judgment from Scout, and well, forcing him, or sort of putting him in a situation where he can't really land that nade all that well. But guess who's this attracted the attention of? It's going to be Rivalry Esports coming in around the corner, and maybe they just end up running into SenX official. Team X-Spark, all they have to do over here is be a little bit patient, and eventually these teams will start fighting amongst each other. If only they had that information to work with, they could hold on, but they've got no reason to move just yet. I believe the circle has shifted here once again. It's gone a little bit further down towards the southwest, in case you guys are wondering. So, yeah, in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards Rivalry Esports, who are close to the eastern edge of the circle, but they still need to get back in.
They have to be careful as well, Flocky, because Orangutan Gaming, they're just pushing in, and with that M249 UMP, both these weapons close range is going to be these for them. But at this point of time, Akshay got a UMP on his own as well, and the Molotovs are going to coming in. Will Orangutan Gaming be burnt to crisp? Yes, they would be. Look at them, they're literally on fire at this point of time.
Yeah, Rivalry Esports, they are certainly cooking up some charred meat for dinner, as it's going to be the bodies of Orangutan right now. But guess what? It's official! Okay, well, a couple of uninvited guests joining the party over here. Akshay wants to be rezzed up by his teammate, and well, the blue zone is closing in, so he's going to have to be a little bit careful. Is he even going to have the room to work with? Is he going to get the rest? AKOP healing himself back up, but the blue doing so much damage over here. In the meantime, Team X-Spark continue to hold on to the position, but Ultron once again has been knocked down over here. Gill, he's got the good position, but he is still waiting for Shadow, or I believe that is Rage, to make his move from the side of Obey. And Obey, Rage, he will still stay strong around the corner. He's not going to push out just yet. Scout will see if he can get his teammate back up on his feet, but this is a dangerous position. A single nade could knock him out over here. Scout has to be careful. Do Sin have the utility to make this work? Does not look like that is the case.
Ultron wants Scout to be his Tony Stark, but I would love to see if that's going to happen right now or not. Meanwhile, Rivalry, I think they're outside the zone. They want to get inside the zone, which is not going to be easy. Meanwhile, Obey Rage, as I was saying, heal battle is on the cards, and yeah, it is happening. But Team X-Spark, off to a wonderful start. They are in top 6, and they have 3 of their players still alive. It is going to be a 3v3v, 1v1v1v1 battle. AKOP coming in, Scout getting the better of Orangutan.
Oh yeah, AKOP going to be taken out over here, and looks like finally Team X-Spark will have the performance they're looking for. Ninja JODD in the meantime will be able to knock down Gill, and once again X-Spark, they have to be careful. They are exposing themselves to multiple angles, but that nade is going to make Ninja JODD reconsider his life choice at this point. As OrgLess 5, they've got 10 finishes in the game so far, and they might just be walking away with the chicken dinner as well. They've got the high ground. Look at Bomber and the way he is placed over here. There's no way on earth Ninja JODD can go in without coming in light of fire. And once again, that nade comes and knocks Scout on his feet. He's going to be going down over here. Ninja JODD, well, is he going to get credit? No, he is not. Kilo is going to go forward and secure that pick for himself, leaving only Ultron alive for Team X-Spark and OrgLess 5. Well, they should be getting 2 finishes to their name soon enough. They're completely spread out over here. None of the members being clumped up, making sure that X-Spark and TSM do not have any room to work with.
Oh boy, this is going to be so important. Ninja trying to come in, getting the zone. It was not going to happen. Ultron players trying to get the DPP advantage there, and he managed to get 1 knock there, but it was actually not enough. Flocky, I mean, what a brilliant performance. I have to say, it's all about the positioning, and Team OrgLess 5, they had the best position in the zone.
Absolutely. I mean, Team OrgLess 5 towards the end perfectly recognized what the best place to hold it. It's going to be the construction site once again on the higher elevations, making sure he had that line of sight over the Xbox members and Ninja JODD. So, two birds with one stone, once again, just from one particular angle, a fork. If you play your chess, you probably know what I'm talking about. But yeah, once again, I have to say, Team Xbox, they didn't play as well in the first game, but they are redeeming themselves. They are back. They got themselves top 3, and that's all that really matters. Be consistent, and they will make it in the top 6.
Not only Xbox, if you talk about Team OrgLess 5, they had a bad game in the first Erangel. Now they're managing to make a comeback. This seems that all the experienced teams are doing well. You know which other team is doing well? Rivalry Esports. They managed to get 9 finishes out of that game. Wow. And I have to say, the way they played, the aggression they were showing, especially Akshay, Rivalry Akshay, was on fire.
Absolutely. Well, Rivalry once again having that prime positioning as well as those finish points like you mentioned, but they're going to have to play a little bit better if they want to try and make it in the top 6, because I don't think they got the placement points they were looking for as well. But let's jump into the highlights and see once again for ourselves exactly how well all these teams did. Of course, you're going to be keeping an eye out for Rivalry as well, just to see if they did if they were able to put up a solid performance and get those placement points alongside. But yeah, Team Xbox, I mean, they caused some early troubles for TSM, didn't they?
Yeah, they were causing troubles for TSM, but TSM managed to survive in that fight. A little disappointed they would be, Floki, to be honest. I mean, they had 4 of their members still alive in the final few circles, but they just threw their advantage down the drain, just going one by one against, I think it was Team Obey, if I'm not wrong.
Absolutely, it was Team Obey. I think they were the ones who they did finish in 3rd or 4th place, I do believe. I mean, that was Obey Gaming, but you know what, we'll find out soon enough. That's what we have the highlights on screens for, right? But yeah, a lot of these teams coming out swinging, and I do want to say, I don't think I remember seeing Skylightz officials anywhere. What the hell happened to them?
Well, I was seeing them in the finish feed. I mean, they were just getting knocked out.
Well, that is unfortunate, having a strong performance on Erangel, but missing on a little bit on Miramar. Well, thankfully there is another Erangel coming up right after this, so they should be in their groove. But my god, the nades we saw this game, they were just absolutely top tier. I don't think I've ever seen better nade action in any of these games up until this point. I mean, so many nades being used perfectly to flush out the enemies or to secure those knocks and convert them into finishes as well. And KBP JODD, well, we're looking at them right now. They too had a slightly better performance. These are one of those teams that I believe they made it all the way from the open qualifier. So for them to qualify, it would mean a huge deal.
Absolutely, it's a huge deal for a lot of teams. I mean, Erangel was beautiful. Erangel was wonderful for a lot of teams, but those teams who didn't perform well in Erangel performed well in Miramar. So now the points table is even Steven. So we were talking, me and XP were talking about the competition level, Proki, and I have to say it's increasing game by game.
Absolutely, the competition keeps on going up over here. We'll see just when it's going to hit its crescendo and who is going to be crowned champion. But for now, we need to find out which 6 teams are going to be making it into the next match. And, well, we'll see who the champion here is as well.
Well, absolutely. This was what we were talking about, Team Obey. Every single of TSM player, they just came in one by one, and all 3 of them were annihilated by Team Obey. They could have done better there, but, sometimes confidence, it's not good for you.
Absolutely. Confidence is one of those things that if you have too much of it can get problematic. There is a fine line between confidence and overconfidence, and clearly somewhere or the other that line seemed to be just a little bit blurred for TSM, but nonetheless they still managed to do well for themselves. I do believe they got themselves a 2nd place finish thanks to Ninja JODD's antics. And well, that's all that you could ask for. I mean, this was the weirdest part for me. Like the Rivalry is taking a fight with an entirely separate team. One of the members from Cynics official comes and he's like, "Oh, what's happening over here?" And before you know it, he's down on his feet.
Well, hi, I'm your new guest. Okay, bye. I'm knocked out, and it didn't work out for him. But Team Xbox, it worked out for them. They had a beautiful place, but it's all about that container, right? We all know one nade can do so much damage, and Scout was on the end of that nade, it seems. But Ultron tried his level best. He managed to get a really decent peek in. He got that first knock in, but look at the position of Ewok and Bomber. They were at a better position.
Absolutely. I mean, they were in a better position, and at the end of the day, that's all that really mattered. OrgLess 5, great performance by them once again. As you mentioned, not really having a good start in the first map for Erangel, but now they're finally starting to turn things around, and Miramar might just be their green light yet. There's still another map of Miramar to be played, so I'm going to be keeping my eyes peeled for them when they do come up. But for now, I think we have a couple of things to talk about over here. We're going to be having a look at the point standings and seeing where these teams are in terms of their position. So let's have a look and see the point standings for this match in particular. Of course, in first place, we've got OrgLess 5 with 15 placement points and 13 finishes, 28 points in total. A far cry from Skylightz Gaming, who got 37, but still, this is a very impressive number.
This is a very impressive number, I have to say, for OrgLess 5. They got 28 total points in this game. Last game was not that great for them, so they managed to make a good comeback. Number 2, we got TSM, consistent as ever. They were number 2 in Erangel, they are number 2 in Miramar, and if they are going to be number 2 in the next Erangel as well, then we can see the real TSM unleashing their power on this quarterfinal.
Absolutely. Well, let's see who the MVP is going to be coming in from iQOO. Well, that is a man who's performed the best out of all the players in this lobby. Out of 64, this is the man on top. All women, it's going to be Killer from OrgLess 5. He's got himself 6 finishes, 874 damage done with 3 assists to his name, 366 healing. That is a big number.
Well, he got knocked a lot of times, it seems, but you know, it doesn't matter how many times you get knocked. It's all about how strong a comeback you can do, and I think Gallo did manage to put off a really good show. Talking about Rakshay, I mean, he was the man. He was my iQOO MVP for this one. The way he played, he was in a very bad situation, but in that situation, those Molotovs, those nades, and his pristine aim helped him a lot.
Absolutely, and man, I have to say, you know, both Akshay, Ninja JODD, Shadow, and Nick, they performed really, really well. But once again, OrgLess 5, they stole the show. Their positioning towards the end, it was just so beautiful to look at. They were up on top on the high ground. They had a line of sight both on Ninja JODD as well as you know, the members from X-Pac. And I mean, it's those kind of risks that really pay off, right? Because you have to try and take a gamble, because you have to remember the blue zone was closing in. He didn't have any way of going out over there. If he got knocked there, he was done for.
Absolutely.
No teammate to help him out. So once again, Kilo going in for those plays that require the cojones. But let's jump into the match summary and see what those stats have in store for us. I want to see how many grenades were used, how many of them actually resulted in finishes. Well, out of the 99 grenades that were used, Spiro, we have 8 people being finished off.
I love the ratio, and that is all because of that compound. That is all because of that zone. Urban compound fights are always going to be utility-based fights, and I think teams used that really well. Talking about total healing, 9,683 total healing we got, but right now, you know what? I want to see some buildings. I want to see some tall buildings. Let's have a look at FD performance graph, and let's see whose building is the tallest.
Absolutely. Well, no Burj Khalifa this time around, but there are 3 other members in the race, very, very close to each other. We've got ourselves TSM, OrgLess 5, and well, I believe that is Rivalry Esports with 2,100 damage done. Kudos to them. They had the highest damage out of all the teams, but unfortunately, I don't think they even made it to top 8.
Well, they were not able to get some decent position points, but they got 9 finishes, as I was saying. I think they were at number 7. They got eliminated at number 7.
So they do get 2 placement points.
Yes.
Well, it does seem like they're going to have something to work with, but once again, Rivalry, they'd be a lot happier having 9 finishes and ending in maybe like the 5th place or the 4th place than ending up over here in 7th. And once again, survival is also the name of the game. It can't just be a bit too much of one. You have to balance those things out.
Absolutely. I mean, survival is always going to be super important for you. As we all say, finishes are important, survival is important. If you combine them both, then you can become a champion. And I think this is the mantra for a lot of teams. I'm really impressed by the way how Team X-Pac played in this one. They managed to survive. They were not too aggressive. They were focusing on their positioning. And as we all say, Mavi is a great IGL who can guide his troops in the center of the zone, and he did just that. But Rivalry, the way... Look, Team X-Pac, they had the zone. Rivalry, they didn't have anything. They were outside the zone, they were stuck outside, and I think the way they played showed how great their preparations are for this one.
Absolutely. Well, let's have a look at the player face-off for now. I mean, they did play really, really well, I have to agree. Team X-Pac, they put up that performance, but do you think he's actually going to be over here? Well, let's see who it's going to be. It's going to be Ninja from the side of TSM and Akshay, but nonetheless, it does not take away from Avi's performance, like you said. And in the head-to-head, it does seem that Akshay has the slight edge. He's got 1 extra finish, he's done 200 more points of damage, but lacking in headshots and assists. Also, survival time being slightly higher for Ninja. So once again, I mean, yeah, you know, there's a bit of a trade-off over here. One player did more damage, but the other player did a better job of connecting his shots, making them count, and living a longer life.
Numbers speaks for themselves, Floki. Numbers are everything. Stats show us the real story of the game. But at this point of time, Rivalry actually had a brilliant game, and he would love to continue that form in the next Erangel as well. Talking about squad face-off, let's have a look at teams, how they performed in this one. Let's have a look at TSM, who got 8 finishes, total damage of 1635, against OrgLess 5, who got 13 finishes in that game with a damage of 1943. Now, the damage, if you have a look at the damage of TSM, they got a really good damage going on for them, but didn't get much finishes in this one.
Absolutely, there weren't enough finishes to go about, but at the end of the day, TSM, they did survive. They did manage to make it to the top 2 spots, so they get themselves those sweet placement points. And once again, it's like we've always talked about, Sphere, it's all about that consistency. If you consistently get yourself top 4 or top 6, well, you are going to be the team who does make it to the semi-finals. But if you have one chicken dinner here, one chicken dinner there, maybe, and you didn't play as well in the other games, your performance is going to suffer, and you may not even make it into the top 6. But let's have a look at the squad performance and see where all of these squads do rank up. I do imagine, well, yep, Skylightz Gaming, no one was really going to take the throne away from them in terms of finishes found in the first game, but the second game, not looking as good for them.
Losing a player early on in the game is not easy for any team to make a comeback from. They lost a player early on in the game, and after that, in Miramar, where you have to find a really good space in the zone with only 3 players, all those ridges, all those compounds, it's never going to be easy. But you know what? That's good for the game. There are a lot of spots still available. Top 6 teams are going to qualify for semi-finals, and believe me when I say that, Floki, the competition is real, and it's not going to be easy for any single one of these teams, apart from TSM maybe. 2 good games. Both games, they have second position.
You know how the Castil's curse works, Spiro. You start talking well about a team, and before you know it, they're in a slump in the next few games. I'll be very, very careful seeing who I compliment over here. You know, a little bit of reverse psychology. But let's have a look at the overall point standings and see exactly where these teams are located in relation to each other over the course of these 2 maps. Skylightz Gaming still in the driver's seat with 40 points, thanks to that winner-winner chicken dinner. But in second place is TSM, and in third place, OrgLess 5 in close contest.
Well, you say that, right? You play so well in one game, some hiccups don't even matter. Look at Skylightz Gaming, they're still at number 1. Number 2, we got TSM, as you said it. Number 3, we got OrgLess 5. But number 4, we got Orange Rock. Average performance in both the game, and that is the mantra of Orange Rock. They will play every single game. You will find them in top 5 to top 10. And that's their mantra. They're always consistent.
Oh yeah, that is what matters. You have to be consistent over the course of time if you want to make it to the top 6. But Team X Spark as well, finally, in that 5th position with 19 points to the name. Fault Esports in 6th with 15, and Orangutan in close. Well, they're quite close as well with 14 points to their name. Let's have a look at the other side now and see who the bottom 8 are. Of course, nobody likes being over here. We've got Bay Esports, version 1, DestructaX, KBP JODD, Sinofficial, Celsius Esports, One Sided Glory, and DEADEYE. All of these teams not really having as great of a time as one would like. And yeah, the points, they speak for themselves. 5 for One Sided Glory and Celsius, 7 for DestructaX and KBP. Just not a good performance overall by them.
You know what, Floki, I would like to bring up UDOG India. Yesterday, first 2 games were really pathetic. I have to say it, I have to call it out. But after that, the way they managed to make a comeback, it was just magical. I would like to say that for all these teams as well. DEADEYE Gaming, it's a wonderful team. We have been seeing them for a long time now, and I feel they have that X factor in them. I believe first 2 games are not good for them, but they can make a comeback. And you know who else can make a comeback? Our chat can make a comeback by predicting the right winner.
Absolutely. Well, if you want to know what this is all about, well, there's a very simple thing you have to do. Just click the link in the description down below. Make sure you fill out that form. Also predict who you think is going to be at that top spot by the end of this day. And if you guess correctly, well, you're going to win some very, very cool merch. What is this mystery merch I speak of? I do not know. You know for yourself, and you let me know when you find out when that prize reaches you. So make sure you sign up for this down in the description below. I'm quite sure some members over here have signed up already. I do remember Experiment did, but I'm going to put my entry as well, Spiro. What about you?
Well, I am really excited for the matches now, but you know what? I think I will take a break right now, and I will, come back fresh. But you know what? You talk about prizes. I think there's a crate coming in towards all the one who is predicting at this point of time. I think it's time for a break. Let's take a short break. After that break, we'll come back with Erangel.
flagship monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Hello and welcome back once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. My name is Angad, the Experiment Jehel, and while hope has kind of floated away, looks like mischief has taken its place because Floki is now going to be joining me. Floki, the last game was epic. I wish I was there because it was Los Leones, something that I've been wanting from day one.
Absolutely, and the best part about this all is the way the circle kept shifting. Now, for me, the best part about it was it shifted twice towards the east. Then it goes towards the west. Then it goes further up north. I mean, just the circle was just absolutely crazy.
Ping, 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 ping.
Exactly, it's like pinball. It is literally pinball.
That is exactly what it was like. And just to remind you, all the teams that are going to be participating in the next couple of rounds, well, we're going to bring them up on your screens now because it is Group 1. We have the big boys, TSM, Skylightz Gaming, Team Xbox, Fort Esports, Sin Official, Celsius Esports, Orange Rock Esports, and of course your winners of the last game, the OrgLess 5, who I'm pretty sure have picked up a few Orgs here and there.
Absolutely, I'm quite sure OrgLess 5, they're going to be turning a couple of heads after that match. You know, they performed really, really well, and well, if they keep this up in the semifinals, they might actually get some contracts as well. Of course, we've also got Bay Esports, KBP JODD, One-Sided Glory, Rivalry Esports, DEADEYE Esports, DestructaX, Orangutan Gaming, and the original version 1.
You know, thinking about it, I wouldn't mind being part of an organization that is called the OrgLess 5 because it just keeps the people guessing, and that is what, of course, I love about this name. Now, we did have a look at the overall standings, you know, before this break, and for a few teams at the bottom, DEADEYE Esports, again, no points yet. However, only 2 games have been done and dusted with TSM finally getting to that second position. I mean, they did make a statement, a bold statement, that you are going to get 60 points from the first 2 games, but, I mean, if you get almost 40, it is not going to be, you know, anything to scoff about because they are heading on that little path, which I know you know what the destination is going to be, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I do think that these guys are going to break their record. It's just about them getting in the groove first, knowing that they feel comfortable enough, you know, just having that one breakout performance, that just one opportunity where they get lucky, the circle favors them just a little, and then they carry that advantage just home.
Speaking of breakout performances, of course, game 1, Skylightz Gaming's, they just dominated, right? The next game, only 3 points. So again, anything can happen, and well, we are going to be jumping into the game. Before that, once again, let's have a nice little bird's eye view of Erangel and see if you know where we are going to be flying to, because everybody thinks they know Erangel, don't they?
Oh yeah, everybody does. Well, guess what part of the map this is? I do not think this is the military base. Oh, this is the military base. This is the other side of the military base, isn't it not?
This is somewhere that we normally don't see because I love jumping at that radio tower, and you know, of course, if you have different squads, you want to make sure you keep your distance. Now, this is that abandoned factory next to the Milta power plant, and once upon a time, I do believe that is where I first dropped when I played BGMI for the first time. But let's see if the teams are going to have similar drop spots, because, you know, we were speculating before the day started that I'm pretty sure a few of the teams are going to be switching things up, keeping the enemy guessing. However, looks like everyone's stuck to plan A.
Absolutely. Now, I do want to talk a little bit more about these drops that you mentioned, right? So Skylightz Gaming, they did something unorthodox last game. Usually, Pochinki is empty. We all know this is a lobby where every team is just completely stacked. They did the old reverse psychology thing and they dropped into Pochinki, knowing for a fact that no one's going to come in there. So there was some big brain moves coming in from them right there. Even TSM still sticking to Georgia Pole. Great stuff. Great stuff coming in from them too.
Well, especially since the plane path in the first game was all the way to the east, and they did find those vehicles and the bikes with the sidecars. And of course, you know, you want to you got to stick to your plans. I mean, why change anything when it's already working? But again, in a few short moments, all this carnage, all the action is going to break out. But what I don't want to happen is I don't want to see action break out at the 15 or the 17-minute mark. I want to see it right at the beginning. I want to see some drama. I want to see some masala. I want to see some drop clashes because, well, in about a few seconds, we are going to be flying high above the skies, well, above the land of Erangel. And, well, my co-captain, where are we flying to this time?
Well, looks like this time around we are going to be going over your favorite location, the Sosnovka military base, and ending all the way towards Georgopol, leaving the eastern part of the map somewhat hard to access. If Yasnia Poliana is your drop location, well, you better be satiated with school because that's about as far as you're going to get before you have to go on your feet and try and maybe traverse the terrain towards Yasnia Poliana on foot, or maybe grab a vehicle and get there. But yeah, once again, Lipovka not going to be in their shelter. Milta farm. A farm can probably be accessible, but Milta is going to be a lot harder unless you take the approach that these teams are taking over here, dropping in early, perhaps landing somewhere close to the bridge near Milta and then making their way there. But that could also be very dangerous experiment.
It could be indeed. What's catching my eye right now is a few teams are going to be dropping down on the Sosnovka military base itself, but it does look like DestructaX, although I did think they were going to drop straight down to the sea buildings, they're going to be moving a bit further towards Milta, perhaps even get a few vehicles on this side of the bridge and then head up north because, well, OrgLess 5 are going to try and make sure they have that observation tower and possibly Novorupnoy all to themselves. But for now, we are going to have to wait because, well, the first circle is going to form any second now. Question is, are we going to see something in the east? Because I want to see something near Stolberg, but it's not going to be the east. It is going to be low-key. We are going down south, ladies and gentlemen, as the entirety of the Sosnovka military island is in Circle 1.
Absolutely. You've heard of Sweet Home Alabama. Now you heard of Sweet Home Sosnovka, the Russian version of it, of course. The American counterparts. Leonard Skinner, that's the name of the band in case you're wondering. That's the song by them. But yeah, once again, I'm just very, very happy to see the circle coming in. It's going to mean we get to see a lot of early action. Then in a country with chicken tikka masala, it is unjustifiable to not see some early action.
Some early action and early anticipation as well because, well, I'm going to hold on to my thought because a few teams are dropping close by. Celsius driving away as, well, the opponents are just going to be looking on. DEADEYE Esports finally letting loose a few shots. Question is, are they going to rack up any finishes in this game? Now, we did see on the circle a lot of teams, Floki, have dropped down near the farm just west of Melta. Looks like our wishes could be granted here, and early action is going to be our way soon.
Absolutely. All of these teams going to be a little bit low on weaponry as well. We might be seeing some shotgun action, maybe a couple of pistols being used as well. Well, speaking of shotguns, there it is, 90 FPS, sir. He's got that shotgun out. He's also got an M16 to work with. And I have to say, you know, it was very, very brave of him early on to just pull out the iron sights and fire off a couple of shots with that M16.
I love the fact that we have the map on. We are going to be continuing your point forward, but have a look at how even though so many teams drop down at the farm, well, shots have been fired and action is going to break out early, but it is going to be Lynx from DestructaX who is going to be brought down first, as Ash from Orangutan Gaming is going to rack up that finish for himself. Now, if you are a Lynx, normally you are nimble, you are agile, but again, sometimes you get caught out of your element and, well, you can't really do much. But for now, I love the fact that before the 3-minute mark, somebody went down.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Orangutan, we're going to be getting the credit for that one. And now they're going to try and rotate out, maybe move on to a couple of greener pastures over here because, well, these pastures are going to be completely grazed by all of these teams stepping in. I think there's at least 4 or 5 teams inside the Sosnovka military base at the moment. And in fact, the main island is where it's, you know, less occupied. Yasnia Polyana still open, Shelter still open. Lots of places that haven't been found. Be careful. There we go.
Lucky for them, they don't have enemies ahead, but just a teammate. But if you did miss the first pick of this game, well, we got you covered there. Have a look at that. As, again, a little mishap with the vehicles. That is why, boys and girls, when you are riding bikes, A, by all means, please wear a helmet. And B, you don't want to be doing these tricks unless, you know, you are adept at them. Now, because of that little fumble, well, the first pick came by.
Absolutely. Worst case scenario, make sure you've got life insurance as well, because you never know when bad's going to lead to worse. But yeah, that's a little bit too dark there. Just trying to make sure you guys dot your I's and cross your T's. You know, things can go south. You know, you got to be honest about the reality of life. It can be taken away at any moment, just like is the case with all of these members inside the military island itself.
You're making me feel like as if I'm in the game right now here, Floki, because, you know, talking about insurance, talking about your life being snuffed out any which direction, kind of scary. I'm glad that we are sitting in these couches in this beautiful studio while all these players are battling to get to the depth to make sure they get to the next round. But for now, TSM again, second in the overall position, uncontested here at Georgopol.
Absolutely. Well, Georgopol is going to be uncontested once again, and this is the reverse psychology thing that I was talking about earlier. Now, of course, the circle does play a big factor into this, but last time around as well, when they dropped in, the circle formed in the smack dab center. I mean, Georgopol was in the smack dab center of the circle last time, so right? So we still didn't see a lot of teams coming in and trying to contest them, but this time around, maybe it can be different.
Something interesting is happening now. Have a look at Orangutan Gaming, have a look at DestructaX. Now, we did see them, you know, have a little bit of a skirmish earlier, but they are moving towards the southern part of the Sosnovka military base, anticipating that, you know, the circle is going to be shifting down in the latter stages. Well, that is going to do them good, unless, of course, you know, a few teams come by that aquatic route and, well, surprise them in the back, but that is exactly what they are anticipating and, well, are going to be ready for. Elsewhere, I do see Skylightz Gaming finally making their way to the bridge, and looks like they are going to beat one-sided glory to it. Question is, are we going to see some bridge action? I want to see some good old-fashioned blockades, while I did notice one thing. A few teams, and, well, that one team is DEADEYE Esports, they have decided to swim across early on.
Yeah, that is a very, very bold option coming in from them. I mean, and that is them assuming that there's no other team on the show. And fortunately for them, despite the number of teams coming in, no one has really gotten the idea to get to a show and maybe get themselves a couple of free picks here and there. So they will be able to get in scot-free, you know, no trouble for them whatsoever. Skylightz Gaming in the meantime, they're probably looking to redeem themselves after that second game didn't go so well. Pucar, I believe he went on a bit of a scouting mission and now he's looking to regroup with his team. Ooh, are in there, but one-sided Glory also scouting things out over here. Shadow, I'm quite sure he heard the commotion from the distance.
I love that Shadow is in their shadows right now, in their wake, trying to inch his way closer, and he is not going to take any chances. Perfectly timed with that little jump. He's going to escape to the right side of the bridge, and now he could be relaying some much needed information. But the thing is, when you are driving, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you keep your eyes on the road, or you might just hit a few obstacles in the way, as we just saw. But now Pucar realizes, you know what, we could have an opportunity here, and I do believe they did see that buggy jump off the bridge, and Pucar is going in for the hunt. He's got to be careful though, because one wrong move could spell trouble as more members of One-Sided Glory are dropping down from same bridge.
Yeah, that is some insane stuff coming out from One-Sided Glory. It takes some real recklessness to go down there like that. And now Substitute is going to go back up. Okay, well, God give it, God take it, and One-Sided Glory, they too like to confuse it. Everyone with their moves, their fancy moves. Let's see where they're going to be going this time around. They're going to circle all the way around from Sosnovka and try to get to the southern tip of the island, making sure that the backstab is going to be clear.
Speaking of backstabs, looks like something could happen, because we did anticipate that one or the other, one team or the other could be taking those boats, could be coming in by that aquatic route. And well, Obey Esports over here, they make up their own rules in it. So they are, of course, going to be coming in from the south. The question is, One-Sided Glory, have a look at them on the map. They are going to be dangerously close to those cliffs, and if they do spot a boat in the distance, chances are shots are going to be fired, well, that boat is going to be burning sooner or later. But it does seem like they should make landfall before that happens.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like Obey should be able to get towards land once again, and there isn't a line of sight available for the side of One-Sided Glory, so I think they're in the clear for now, although can't say the same for a couple of minutes into the future, because while they do get to shore, there's just way too many teams in Sosnovka. I've counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. 10 teams if you count the one on the bridge, yeah, in Sosnovka military base. That is an insane number.
And of course, we did kind of want some action in Yasnaya. Looks like that is not going to be granted this time, because Rivalry Esports, they have left the building, and we are version 1 are going to be following suit soon enough. But for now, One-Sided Glory, again, they did, traverse all the way from the north. Forget that, because action is going to break out as Ghoul is going to come under fire, courtesy KPP JODD. The question is Ghoul going to be ghoulish over here, or is he going to be taken down instead?
Absolutely. Well, looks like he might just be reaching full power after he's been knocked out, once starting to get those cool energies going. But looks like KPP JODD, they are circling around like a bunch of sharks. Can they find their prey over here, though? Once again, you have to remember, Sosnovka military base is a pretty closed-off area. There's only 2 places where you can rotate in from, and all the teams who are here already, they are going to want to find out what's happening once the commotion starts getting a bit too loud, seeing what kind of party is going on in their neighbor's flat. And Cool, well, he's dropping a couple of nades, just trying to see if anything sticks after he lands those nades. Well, nothing will stick. He'll know that there is someone there, but he doesn't have an exact idea of where they are.
I love the fact that the circle has indeed shifted further down south, and judging by the things, One-Sided Glory are going to be in a happy position in the next few zones to come. But for now, there's a massive migration taking place. A lot of vehicles are going to be too close for comfort for the teams, as, well, they are just going to be driving past the enemy. But the question is, how come no one is shooting at one another?
Absolutely. Everybody just seems to be prioritizing positioning right now. They know if they stop to shoot and they do not connect their shots, it is going to be a heavy price to pay. They're going to be gate-kept for ages to come. And they couldn't potentially make it to the circle. My god, all of the teams are migrating towards the western coast.
The funny thing is, looks like everyone has the same playbook, because, like you said, there are going to be some action breaking down at the coast. But for now, Evo is going to take some fire. It is going to be TSM shooting, but we aren't going to see any knocks just yet. Evo, against all odds, does make it across the bridge, but his teammates are still on the other side. Now, they do have that gas station and the wall for cover. TSM's position has been given away. Evo could be coming back on that bridge to, give another angle to his teammates, but I like the quick thinking on TSM's part. They anticipated that, Floki, and they've already smoked his side off.
Absolutely, great awareness coming in from these members, but in the meantime, we are going to turn our attention back towards Orange Rock. Oh, okay, well, they seem to be getting back in the boat over here. The boat Well, I believe this was the board from Obey, if I am not wrong, or was it OR themselves? Well, I don't quite remember. I do believe it was Obey, but I could be wrong about that. They're going to take this board and try and move the hell out of here. They have to be careful. There are teams on the bridge that could see them, and if they rattle off a couple of shots, this could be 3 very, very easy finishes coming in.
I like how both teams anticipated that, the other teams has kind of backed off, and now it's the time to make a move to the next circle. But for now, action could be breaking out as Fault Esports. They do have this house all to themselves, but KBB JODD, oh boy, they are a bit too close for comfort. And of course, when you have enemies lying in wait outside your gates, oh boy, things can get heated up. But have a look at that. A few teams still out in the blue. We are one. Their members still coming in from Yasnaya, north of the shelter.
Absolutely. I think that is the best possible thing you could have done at this point. Team Version was like, nah, we're just going to take our sweet, sweet time. I'm going to stay away from the action, I mean, we might be a country of chicken tikka masala, but we are also a country of Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. So non-violence is the best possible option.
All right, I mean, if you want to be, if you want to take the Ahimsa route, as you did kind of mention, I don't think BGMI is going to be the right place to do so, because you are going to have to let some bullets fly. You are going to have to fling some grenades at the enemy, and more often than not, Floki, people do die. But it is in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Do not do that in real life. But for now, have a look at all the conversion down south as well. You can barely read Sosnovka's name on your map, but now the circle is going to shift even further down south. One side below, we are going to be happy, but for now, Waldring is going to be electrifying his enemies as Rex comes under fire.
Absolutely. It's going to be a 4-way collision, a complete breakdown of sorts on this part of the map once again, as we see all of these team members starting to group up and maybe secure a couple of knocks against each other, and Nico is going to eat a big fat nade straight to the face. Another one being cooked up. Is it going to find its mug? Yes, it is. It is going to find its mug. A little bit of delay there, but Nico will go down eventually. And now Tyler looking to get another nade going, but he himself will be knocked out in turn. KBP JODD, they bite off more than they could chew, and despite them not being in vision, they had an inkling of where they are, and that's all they needed.
Lucky for him, he did throw that hot potato before it fell to his feet, and that would have been devastating. It's happened to me before, and well, a cooked grenade can take you out as well. For now, the revives are going to come in as KBP JODD are yet again going to be cooking a few grenades, and well, Fault Esports are losing a few members left and right, but it's going to be Evoke from OrgLess 5 from behind who comes in and steals that finish.
Absolutely great stuff coming out from Evoke once again. But in the meantime, look at elsewhere on the map. Looks like Team DestructaX might be biting the dust over here. DEADEYE seems to be the only member still standing for his team. And with so many OrgLess 5 members hounding him, well, he has been put down. DestructaX have been eliminated. They are out. In 16th place with 0 finish points to their name. They will bite the dust, but now OrgLess 5, they need to hold on to their position. They might have attracted some attention. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, Orange Rock might be caught in a bit of a crossfire over here. On one side, I believe that is Fault Esports, and on the other, there is Team DEADEYE.
And Team DEADEYE are going to be relentless with their shots on them. However, it's going to be FPS who is brought down by Aditya. Now, of course, you did kind of mention they are in a bit of a predicament. They still have that little bit of a ditch to work with. But quick thinking on one of the members, if you have a look, they already moved out elsewhere. Meanwhile, we have another fight breaking out as TSM are going to be bending the rules, and question is Obey Esports going to obey to their whims, or are they going to dictate their own terms? There you have it. Blaze goes in. One of the members is down. They have exchanged a couple of knocks over here. Oh, Aquanox almost getting blown off his feet. He goes, hits the ground, unfortunately through the window. He is going to be taken out. It's all going to be on Ninja and Blaze. He goes around Ninja otherwise like he does shoot, but he's getting shot up from behind, and looks like it is going to be someone else. KBP want to join the party as well. Ninja in another fight all by his lonesome. He does cook that grenade. He is the last man standing, and well, his teammates are definitely going to be bleeding out. Oh my goodness, there goes the boom, and with that, TSM eliminated in the 15th position. Woo!
Couldn't be more appropriate as P4M Rax gets the credit for that one. And now once again, the rest of the members from KBP JODD, they will continue to bring in the boom. They've got the vehicles to rotate in. All 4 of the members still standing strong. Rax can be healed back up, but yeah, we missed out the circle rotation early on. It did shift a little bit further up towards the north, and guess what? There is still a team on the main island. It is Team X-Pac.
They are still on the island. I wonder if they've left it a bit too late, because what I like is one-sided glorious rotation. They are reading the map. The circle is going to be on them. There you have it again. Remember, they were down south, and again, beautiful, beautiful map read coming in from the boys. But for now, KBP JODD, they are going to be on a high. 3 finishes. Speaking of a high, you don't want to fall from that height, because at that HP, all that you're going to hear is a massive crunch down below if you do hit the rocks.
Absolutely, and before you know it, you're going to be in a different place. You're definitely not going to be on Sosnovka military base, but Gonna be in either the fairy depths of hell or up in the heavens above, depending on how well you played. BGMI gods, they judge you only by the performance, no bias towards your actions otherwise. Obey Esports in the meantime, well, they do seem to have all their members, well, except Zaddy still standing, so they do not have too much to worry about either. And KBP John holding on to the cliffside over here, they could be in a world of trouble because for them, rotating out of here is going to be impossible. They need a couple of smokes, and that is the only way for them to get out of here safely.
Also, you got to keep in mind, you know, Obey Esports, they do have that compound right in front of them, but sooner or later, they are going to have to move out as well. And speaking of movement, we are one just pretty much moved between two enemies. They're finally alight from the vehicles. Oh, Trigger almost had them in her crosshairs, Floki. They are lucky to still be alive elsewhere. Looks like Evo from OR is going to open up on 90 FPS as he's brought down to his knees. And, well, Skylightz Gaming over here are getting ready to fend off an attack from VR1 again. You did see them rotate, and now they're going to be a bit too close for comfort.
Absolutely, and Skylightz Gaming as well are going to try and move in and see if they can snatch up a little piece of real estate for themselves before things start getting a bit too hot and heavy for them to handle. They do have prime real estate at the moment. They're about as close as it gets to the center of the circle, so they don't have too much to worry about, but they need to hold on to this position.
Speaking of the circle, you know what I'm anticipating? Things might just end in the water.
Oh yeah, it certainly could shift a little bit further up towards the water, give Team X-Spark a bit of a chance over here, but once again, Team OrgLess 5 spread out across the field. Their members all creating all these awkward angles, and KBP John, they are just lambs to the slaughter over here, and Jigsaw is going to find one. Can he find the rest though? Because there are still 3 members standing from one-sided glory.
Well, as Rax is taken down, Chinchan is going to come under fire. His position has been exposed, and well, you better make sure you get all those ankles behind cover. But it looks like from the other side, it's going to be Bomber who is going to get the better of him again. OrgLess 5 making these amazing angles over here, making sure they have the crossfires. KBP are going to be trying and moving, but no, it's VR1 Sid who is going to get a couple of finishes to his name as that vehicle goes boom. And we were talking about here comes the boom. There you have explosions going on all over the place and teams falling down like dominoes, one after the other. 13 teams still alive though. It could still go either way. Now my question is, did TX make it to the other side?
Yeah, well, we're about to find out soon enough. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards Fault Esports, who are still going out there for a swim in the water. Now, one side of Glory have to be a little bit careful. They wrap up a few shots. Oh, he does spot Aladini. Can he take him out? No, he does not know which direction he went towards. So can't really connect with all those shots. But now, in the meantime, another team closing in. It's going to be Rivalry Esports trying to steal all the glory for themselves away from one-sided Glory. But can they actually land those shots? Legend! What a beautiful shot coming in from that man. Straight to the hip bone. And he is going to be able to take out, I believe it was, well, I'm not quite sure who got taken out, but Rivalry Esports will lose one of their members over here. 2 of their members in water, one of them inside a vehicle trying to heal himself up.
Well, the question I did ask has answered itself, but Scout is going to be taken down as he does throw a grenade, and of course you got to be careful because everyone is going to be keeping their eyes out on the beachhead. Scout does take some cover behind a rock, but one-sided Glory, oh, if they have a whiff, if they have an idea that someone's nearby, he could be taken out. And speaking of that, looks like it is going to be one-sided Glory substitute who is going to make sure he capitalizes on that finish. Now, this is going to be a field day for this team because they have so many fish in the sea, and well, they have those big bad guns to kill them.
Absolutely. I mean, even though there are so many fish in the sea, it is still sort of like shooting fish in a barrel over here because the blue zone is preventing them from getting to any spot that is safe. Now, the circle has shifted a little bit, but you can still brave a little bit of that blue damage and get a bit of rotation going for yourself. In the meantime, Gil will find substitute, but look at Legend still turning his attention towards the members inside the waters.
Again, it's all about that timing, right? They had to make sure they hit the ground at the same time, basically keeping the enemy guessing, hey, wait a second, who do I shoot at first? That's a massive grenade. It overshoots just a little bit. In fact, Mavi is going to be a happy man, but his position is given away. Lucky for him, Ultron is going to come and help him from the other side, and now it could be problematic. This rock is going to be the rock that Mavi is going to hold on to because, well, it is protecting him from everything that's destroyed, but Ultron is going to make a move. He is going to be the first to move in. He's had enough. He goes around the rock. He knows where the enemy is. He shoots. He connects. He gets them down, but it's going to be taken down instead, and there you have it. Mavi goes down as well, and with that, another Goliath has fallen as Team X-Spark exit the game in the 12th position.
Absolutely. Team X-Spark being eliminated very, very early on over here, and once again, not the way they wanted to go out. One-sided Glory, living up to their name, not sharing any of it at all with X-Spark. And in the meantime, Skylightz Gaming, they continue wait like a panther in the dark. They haven't been spotted just yet. They're still holding on, and nobody knows that they're still over here.
Keep an eye on your circle. The only team pretty much with the compound are the boys from Skylightz Gaming, while everyone else is going to have to contend with Mother Nature herself. But look at that. speak about Rivalry. Akshay right next to his opponents, but right now there are going to be a little bit of fights breaking out elsewhere on the map as OL take on Orangutan Gaming. Now, look at the lead. He is going to come in. Oh my god, that could be a brilliant grenade. That anticipation, the fireworks over there are exactly what this team is all about. And Zigsaw, well, he is thinking exactly this way around the enemy, takes down yet another one, and OrgLess 5 are looking good. But who isn't looking good are the boys from Orangutan Gaming. They are down to one member with some semblance of cover behind a car, but only for so much longer. There you go, his position is given away, and with that, another big one bites the dust.
Absolutely. Not only are they going to find all the loot surrounding that area, they're also going to be able to pick up those vehicles, a buggy and a sports car coming in handy over here. But now OrgLess 5, they've got bigger fish to fry. Towards their flank, there is Celsius Esports coming in, and they've closed in on their position. There's not a lot of real estate to work with over here for the side of OrgLess 5. And OrgLess 5, their only way out of this one is to try and fight. Karthik has to be very, very careful because those nades just are not going to stop pouring in. My god! The ground around it just be shaken to bits, and maybe Karthik is going to go down in the end.
It kind of feels like he's walking through a minefield right now, the way grenades are going off all around him. Elsewhere, Fault Esports are going to be brought down by the best versions, version 1 themselves, but looks like they are going to come under fire by Skylightz Gaming, because I did just see Zeus go up with some shrapnel, and well, with that, version 1 are going to be eliminated as well. We are down to the final 7 teams, 18 people still alive, wanting to walk away with the chicken dinner. You did mention Karthik has to be careful. Looks like he did get the memo. They do have an semblance of some cover, and now they can be on the offensive themselves.
Absolutely. It's all about being in position first, because otherwise your aggression can be punished very, very easily. Well, looks like iQOO will somehow get credit for that finish from that distance. My god, with the M4, he's able to find that, and Rivalry Esports will be eliminated. iQOO is not done yet, though. Looks like Gamla Boy is going to be the next target on his hit list. He's going to get into a car and keep himself alive at that distance. iQOO, even if he connects a single bullet to the head, he will get that knock. Unfortunately for him, there is no such luck.
Well, iQOO is definitely dishing out the damage. I mean, talk about being an atomic bomb, you know, that magnitude. But looks like he is going to move forward with his buggy again, making sure he dictates the terms for all the opposition. Now they are going to come under fire from afar, of course. If you want that stability, you got to hit the deck and make sure you control your spray, because if you do so, just like Gamla Boy, you can take out opponents at that distance as well. Celsius are going to find out, but now Celsius' position is going to be under fire. Karthik has been run over by iQOO, and now iQOO whips out his machine gun. Let's lose a few bullets with that AKM, and again 13 finishes to this squad already.
Absolutely. OrgLess 5, they are not satiated with one chicken dinner. They want 2 in a row for themselves. First on Miramar, now on Erangel, but they have to be careful. One of the members has been knocked down over here, and Orange Rock, they might just have what it takes to try and contest them. There is also Skylightz Gaming on the flank in the meantime, who've still been undiscovered. They're still just hearing out all this commotion and waiting for a good opportunity to present itself. And Orange Rock, in the meantime, will continue to lay down some suppressing fire over here, but finally it looks like Skylightz Gaming, they will make their move.
They are going to make the move. 7 finishes to their name already. They haven't been as quiet as we did expect. You know, they did pick off a few stragglers that came their way, but now they are going to be facing an uphill battle. Of course, OR are currently the kings of that particular hill. Now, as far as Obey Esports is concerned, Deadpool is going to be carrying their flag forward, but again, since he is alone, he really can't do much. On the other hand, we did see OrgLess 5. They did have a good run, but now Bomber is the last man standing, which means, well, chances are it could come down between Orange Rock Esports and Skylightz Gaming. Now, as a drop is going to fall from the heavens above, I wonder if it's going to cause some confusion, because someone might want to go for it if their armor or their helmets are depleted. But it looks like Orange Rock are going to spot the last member from Obey, and with that, 3 teams are now left in this little bit of a Mexican standoff.
Absolutely. Well, the good, the bad, and the ugly. All present right here. OrgLess 5, though, with only 1 member standing, they have got some work to do. Bomber, all by himself, is going to smoke for cover in the meantime, but can he bob and weave? There is a supply drop nearby that he would really like to get his hands on. He does know where the players are, but he can't fire off those shots. He will give away his position.
Keep in mind, he has a clear angle on Evo, but he wants to make sure he clears those lines behind him, because the moment he shoots, as you did mention, his position is going to be given away, and that's when Wexy and Aditya could lay down some hurt on him with the hail of bullets. But again, I love the fact that he is showing some restraint. I love the fact that he's showing some trigger discipline. He does have the placement points, but he is hungry for more, and against all odds, he's going to be wishing that, you know, OR go up against Skylightz Gaming, and well, he just might come in and seal the deal, but looks like those days could be numbered, as Bomber is going to be spotted in the distance, and now he is at the mercy of Skylightz Gaming.
Absolutely. Bomber in the meantime, having been spotted, just cannot move anymore. I'm quite sure Skylightz Gaming are going to take care of the pest, but over here, it's going to be an opportunity for Onslaught to play aggressive. Never mind, the feet are sticking out, and that is all Puka needs to see to put Bomber 6 feet under. A 4v3 situation now. Orange Rock at man disadvantage, but maybe Skylightz Gaming can still be taken down over here. If Orange Rock play their cards right, they could come out on top. How many smokes do they have though? That is pretty much what this late game comes down to.
Also, you got to keep in mind that, Skylightz Gaming are going to be deploying smoke as well, which OR could use, as Evo does get up for a second, lays down some shots and hits the deck, because now he is going to be coming under fire. Now that vehicle right next to him is dangerously close to blowing up. I would move away if I was him. It looks like Pakar's position was just given out. Of course, the shots are going to be making his move, but again, all that flash from the muzzle gives his position out as DEADEYE is brought down now, but it's going to be a 2 versus 4 situation, and have a look at Somraj. He is creeping, he is crawling, he is a predator getting closer to his prey.
Absolutely a wiper in tall grass. This man is invisible to the naked eye, and the Molotov is going to go in, make life a lot harder for the members of Orange Rock. Only one member standing. He was probably going to be taken out. Drive fire curling over here. A vehicle finish to end things at Skylightz Esports. They will get themselves the second shitter of the day. Once again, on Erangel.
On Erangel, looks like this is definitely their map for the taking. And again, OR did put up a good fight. But again, once their positions were given away, once they had that little flank come up, once Somraj made sure he started things off, it was pretty much impossible for OR to get out of that. And again, you got to give it up to Skylightz Gaming, making sure they have the vehicle just to add that little bit of insult to injury.
Absolutely. I mean, they went for those style points. We've seen it all so far. We've seen a vehicle finish. We have seen a pan finish coming in as well. It just keeps getting better and better. And boy, as time goes on, I believe Skylightz Gaming are going to put up another great performance, and maybe, just maybe, on the next map of Sanhok, they could pull off a couple of, interesting maneuvers.
Well, again, it is going to be Sanhok. That is going to be a different beast altogether. But if you missed any of the action, where were you? But we got you covered because, well, we do have the highlights coming up on our screens now. And I like one thing. Action did break out early, right at the beginning, in fact. Unfortunately, it was a bit of a fumble, which led to the demise of a member from DestructaX.
Absolutely, and once again, the way these circles were shifting, it was forcing all of these teams to be in close proximity with each other, and even though it did force them to be with each other, there was a temporary ceasefire that was, just sort of agreed upon unanimously by all of these members. But once the circle started getting a little bit crazy, once we saw those hardcore Western shifts, that is when the action started piling on. And that is when the real estate prices started going up, as I said earlier. But yeah, at the end of the day, all it really came down to is who made the rotation late or who made the rotation early on and didn't get discovered. And in that regard, Skylightz Gaming were on top.
Now this fight over here, TSM, oh my god, they were split up. Had their member been with them, that one man who was far, far away, it could have gone differently. But for now, over Esports, they managed to survive. And well, Deadpool, as we did see, did survive till quite some time. Now this grenade over here, Ninja realizes, oh, I heard something trickle right next to me. Unfortunately, he couldn't get out of harm's way quick enough, which means, well, TSM had an uncharacteristic early exit.
Absolutely not like TSM to be taken out this early on, but once again, all of these other teams just brewing their mettle and showing that they are not to be underestimated. Skylightz Gaming, they came in guns blazing in this map once again. I did have the pleasure of interviewing Destro early on. I did ask him, given the fact that there's 3 of Erangel, is that something that is in the back of your mind, or is that just something that's, you don't really care that much about? He was very straightforward. He said, yeah, there is 3 Erangel. Yeah, we're confident about it. And yeah, we're going to perform.
Again, if you know what you're good at, by all means, just go all out. And well, they did just that and managed to secure 2 chicken dinners in this match. Now, Sen, of course, they've been in a terrible position right from game 1. They've been getting caught off guard. They were always in the thick and thin of all the action, and they were just getting surrounded by the enemies. Let's see if they are going to make the sinners pay for their mistakes. But now, OrgLess 5 again, amazing gameplay coming in. The way they made sure they isolated their opponents, took them down one by one. And well, when all others fail around you, someone's got to be standing tall, and that was just the team that did that.
Absolutely. It was the team of Skylightz Gaming who managed to achieve that towards the end, even getting a couple of style points, with the vehicle finish. So kudos to them. Not only do they get the victory, they also do it in style. V is for Vendetta, and V is also for, victory once again. Trying to come up with a more creative word, but unfortunately my memory failed me. OrgLess 5, though, they too want to be a part of the action. Karthik
getting drove over by a buggy.
I mean, he must have been in the smoke. He knew that the vehicle is coming nearby, and suddenly, before he could even react, well, he was flung in the air and he came down crashing. Celsius taken out in the blink of an eye, courtesy OrgLess 5. Now, Aditya, again, remember, if you want to shoot at distance, hit the deck. Make sure you practice in the training grounds because, well, you too could have that laser precision. Now, OR till the end, boy, did they put up a good fight.
Oh yeah, I mean, Orange Rock in the end, fists were always up in the air. They were bloody, they were bruised, but they still wanted to brawl. And, well, they really did try, Vexy, he got taken out over here, but Evo, he stood his ground until the very end. There's not much you can do when there's a vehicle coming in from one side and all the other members coming in from the other. Skylightz Gaming, they made up a delta split over there, and just kept Evo on the tippy top of his toes.
They did indeed, and I wonder whether the last finish came via bullets or via the crunch under the weight of that vehicle because, well, the skull would have definitely popped like a watermelon. Now, we know who won this game. It was, of course, Skylightz Gaming once again. Let's have a look and see how all the other teams did compared to them because, well, they are going to be walking away with 26 points, 11 coming from finishes.
Absolutely. 26 points to their name once again. A far cry from the 37 that they found early on. But once again, this is not, these are not rookie numbers. These are top-tier numbers from a top-tier team.
I'm pretty sure they aren't complaining at this point, Floki.
Absolutely. I'm quite sure they're not. They're more than happy with the number of points they found. In fact, I believe they achieved what TSM set out to do with a total of 60 points. They had 40 in the last one. With a total of 26, they do go up to 66. But we also got OrgLess 5, Orange Rock, and Bay in that second, third, and fourth spot.
I see day by day, as you and I have been casting, your maths is definitely improving quite a bit.
Absolutely. It must be your presence has made sure my math skills are up and at the tippy top as well. But DEADEYE Esports and one-sided glory, well, they're on the 5th to 6th spot, and everyone else, well, they didn't have any such luck. Let's have a look at the MVP, though, and see who is the one among all of these players who stood out the most.
It is going to be tricky because so many teams got so many finishes, but only one is going to stand on top, and it is going to be Kilo from OrgLess 5. 5 finishes to his name, almost 800 points of damage.
Absolutely. 5 finishes, 791 damage, and once again, a headshot to his name as well. Clearly, I'm quite sure you're going to be a little bit impressed with that. 295 healing done, and that is one of those things that is a stat that you're not really sure what to do with because it just means you're a bullet sponge. So the higher the number, it kind of shows that maybe you were the first one or maybe you were just the one who got caught out too much.
Well, speaking of the OrgLess 5, they are going to be at either end of the top 5 players. As of course, Kilo is going to be at the tippity top, and Zigsaw joins him in 5th position with 3 finishes. Now, in between, we do have Orange Rock making a little bit of an appearance with Aditya and Vexy both sharing 4 finishes each. And, well, you can't ever forget Somraj and the boys from Skylightz Gaming. They are going to find their way on this table one way or another, but this time it's Somraj with 4 to his name.
Absolutely. I mean, great performance by all of these teams over here, but once again, very, very close in terms of the damage numbers, except for the, second place. That's where it starts going up in the air. And, well, here are the match summary stats over here. 78 grenades were used, and out of those, only 3 resulted in finishes.
I mean, we did see vehicles running over people, so, you don't need so many grenades. We did see a lot of bullets do all the talking. And, of course, grenades are useful for knocking your opposition, and then you rush in for the kill. But what surprises me the most is, although the heavens above did deliver airdrops at the feet of a few of these teams, none of them went and looted them.
Absolutely. I'm quite sure you're going to be a little bit disappointed by that. Just get your hands on something like the AUG and AWM, maybe even closer towards the end. But this is a stat we all always wait for. The finish to damage shot. I think this is one of those stats that just tells you the entire story, even in case you missed out all the action.
I am hell-bent on seeing some AWM action at some point, but before that, let's have a look at the finish to damage performance graph because, well, although a few teams did do wonderful in this game, a few didn't do so good, but I do see that, they are picking things up, a little bit of damage on their counters, but not enough as we are pretty much done with half the games of today.
Absolutely. Well, 3 matches are over, 3 is still remaining. Of course, we've got one of each, Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel coming up next in that order too. So maybe the story can change. Maybe, just maybe, if Skylightz Gaming don't perform as well in the next 3 maps, they could be knocked a tad bit down, maybe even out of the top 6. So you don't want to be missing out on that action.
A, that is wishful thinking because I know that you want to make sure that the competition is razor thin and, well, we have all the drama in store for you. B, I don't really think that's happening because they do have the momentum. They definitely are infused with confidence. But C, they could have a target painted on their back, so anything could happen. Again, we come back full circle. Anything can still happen. You still have 3 more games. The next, of course, is going to be played in the thickets of Sanhok, and well, the jungle can be a dangerous place with a lot of hissing around. So you got to watch out for the snakes, and well, you might want to make sure you have your pipes with you.
Absolutely. Well, let's jump to the player spotlight and see who it is who's going to be standing out amongst the crowd over here. Who has had the most consistent performance throughout this day? It is going to be Aditya from the side of Orange Rock.
Now, of course, 4 finishes to his name, but the damage is what makes this man stand out. 876 points of damage, along with an assist as well. Like I said, Orange Rock, they did have a good game, and in fact, they did survive up until the very end, which goes to show, well, they were in the nitty-gritty of all the things. Now, let's pit a couple of players against one another, as we are going to make a few of them face off against each other. It's going to be Somraj from Skylightz and Wexy from OR Esports.
Absolutely. I mean, Wexy from OR, he did try his very best until the end, but looks like Skylightz just had too many numbers at the end, but looks like Skylightz just had too many numbers at that point. All 4 members still surviving, one going around with the car, the other 3 just trying to make sure that the angle's covered with their weapons and whatnot. Wexy, he was literally caught between a rock and a hard place. The hard place being a giant beast made out of metal. So, yeah, not much he could have done over there. But Somraj as well, great performance by him. I do believe he got a couple of picks that Skylightz Gaming didn't really were looking for, but it did enable them to move a little bit forward.
Now that we've had a look at the players, let's see how their squads did, because we are going to pit 2 squads against one another, and this time, well, it's not going to be them. We are looking at Skylightz Gaming, who did finish in the number 1 position, and OrgLess 5, who had a good run as well with 13 finishes to their name, Floki. But look at that damage in the thick and thin of it right from the beginning.
Absolutely. I mean, Skylightz Gaming, look at that. I mean, they did get 11 finishes and 782 damage, but in comparison to OrgLess 5, like you mentioned, they were the ones going in for those early actions. They were the ones being there down in the dirty, rolling around in the mud, being scrappy with their fists up in the air, and they did not give up until the end. There was no surrender, there was no white flags. They tried the level best, but in the end, just see that Skylightz just had a slight edge in terms of numbers.
I think I'll tell you what happened. So if you remember, OrgLess 5, they did kind of move towards the south of the Sosnovka military base at one point, which is when everybody else had the same idea, right? So whoever survived those skirmishes, whoever, straggled off in the distance, well, they went straight towards Skylightz Gaming. Now, let's do one thing. Let's have a look at how one particular team did in the last 3 games, as Skylightz Gaming is going to be put under the microscope. And of course, game 1, they did win that chicken dinner with 22 finishes. And, well, they did the same in game 3. However, half the finishes this time.
Absolutely. Well, the one thing I love about Skylightz Gaming is the sheer number of damage that they have done. If you combine all these 3 games in total, I do believe it adds up to around 6,000 damage, and that over the course of 3 maps is very, very impressive. I'm quite sure also impressed by my math experiment. You're just looking at me and being a little bit proud, but
that's that. You caught it. That was a proud little look over there. I mean, the way when he said almost 6,500, 6,000, I was like, damn, when did this happen? But again, looking at all these numbers on our screens, I guess we can kind of do a bit of math ourselves too. Now, it's not just that we have to keep talking for a living. Maybe we could do a few more calculations so we could be on the other side of the camera. But now, before we get into the next dramatic map of Sanhok, let's have a look and see how all these teams are doing after 3 games, because, well, the overall standings are popping up, and at the tippity top, we of course have Skylightz Gaming's with 66 points, 35 of which came via finishes.
Absolutely great performance coming in from Skylightz Gaming, by the way. And if you look at the 31 number, one might think that they've had a consistent performance over the course of time, but no, it was them getting 2 chicken dinners and just 1 placement point in the previous map of Miramar. So kudos to them for knowing what their strengths are and sticking to it. You see that first spot, it hasn't changed. Skylightz Gaming, they've got complete control of that part, and OrgLess 5 are in the lead, are second behind them with 52 points to their name.
You said some things don't change, but a few things are going to change just below them, as TSM are going to drop down to the 4th with 38, and as you mentioned, OrgLess 5 in 2nd with 52, followed by Orange Rock Esports in 3rd with 46. Now, all the teams, all the favorites out here are having a good day. Let's be honest about it. Of course, a couple of teams still on the bottom. Orangutan Gaming in the 8th position. I'm sure they are going to want to fix that situation. But if we have a look at the other side of this table, well. DestructaX, 7 points. DEADEYE Esports, 7 points. Sin Official, 7 points. However, it isn't lucky number 7 for them this time.
Absolutely, definitely not lucky number 7. And well, version 1, if they want to start moving ahead in the world, they better start performing. They better start pulling their socks up, because otherwise they are just going to be beaten down by the likes of TSM, Xpark, OrgLess 5, and Skylightz Gaming. All these teams just really packing a punch this time around, and the invited teams proving their mettle.
Proving their mettle indeed, and you did kind of see a little bit of a shift, right? One-sided Glory, they did jump up a few spots. They are going to be in the 10th position right now. Again, making sure they use this platform that iQOO, 7 Legend, the monster inside, has provided for all our teams. Because again, it only takes one moment, one opportunity to, gain all that glory and all that respect. But, before that, let's have another word from the official smartphone sponsor from BGIS 2021. It's the iQOO 7 Legend.
Are you ready for this? Check this out.
Someone amongst us always keeps talking about the Costa's Curse, and of course that is that mischievous devil we know as Floki. So now that we are done with the mischief, looks like hope is finally back in as well. Sparrow is going to join us. Sparrow, amazing fights in the last game. Skylightz Gaming once again dictating their own terms.
Absolutely. I mean, Erangel is like their home, and they're playing just like that. The way they are playing, the movements, the rotations, the gunfights, everything is just flawless coming in from Skylightz Gaming. But at the same time, I would like to say, I told Floki that as well. Orange Rock, consistent as ever.
Consistency, of course, that is going to be the key to success. But, you did say that Skylightz Gaming, they do own Erangel in a way. But do you think someone is going to give them any competition? Before we get to that, let me just remind you once again as to which all teams are going to be battling it out in the battlegrounds below. Because although you have your favorites, we have a few new teams coming up. Of course, TSM is going to kick things off, followed by Skylightz Gaming, Team Xbox, Fault Esports, Sin Official, Celsius Esports, not a good day for them, Orange Rock Esports, and of course the OrgLess 5.
Consistency is showing in the gameplay of OrgLess 5 as well. The way they played, I think they are brimming with confidence after this one. Talking about other teams, I think OB Esports and DEADEYE Esports are also looking to get some decent points. And I was looking at the overall points table XP, and I was watching at number 6, they only got 20 points. So the cutoff is still very low.
It is still very low. Again, it kind of seems like only a couple of teams are dominating, and let's see who else are going to be the competition, because OB Esports is in the building along with KBP JODD, One-Sided Glory, Rivalry Esports, DEADEYE Esports, DestructaX, who have been on a bit of a path of destruction themselves, Orangutan Gaming, and version 1. Now, speaking of Orangutan Gaming, of course, the Orangutan, one of the great apes, and the team also one of the well-known teams in our community. I mean, they are one of the big dogs. However, 8th position, Sparrow, it looks a bit dicey for them right now.
Absolutely. I mean, they call their fans the Ape Army, and they would be so disappointed at this point of time. They have 19 points, if I'm not wrong, and they would love to get some more.
I mean, Orangutan, if you do something, I don't mind getting my arms up a bit and going a little bit ape on the studio as well, because again, we want to see something from this team. We know about these boys for quite some time now, and although they are relatively new to the scene over here in BGMI, boy, have they been making waves. Now, before we do head over to the action, of course, everybody is going to be in Sanhok already. They are already pretty much jumping around with anticipation. Let's have a look at the beautiful tropical map of Sanhok, as we are going to be flying pretty low but above with a bird's eye view. And well, to kick things off, it is going to be one of the camps.
I agree with you on that one. Sanhok is indeed beautiful, but it is unpredictable as well. There are a lot of teams who Would love to get some points out of Sanhok, but you know what? They're also not comfortable in it. Sanhok is a map where no one is comfortable, but at the same time, if you have the zone, if you have the advantage, I think you would be pretty happy.
You and I, we saw Sanhok yesterday, all right? And we saw the unpredictability. In fact, I do believe it was Floki who was joining me. But again, you were sitting right next to us, so that is why, I mean, you know, we are still a tight-knit unit over here as well, ladies and gentlemen. And that is what all the teams playing right now need to be as well. But now, as we have a look at the docks, a place that you don't see too often. Hopefully this time the circle is going to do a little bit of an opposite switch, and this time maybe the docks, the cave, Kampong could be in contention. But again, we shouldn't really ask for too much, Sparrow, because we should learn from our mistakes. The more we ask, the less the BGMI gods give.
I'm gonna ask a lot.
Oh, buddy, we're in trouble again. So you know what I'll do? Just give me a list of what you're going to ask for. I'll do the complete opposite.
Well, first of all, I want entertainment, and I think we are having a lot of fun at this point of time. There's no shortage of entertainment.
You're never going to have shortage of entertainment, but the question is, when does that entertainment begin? Because it's going to be Sanhok, and it looks like it's going to be right off the bat.
You know what? Sanhok is a small map. There are going to be a lot of drop clashes. There's going to be a lot of third-party interaction as well, it seems.
Oh, third party, fourth party, fifth party, maybe all 10 teams might be shooting at one another. That is what it is. It's all a party. But the thing is, it's not the kind of party you want to be invited to, because, you know, when you get back from a party, you want to be happy. Over here, well, you're going to be dead. But in the next few seconds, forget that. We are going to be jumping straight in as that big, beautiful bird is going to take to the skies once more. But this time, it's going to be the teeny, tiny island of Sanhok down below.
As we see this plane path, I think Scout, as we see him on our screens, he would be really willing to get some decent points out of this game. Plane path doesn't even matter in Sanhok, to be honest. You can go anywhere you want to go. You just have to glide in the air and reach your destination. Talking about destinations, a lot of teams would love to go towards Bootcamp, Paradise Resort, Painan. All these areas are really good. But you know what? From last 2 days, we've been seeing some Harten into play, especially in the final few circles.
You know, as far as really good places go, anywhere where the enemy isn't there is a really good place in my book. So let's see if that's going to be the case, because although we never see the docks, you know, taken by any team, it is going to be Skylightz Gaming, who are going to be spread around pretty far and wide. As have a look at Somraj. He is going to be west of the cave, while Destro's up in Kampong, and well, the teammates are down below. But the circle is going to be merciful this time, pretty central, so all the teams are going to be happy. However, we're going to have a few unhappy teams, because I do see a few early skirmishes breaking out sooner rather than later.
I have to say, someone has done their homework. I mean, look at Skylightz Gaming, look at that split. No one uses these areas, and there's abundance of loot just lying there waiting for someone to come and pick them. And Skylightz Gaming is going to be a team who will have a decent rotation as well. Lakavi is also empty. If they can go towards the eastern coast, they're going to get a lot of loot, a lot of value out of it. But not only them, I think Rivalry also has a really decent split in the middle of the zone. They are going to be really confident after having that kind of loot, it seems. Meanwhile, TSM, the team is filled with confidence. They're off to a bad start, I would say.
The problem for Rivalry Esports, Sparrow, is that they made a few rivals in the course of the last 3 games, and since they are split off, chances are they could be taken down one by one. But of course, this is all speculation at our end at this point. Now, you did mention TSM. Good games, well, as far as games 1 and 2 go. Third round, they were taken out a bit too early, and of course, you know, the fans are going to be disappointed. However, you got to keep one thing in mind. They're going to bounce back strong.
Again, as I was saying, I mean, not a good game according to their standards.
Oh yeah, again, according to their standards. I beg your pardon, ladies and gentlemen. I made a bit of an oopsie over here. I should have mentioned that with TSM, because I am going to get a lot of flack. They're like, hey, wait a second. They got a few finishes, but again, according to their standards, these guys should be skyrocketing. Another team that should be skyrocketing are the gentlemen on your screens right now. Team X-Spark. Now, Scout running around in the wilderness. He is going to try and see if he can find something with his teammates. Again, they are spread out on the northwestern island.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point of time, they are in top 6, but I don't think they have enough points. They need to perform well in Sanhok, and as we were saying, I think heal battle could be on the cards. The position is good, they are in the zone, they are looting well, and this guy on our screen, Gil, I think he's going to be super important, as well as Ultron, if you ask me, because, I mean, with all his gadgets, Tony Stark is not coming to help him.
Well, looks like that is going to be the truth in this situation. But again, just to add to your point, you're only as strong as your weakest link. So it doesn't matter what the name is. Every single man in the squad needs to perform. And well, talking about needs to perform, we are going to have some skirmishes breaking out at the Paradise Resort as KBB JODD are going to be moving in on DestructaX's position. For now, it is going to be still green, but sooner or later, all that water inside, all the greenery outside could be covered in hot, steamy blood as action is going to break out. For now, I like what DestructaX is doing. They know that the enemy is nearby. They know this surrounding. They know this terrain, and they have the rooftops. And well, when you are up on the roofs, you can see the enemies for miles out.
We have seen something like this on day one as well, where RP Mizo and Revenant, they had a drop clash at Paradise, but we are yet to witness any fights there. I would love to see some fights at Paradise. Is that your favorite location, XP?
It is my favorite location. I wish they did call it city so I could say the grass is green and the girls are always pretty, but looks like, Sparrow, we might just see some action break out at some place where you normally see no team. I am talking about bootcamp. Before now, looks like somebody is going to be spotted. Shots are going to be fired, and Rax, well, had he held onto the trigger maybe just a little bit longer, we would have seen the first knock of the day. But now, it does seem like DestructaX are aware that the enemies are nearby.
It's just amazing to see Rax. What he did there, he managed to take a shot. He did damage his enemy, but at the same time, he changed his position. That is so important, XP, that you take a shot, you change your position, and I think that would help them. Rax trying to climb the mountain there, and I think this switch, look at the flank. All four of them are flanking at this point of time, and I believe DestructaX should be ready for them.
Well, you got to keep your enemies guessing, Sparrow. That is what Rax is showcasing for us on our screens, and he is doing it brilliantly. Now, of course, DestructaX, meanwhile, aren't staying idle as well. They are going to be moving around themselves because they are anticipating exactly what is going to happen right now, as it looks like Teddy has a grenade, Max has a grenade, but Rax is going to be taken down because the Link sprung into action, and well, it was just a bit too fast for him. Now, KBB JODD are going to be at the back foot. They were going for the flanks, as you did mention, but now Tyler is going to have to waste some time as his teammate Hagemaru is going to make sure the fallen comrade is picked up. DestructaX, in the meanwhile, could reposition themselves, and again, you got to keep the enemy guessing, but a grenade comes in. Lucky for KBP, it was a bit too far.
Well, sometimes you just have to focus on the old school rush, but didn't happen that time. I was hoping for a rush coming in from DestructaX, but they are just chilling in that compound and they are just holding on. They managed to knock one guy, but nothing much.
You weren't hoping for a rush, you were hoping for chaos.
Well, absolutely. Chaos it is, but I think we have to wait for some time, XP. They're just waiting for the chance to come in. Of course, the pressure is counting. If this was a classical game, they would have rushed anytime soon.
Easy. A few squads would have already been wiped out by now, but of course, as there is a little bit of a stalemate breaking out at the Paradise Resort, chances are we might just switch to the boot camp, because although one team is inside, well, we're going to be switching near the boot camp, as on the other side, Celsius Esports, they do have the higher ground, but again, they do have some rivals down below in the form of Rivalry Esports, and have a look at how they are all stacked up in different houses, making sure each and every one of them covers their front. But again, Sonic, you have so many buildings, you might want to go and grab yourself a helmet.
Absolutely. I mean, if you talk about Rivalry Esports, we talked about their split. They had a really decent split, but Sonic is yet to find a decent helmet. Actually, any helmet. He's looking for a helmet, it seems, and
I'd put a bucket over my head at this point.
well, you have to, otherwise it's going to be so difficult, but it's all about the zone, and I would love to see where the zone is going to go. If you ask me, I believe Paradise and the Bootcamp both could be in this zone.
Oh, absolutely. Again, this is Sanhok, and since the first circle is going to be imploding in on itself, unless we have like a drastic shift, I think I'm going to agree with you. Judging by what I see on the map, it is going to be pretty much central. But for now, have a look at Paradise. Still two teams over there, but looks like somebody else could be driving past, and that somebody else are the boys from Sin Official. Now, Sparrow, Sin Official not having the best of days, but again, 3 games in hand, anything can happen. But looks like someone is making a move, as Fault Esports are going to come under fire, and Lathan is going to be wishing he had his genie with him, because, well, although he is on the ground, OrgLess 5 are trying to make a move and, well, snuff their lives out.
Well, are they still OrgLess? I still can't believe my eyes. I mean, look at the performance.
I hope the name of the organization is OrgLess 5, because that would just be amazing.
Well, absolutely. I think if any sponsors are watching at this point of time, they should just contact them, pick them on Instagram or something like that. But moving on, look at Paradise. It's not Paradise anymore, because a chaos, a war is going to happen at this point of time. One side we have DestructaX, and on the other hand we have KBP JODD. Another flank coming, and they are rotating like a like a clock, it seems.
Like a clock, I like that. Tick-tock is what they need to do because, well, for both these teams, they are at the receiving end of things in the last few games, and they definitely want to make sure they climb up higher on the overall ranking. Now, Rax, like you mentioned, does have that right flank outside the buildings, but again, unless his teammates decide to make a move, he can't really do much. Now, the fact is, the circle is still going to have Paradise Resort in its entirety, so for these two teams, you know, they are going to wait for the enemy to make a mistake.
They have to be careful though. Sin officials is not that far away. They can actually come in, and it's all about Sanhok, right? It's all about making use of those third-party engagements, and I would love to see if Sin can come in and wreak some havoc on these teams.
Now, the thing is, I wonder if they have the confidence. Because, again, you know, they are staying away, which I wouldn't blame them right now. They are in the circle. They want to make sure they get as much loot as they can. But I wonder if that confidence is there. Because, well, if it was, we would have seen them rush in a bit earlier. Elsewhere, we are going to join Team Xbox, as they are going to make sure they have a building each for themselves. But oh boy, the enemy is a bit too close for comfort as a grenade was flung at Exodus. However, he is still going to be on his tippity toes, but Teddy OP's position is nice. Again, he's conveying all this information, and now finally KBB are going to be on the back foot. Looks like another game plan is coming in. They might in fact just go on the other side of the resort and lay down some shots, but for now, we're going to wait and see where the next circle is going to take us.
You know what's happening right now? Both of these teams are just waiting for their, their opponents to make a mistake at this point of time. Whoever will make the first mistake is going to be the team who would be taken out, it seems. Right now, both these teams, they are waiting for the circle to come in, and I believe it is going to be a boot camp circle, if you ask me. I wouldn't mind a quarry circle.
I wouldn't mind anything right now. I just want to see some action. I want to see some bullets fly. I want to see some bodies hit the ground. And, well, of course, we did predict this early on. It is going to be imploding in on itself with the Paradise Resort still in play, with Boot Camp still in play, with Painan still in play, and, well, as you wanted, parts of the quarry still in the circle. Now the circle is where it is. Teams are going to move in. Looks like Obey Esports could be going up against the enemy, and that was right overhead because VR1 are opening up on them. In fact, one of them has already been put down, and there you have it. The first pick is going to come, and now more shall follow as Deuce. He is going to be lobbing that Molotov. It does look good. It is going to force the enemy back. In fact, it is brilliant. The rock behind is going to be burning, but looks like it is just a bit too long as Deadpool and Zaddy are going to make sure that they look on for any movement on their flanks.
Now, VR1, if they want to qualify through to the semi-finale, they have to play as a team. They have to play as but Obey that will look at that. QBZ at its level best with a 4x. That was immaculate.
That was brilliant recoil control, and of course the QBZ known for its rate of fire, making sure he put just 8 rounds in the enemy real quick, and well, with that, the enemy goes down, but this gives Obey Esports enough time to reposition themselves, and of course, like I said before, keep the enemy guessing. Now, what they want to do is try and get the high ground, and of course, Rage is looking exactly where he wants to go. Those rocks that you see towards the right of your screen, that is where he wants to go. It is going to be in the circle as well, and from there, they are going to try and thwart VR1's ascension into the next circle. Now, as far as VR1 is concerned, yes, they are going to get the picks, but elsewhere, OL are going to be opening up on Fold Esports, and looks like Fold Esports might be in a tricky situation as Bomber has a clear line of sight on the enemy.
Well, all these teams on the western side of this map, they have to go towards the eastern area. So OrgLess 5 is one of them, and Fold Esports, if they just hold their ground, if they just wait patiently, I think they can find OrgLess 5 in the open areas really soon.
Also, since the circle could be shifting soon enough, maybe the OrgLess 5 are going to be forced to move in, and that is when Fold Esports could take some advantage. But now smoke grenades are being deployed. Waldrick is going to make it to his teammate, and a few shots are going to connect, but Aladdin does have his genie with him this time as well. He is going to be safe, but can the same be said for Elite, because he's coming to fire, but no, it's going to be Waldrick who is going to feel that little burn as he's brought down. Lucky for him, he does have that massive rock for cover.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a really important factor for Team OrgLess 5. If they can push Team Fold back, they have a clear path inside the zone. We were talking about Orangutan. They found, I think, a really good frag there. I mean, OrgLess 5 pushed Fold Esports, but the benefit the doubt goes to Orangutan Gaming.
Doesn't matter if it comes by hook or by crook. You see someone down on the knees, by all means, take the shots and, well, get your team a few more finish points. Now, the blue zone is going to be on the move once again. All the teams are going to be comfortable except a few. I do see DEADEYE Esports coming up behind Obey around the ruins. This could be problematic because, again, the sound cues definitely have been given up, which means they are going to be alighting from their vehicles at some point and moving further into the zone on foot. Speaking of moving further into the circle, looks like TS, they're kind of contemplating something right now. Have a look at Scout. He is going to be on the main island while his teammates are still on the northwestern island. Again, the circle could shift either way, but judging by what I see, I do believe Bootcamp is going to see some action in the not so distant future.
It's going to be so important for Mavi to guide his team in the next zone, and I think that's a brilliant strategy coming in from his side. They send Scout forward, he's scouting his way out, and let's see where the zone goes. I mean, they won't mind staying there if the zone is there. They don't want to fight, they just want some points.
I want to see some action in Bootcamp. That is all that I'm going to be talking about right now. Yes, it might be a bit selfish, but again, it has been way too long, Sparrow, and it's just going to make it all the more exciting because, remember, this is Sanhok 2.0, and of course, you have a few changes here and then. You can go down underground as well, but for now, there you have it. The circle is going to implode in on itself once again. Bootcamp still in play as the teams are now going to be taking all those high ground, all those mountain tops all around it.
Have a look at Skylightz Gaming. We talked about them. They took the eastern road. They managed to find a really decent spot in the zone. And do you want that drop?
Sparrow, yes!
I can understand by your reaction, and I think they are listening to you. They are using that drop, and I would love to see what are they finding in that drop. But meanwhile, Team Xbox Scout managed to find a really decent spot in the zone, and yes, that helped them. Now they can cross the river comfortably.
Now the thing is, even if they do get spotted while crossing the river, they are going to have Scout as a little bit of an overwatch from above, and that is exactly what he is doing. Now again, the loot on this team is something to be discussed about. Level 1 helmets, level 1 vests, but again, when you are sharpshooters, the aim of the game is basically get the other one down and take no damage in return, because for now 16 teams, ladies and gentlemen, are still alive as we are going to be entering the third zone, and well, 62 players are still on their feet. For now, the action is going to be a bit slow, but looks like I do hear a few shots in the distance, and well, Rivalry Esports could be coming under heavy fire because at one end they have one-sided glory and at the other they have Ford Esports pretty much driving past them.
I can't even imagine the final two circles right now, the chaos that is brimming at this point of time. Look, we are 15 minutes into this.
This is not Sanhok.
This is not Sanhok, exactly. That's my point. I mean, 16 teams, 62 players are still surviving, and Orangutan, they are desperate for some points.
Now, although they are desperate for points, looks like TX could have scouted them out in the distance. Now, the question is, they are going to wait. They are going to bide their time because the moment they fire a shot, even if they do get a knock at this range, Sparrow, they won't be able to capitalize on that finish. So expect Scout and the boys to sneak their way in towards Bootcamp. But again, iQOO from Orangutan Gaming is anticipating something just like that. His job is to make sure that whatever lies to the west is secure, and well, if somebody breaks through the cracks, I'm pretty sure he's going to have a talking to while we join OR Esports on a hill of their own.
Everyone is reading the finish vid, right? I mean, nobody's fighting. Everyone knows that no one is over. Everyone is still there. They don't want to be the first team who got eliminated at 16th position. The zone is going to be crucial. So everyone is just trying to respect the zone. Respect the zone, and the zone will respect you.
Also, speaking of respect, I like Wexi's respect for his trigger over here. He knows the enemy is behind the rock, and well, Rax, if you make just a little bit of a peek, let me tell you something. There is a 6x scope with an M4 trained at you, and it is going to be Vexy from OR. So it is going to be laser precision. All those bullets are almost going to be like little mini homing missiles. But I do believe they have an idea. Again, you got to keep one thing in mind. Although there might not be any enemy near you, you could be spotted from afar, as Jelly now does know that someone is going to be nearby. KTP JODD again spread out far and thin, but they do have the compound for themselves elsewhere. Speaking of the team, Shinchan is going to bring down a member of DestructaX, as Exodus is going to be on his bloody knees.
You know the best thing about Sanhok? Because you are not... You have to know that you're not alone. Oh, look at that spray. Beautiful spray coming in from Shinchan. But Aditya DEADEYE finally finding his target as well.
Well, we did anticipate it. I mean, talk about the patience on the ladder over there, making sure that Rax was taken down. Now, this is going to be problematic for KBP JODD because, yes, they do have a good control as the circle is going to shift down south. We might just see some action just northwest of the quarry there. And Celsius Esports, they do have a good compound for themselves. But for now, KBP JODD, I do not believe that Revive can come through because, again, he is up there on the mountain. And, well, OR still have their sights set on them as they are moving further inland. But looks like OR could be clashing with TSM sooner rather than later. And speaking of the Revive, looks like KBP are going for it. And Rax is going to be up on his feet because, well, the enemy has pretty much left them. However, DestructaX still dangerously close by.
Absolutely. I mean, fasten your seatbelt XP. This is going to be a bumpy ride. A lot of teams outside the zone. And everybody would just want some peace in the zone. I mean, they want some real estate, but it's not going to be easy. They managed to revive Rax, but it's a long journey ahead. And believe me when I say that this journey is going to be super difficult.
Well, speaking of journeys, looks like TSM are going to be joining Orange Rock. They are taking their vehicles right to them, but Vexy does have the higher ground. In fact, he is going to get a knock on the opposition as Shadow is going to be left alone in that shack as 4 hungry members of Orange Rock are coming in. Jelly throws that Molotov. Evo goes down, but looks like the molly didn't work. Looks like Shadow got out of harm's way in the nick of time, and now he's going to make sure that Evo is put 6 feet under as the enemy is going to be right below him. He is going to deploy smoke, but looks like he is going to be spotted from the distance. But no, it's going to be Vexy who is going to bring him down and, well, put him in the ground.
This is utter chaos that we were talking about. Vexy is there. They lost Evo, but they still have 3 players still surviving. They have 2 finishers. Team Orange Rock is looking good. Meanwhile, talking about other teams, they managing to get Ninja as well. Obey Deadpool also taken out by VR1 Diaz, and I feel a lot of fights are happening at the same time.
Oh, you want third parties, you want fourth parties, you want 10th parties. This is where you want to be because, again, this is a little calm. The calm is gone. The storm is just about brewing. Jelly could be in trouble. In fact, he just takes a little bit of damage from that grenade. But on the other hand, Ultron, oh boy, he was brought down by a molly, and now he does crawl to safety. Gil making sure he deployed enough smokes for his teammate, but that grenade comes in, unfortunately for the opposition. It bounced off at a wrong angle, and Gil is still lucky to be standing on his feet. But now they're going to have to make a move because, well, even though they are going to go in for that little patch-up, the opposition, Orangutan Gaming, are going to be pushing in on their position, suffocating them. But looks like the play zone is playing with them as well, and only one man is standing. Gil kind of knows that. Oh, Ash sees him. Ash is going to get taken down instead. Amazing reaction coming in from Gil. And can he do it again? He goes for the last man, but it's going to be Zigsaw from afar who is going to bring him crashing down.
Orangutan with the last one standing, and AKOP with the 9 first hits in his favor. I think he's looking for the heal battle. He does not even have a choice right now. He has to do it. He has to become a doctor, a savior for Team Orangutan Gaming. But talking about Team Xpark, how many members do they still have? They have only 2, and 4 of them are outside the zone as well.
Well, speaking of 2, Marby just took a major chunk off, and looks like the first aid is going to be administered in the nick of time. 4 teams still braving the blue as they do try to make their way in. Scout over there zigging and zagging his way, but it's going to be Somraj who gets taken down as KBP JODD all making the moves and the winners of the last game. There you have it. Destro knows where the enemy is coming from, but the enemy is going to be wiping out his teammates. But looks like KBP come under heavy fire as Celsius is going to be raining down death and destruction. They've got grenades, they've got bullets, they are dictating all the terms, and looks like SG, they could capitalize on their fallen opposition, but it's going to be Shin-Chan who is going to make sure that he does make the enemy pay. But looks like that is all she wrote. Destro is going to be picked up. 5 finishes for Skylightz Gaming.
On the other hand, Team Xpark is also, I think, done and dusted. Meanwhile, if you have a look at the zone, Celsius is in a beautiful position. Team Celsius is in a beautiful position.
Wow.
Here you go, Team TSM.
Wow.
Oh my god. They got 2 finishes out of this game, but it's over for them.
The thing is, Ninja threw a grenade, knocked out Aditya from OR. OR threw a grenade, knocking out Ninja. And with that, of course, TSM are going to bid us adieu pretty early once again. Looks like things are finally catching up with them, and Orange Rock are waking to all this chaos. Are they the ones who are going to be thriving under pressure? Because for now, Akshay from Rivalry is going to be relentless as Shadow is brought down. And again, multiple fights taking place all over as Fault Esports are taking the fight to DEADEYE's Esports.
I think they're looking to do the heal battle as well. Vexy, he only got 9 first hits if you ask me, and I think he needs more. He has to go in the zone. He has to take that risk, and that is going to be a big risk, but I think that's going to be worth it. Meanwhile, if you talk about 1SG, Nick finally finding himself a decent place in the zone.
Something you don't see in Sanhok this late is the use of vehicles, but looks like Skylightz Gaming are going to be doing just that. But of course, you want to make sure you have a little little bit of cover for yourselves. Now Destro could spot the enemy out, but it's going to be Gamla Boy who does spot out Nick, and well, there you have it. He is going to be put out of his misery as One-Sided Glory is going to be out of this game, and now their attention is going to be focused on Rivalry Esports. They just have those few trees for cover, but if they go prone, their feet might just be sticking out, but there you have it. That is where smoke grenades come in, and the play zone, once again, Sparrow, making sure it wreaks havoc as members of DEADEYE Esports are falling one by one, and Gamla Boy is taken out as well.
OrgLess 5 also, I think, bites the dust there outside the zone. It's not going to be easy. There's Sin Esports. I have to say, 2 of their players are still alive, and they had the majority of the zone for a longer period of time, and they are holding, they are surviving, they are fighting with everything they have.
Have a look on the right side of the screen, boys and girls, because if you see OR, DEADEYE's Esport, and Orangutan Gaming, they all have one man, and they are out in the blue. You know what that means. The little bit of a heal-off is going on. Question is, do they have enough first aids on them to make sure they capitalize on all the points? Because final boss, he does get spotted, and of course it's going to be Destro trying to rain down some destruction from above, while his teammate Sonic, again, no helmet over here. They're going to make sure that they don't take any damage. In fact, the last time we met them, Rivalry Sonic did not have a helmet at that time as well. Now, final boss is going to be moving in. Vexy still with 5 first aids, and well, as another team bites the dust, he is going to be racking up a few placement points for his team.
Absolutely, I mean, Team Celsius, if you have a look at them, they have 4 of their players still surviving. VR1 have 4 of their players still surviving, so they have the multiple advantage. They have numbers game, they have the zone, and they can deal a lot of damage. Rivalry Sonic was trying to get in the zone without a first aid. It seems like it's going to be their demise. Meanwhile, Skylightz Gaming, have a look at Destro with 13 first aids. I think he's going to be surviving for a longer period of time.
Well, you know, before we started off with Sanhok, we did say this is the new meta, and well, looks like it is being put to good use now. Dream, he does know where the enemy is. One good grenade could be sinful for the team from Sin Esports, but again, he judges the distance and he's like, you know what, maybe I just can't get him. All he has to do is wait for them to come out from their little haven, because sooner or later, the blue is going to force them, but it's going to be Celsius who are going to make sure that DestructaX are sent packing home in the 7th position without any finishes to their name. Oh, this could be trouble. Dream S did spot the enemy, and now looks like he is going to be waiting for his chance again. I like the fact he's not going out of cover to throw that grenade, because from afar, VR1 could take him out.
I think Celsius got a beautiful position in the zone. They have the upper hand, they have the numbers game advantage, they have the nades as well, and that nade is going all in. That nade is going to get the utmost value out of there, and he would get a couple of players in one single nade. Meanwhile, VR1, I think VR1 is their prime enemy at this point of time, but they don't have the zone.
Well, Destro does have a few first aids, and in fact, a couple of them are going to be lying at his feet as well. Let's see if that's going to be enough, because VR1 are taking the fight up against Celsius. Celsius, the 4-man squad, 7 finishes. These boys are looking good, and now the blue is going to be creeping in on VR1, which means either they're going to brave it, either we are going to see multiple heal battles take place, or one by one, VR1 are going to fall. There you have it. The first domino does fall. Satya is going to start a chain reaction. It does, because Sid goes down as well, and now Psycho OP. All right, he can bide his time for a little bit. 7 first aids on him as Destro falls. Version 1 definitely have sealed the 2nd position for themselves, which means, well, we were talking about where is Celsius Esports. There they are in Sanhok, showcasing what they have, as Karthik is going to be braving the blue. He wants to make sure they find the enemy, and now, even though he does give his finish to Psycho, his position has been given away. Whether it was the right move, I don't know, but they just gifted 1 point to version 1.
Why would you do that? Why are you giving points to someone else? I mean, Psycho is certainly the last man standing. I would love to see if he can get 1 more.
Maybe they're getting impatient, because looks like Psycho was almost coming out. Maybe they were getting impatient. They want the next game to start. They want to take this momentum forward to the next one. But ladies and gentlemen, oh, things are getting a bit hot over here, because Celsius Esports just got that chicken dinner in Sanhok, and again, unprecedented Sanhok over here. You expected teams to be dropping down right at the beginning. Nothing happened for the first 10-15 minutes.
It was not a normal Sanhok XP. It was a weird Sanhok. You know why? Because first 15 minutes, there was no action. We were just waiting. We were just hoping now something will happen. Now it will happen, but it never happened.
You know, I like the fact that all the stream, of course, is in full HD. I think maybe they got confused. Wait a second, are we back on Erangel, or is this Sanhok? Because that is what it did seem like. Now, I'm sure a few of you would have gone away, you know, in the 15-minute mark, because you also were wondering, wait, is this Sanhok? But then all hell broke loose, and if you missed any of the action, well, we got you covered, as we did see the first pick coming in at the Paradise Resort.
It was a good fight, but in the end, both these teams were very patient, and I love the fact that, you know, they know how important this tournament is for them, and they're not letting it go. They're not letting it go that easily. But at this point of time, I think I would love to see some action right now. Obey. They had a decent spot, they tried their level best, but talking about Orangutan Gaming at this point of time, XP, I think they are not having enough points in their bag. They would love to have some more points. Talking about Orange Rock, I think they are consistent as ever. Every single game, every time we see them, they're always consistent, even though that Molotov was not needed at that point of time, but you know, it was the case. Vexy coming in, getting the better of TSM, and I have to say, TSM, oh, you know, they got couple of games, really good games, but after that, they have couple of bad games as well.
So, you know, what we saw in the interview earlier, they can't really do that, what Blaze said, that, you know, we're just going to play it like a classic game because, well, like I said, it is going to be razor thin. Now again, Ultron over here was taken down and Gil could only do so much. In fact, he did try to provide some cover for his teammate, but the odds were stacked against him. But oh my god, this reaction over here. Gil saw the enemy come out late, and of course the enemy in the form of Ash did have a little bit of an advantage, but again, Orangutan Gaming coming in from behind, making sure that their teammates are going to have some semblance of security. Samraj going down, which means, well, if the big boy goes down, the rest normally do follow. Skylightz Gaming had an not an early exit because they were still survived by Gamla Boy up until the very end.
Absolutely. I mean, TSM, they would love to make a comeback. Like, they were confident before the matches. They wanted to be aggressive. They want to push every single one of these opponents, but it's not easy. This is the biggest tournament in BGMI history, and the pressure is getting to them.
Oh, the pressure is getting to them, but again, like we said, you know, either you crumble under that pressure or you are going to be a shiny diamond shining in the spotlight. And of course, the spotlight is on all these teams. What they make of it is completely up to them. But again, Celsius Esports, wonderful job, and this grenade was just perfect. Kobe would be proud. Oh, they knew it the moment it landed. They were like, they probably looked at each other. They were like, all right, friend, well, this is it. I'm going to see you in the next one.
Well, absolutely. I mean, talking about Kobe, he would be really happy with that grenade, and we are one. I think the last point that they got, that was good.
Perfect three over there, the way they did flung it. I mean, the distance, you got to make sure the angle is right, just right before. You know, you don't want to make sure it overbounces. Of course, properly cooked, because the moment the enemy sees it coming, it's like, basically it's like looking at you like, all right, buddy, we're done. See you in the next one. That is what it was.
Absolutely. That was just amazing. But at this point of time, I am loving the fact that Sin Official got some points. I'm loving the fact that VR1 got some points. Celsius got some really important points. And all these three teams getting the better, you know, getting the better of their opponents. And I think we would find them in top 6.
We are going to find out because, well, we know who the winners are, but let's see how all the other teams did compared to them, because at the tippity top with 9 points from finishes and 15 from placements, thanks to that delicious chicken dinner, Celsius walk away the winners with 24 points.
And by the looks of it, if I'm remembering correctly, top 6, the cutoff was 20 at that point of time, and I think they're going to make it to top 6 after this amazing performance.
Again, like we've been saying, anything can happen. You know,
one good game.
One good game. We were pretty much, that was our mantra yesterday, the way we went on and on about that same statement. Of course, joining them in second position, we have version 1 with 18 points, and Skylightz, in fact, with 18 as well, 8 of which came from finishes.
Well, Skylightz Gaming right now, I am pretty confident. I can clearly say they have 1 foot in the semi-finals and 1 foot in the quarterfinals. They are going through pretty easily. Talking about Sin Official, I'm so proud of them. I mean, this is a new team. This is a raw team with raw talent. They had the zone. They should have been a little more aggressive, but apart from them, it's good.
To add to your Skylightz Gaming point, it's going to take a miracle for them to mess up.
Well, absolutely, but...
Well, before that, let's just have a look and see which one man or woman stood head and shoulders above everyone else. As the iQOO MVP is going to be up on our screens. Now, keep one thing in mind, not a lot of finishes, but Gamla Boy is going to take that coveted title because, again, at the end of the day, this is a team game, and well, with 453 points of damage, 3 assists and 3 finishes, I mean, I think he did his bit for the team.
That shows a lot of things. I mean, in Erangel, in Miramar, we were watching 9 finishes, we were watching 6 finishes. Now in Sanhok, we are only seeing 3s. And that's a big thing, right, XP? I mean, look at Destro, he got 3 finishes. Look at Vixie from Celsius, he got 3 finishes. Look at VR1 Diaz, he got 3 finishes. Look at Celsius Streams, he got 3 finishes. Where are the 5 firsts? Where are the 6 firsts?
The funny thing is, this is game 4. I would have expected something different, but looks like 3 is the number of the day in Sanhok, and everyone is going to be happy with 3 finishes. Of course, they want more, but Sparrow, you can only do so much. Now, looking at these facts and figures, let's have a look at a few more. Only 34 grenades used. Of course, this is Sanhok. You know, you are going to be close to one another. But the funny thing is, the ratio of finishes is amazing, because out of 34, 6 ended up putting people 6 feet beneath the ground.
I mean, out of 6, we we have to give it to Celsius for getting that nade right. They got a couple of them. Meanwhile, talking about total healing, that is 9,492.
Wow.
I still think that that is good for Sanhok.
It's good. It's a bit too much for Sanhok because, again, you know, in Sanhok, what normally happens is the moment you're knocked out, you barely have a chance to get back up. But this time around,
a lot of heal battles.
A lot of heal battles. Amen.
Absolutely. Talking about total knocks, we have 56 total knocks, total finishes 52. But right now, it is time to see some huge buildings. If there are, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think a small city maybe.
Now, if we put the healing thing, there you go. I mean, one thing is going to be certain, pretty even Steven this time. But, you know, if we added healing to this point, then, of course, we would have seen those tall skyscrapers. But at the tippity top, we do have Celsius Esports with 1492 points of damage and 9 finishes to their name.
Number 2, we got Team Skylightz Gaming with the 1,393 damage for 8 finishes. TSM also chipped in for 3 finishes for 616 damage. But a lot of buildings, a lot of points, and I have to say, I mean, KBP Jor also impressed me.
If you think about it, absolutely, even version 1 over here, you know, getting a lot of damage done, making sure they did end the game with a few finishes to their name goes to show that, again, anything can happen. And, you know, it was Sanhok, so, of course, teams were going to be hesitating at first. But no drop clashes this time, Spiro. It kind of surprises me because all the teams, again, have been doing their homework and it is on display on our screens right in front of us. Everybody scattering around, everybody making sure they split up, you know, to not be seen by the enemy. But again, it looked like someone let slip the dogs of war at one point and all hell was let loose.
You said it right. They have done their homework and that's a great thing, but that's a bad thing as well. I mean, if there are no drop clashes, the final few circles are going to be so chaotic. It's really hard to stand your ground.
So do you think that they kind of made a mistake on their own? Because, again, it's like, all right, I see where you're coming from. If you do have a drop clash, right, yes, you take down 4 members. That means 64 becomes 60.
Yep.
And now you got to make sure that you go every compound, making sure the enemies are going to be lower and lower until the very end when, again, this is fantasy.
Look,
this is fantasy.
It's not only about drop clashes. People are not fighting. They're not willing to fight early on in the game. And that is why the final few circles are chaotic. I mean, look at the number of finishes they got in Sanhok. Only 3 is the highest number. That means they're not fighting enough. They're waiting for their chance to come in. If the zone is on you, Celsius got the zone and they got the chicken.
So what happened this time, I believe, is the fact that, you know, it was more of team fights. That is what I think really stood out because, yes, individually everybody needs to perform, but this time they played as a tight-knit unit. And speaking about individual performances, let's put 2 of them against one another as it's going to be Destro going up against Mavi from Team X-Park. And as you said, finishes, we're only going to see 3 as the highest number.
Absolutely. I'm going to finish my line there. I would love to say that I think Celsius as well, they were not, you know, they didn't have a 4v4 altercation. They managed to stop everyone who was coming into the zone. And if you talk about other teams as well, nobody went in a 4v4 fight. Everyone was just trying to stop others to enter the zone.
You know, you are right, but again, when the enemy is right in front of your face, like we saw with Skylightz Gaming, we thought that they're going to be stealing away the show. But again, you know, they were overwhelmed by opposition at all ends. And, well, sometimes you do bite the dust. But again, the damage difference is going to be on display as well. Destro destroying his enemies with 421 points of damage. And Mavi, again, you know, X-Park playing the slower game this time with 151 for himself. Now, of course, the survival time is what stands out because, well, Team X-Park were knocked out a bit early on. Now, let's do something different. Let's put a few squads against one another as Celsius Esports are going to be facing off against version 1.
Well, to be honest, if you ask me, version 1 should not have 6. They should have 5, but Celsius made the mess out of it. The final finish that they gave them, it was a gift wrapped really well. Maybe it was a New Year's present.
What if at the end of the 6th game, it all comes down to 1 point between these 2 teams? Oh boy, they are going to be kicking themselves in the heads then. But for now, Celsius Esports, they are going to be walking away the winners. Number 1 is going to be above their name, while version 1, well, they are going to have to be happy with position 2. Now, of course, things are going to be changing in the maps to come because after this, well, Miramar is going to be next. Then we have Erangel. So that classic RNG factor that everyone fears in Sanhok is going to be going out. But again, it is Miramar. The last Miramar we saw, boy, the circle was just playing with all the teams.
I'll talk about 4 matches done. 2 matches to go. I mean, I don't know. Let's have a look at the overall standings. What do you think?
That's what I was going to say. You know what it's time for? It is time to see how all the teams did after 4 games because, well, at the tippity top and with quite a big lead, it is going to be Skylightz Gaming basking in all the spotlight as they do have 84 points, 43 of which came via finishes.
Yesterday, the highest was 100. Day before yesterday, the highest was 99. So I think
It's gone.
Skylightz Gaming is going to break all the records right now. And day 3 belongs to Skylightz Gaming. But number 2, we got OrgLess 5 with 55 total points. If they are still OrgLess, I don't know. I don't know anything.
Sparrow, I fear you might just have jinxed Skylightz Gaming. What if the next 2 games don't go well? Again, see, we want to see anything happen. Anything can happen, and for me, personally, I want to see some drama. But of course, joining OrgLess 5, we do have OR Esports in the 3rd position, just 2 points behind with 53. DSM haven't budged from the 4th spot with 41 points. And well, Celsius and Version 1 both are going to be climbing up higher with 35 and 29 respectively.
Well, with Celsius and Version 1 coming up, 2 guys made into top 6, so that means 2 really good teams who played well in the earlier matches, they went out of the list. Team Obey Esports at number 9 with 20 total points, Team Fold at number 10 with 20 as well, but look at Orangutan Gaming with only 19 points after 4 games, they would be disappointed.
I mean, disappointed would be an understatement. They would be frantic right now and pretty much going ape crazy back at the boot camp because they need to do something right now. Sparrow, 2 games in hand, they are leaving it too late.
I mean, imagine the pressure. Imagine the pressure on all these teams who are in the 2nd page right now. I just don't even imagine. I just can't even imagine how much pressure they must be facing at this point of time.
I can see your face right now. I can see the worry on your face. I know the pressure is on us as viewers. In fact, all of the people, all of the fans watching at home, they're going to be feeling the pressure as well. But then again, Sparrow, that's what separates the champions from the rest. I mean, when all that pressure is on you, again, like I said, either you succumb to it and crumble under the pressure, or you withstand it. And over time, you know how diamonds are formed, right? That is exactly what might just happen over here. And well, I mean, I wasn't going to cue this up, but of course all of this is thanks to this bad boy, this monster in my hand, the iQOO 7 Legend. But before we move over to the next game, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break, but anything that stands out for you in the Sanhok?
I have to say, I would love to see some more fights. I would love to see some action. I would love to see, leave the invited teams aside. All these teams who are up here, the Rising Star, they played round 1, they played round 2, they played round 3, they are here, and I think they should just be confident now.
Well, we're going to see if that's the case because we're going to take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side of this.
Dual chip monster, 1 for performance, 1 for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें. क्या बात है, श्योर, एकदम श्योर, मतलब मान गए गुरु। तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है। तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप। अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए। वेल डन बॉयज।
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021, powered by the iQOO 7 Legend. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be Spiro himself. Spiro, the last match of Sanhok was very, very interesting. Skylightz Gaming continue to maintain their lead at the top, but the question is, what about the teams down at the bottom? All the teams were in that 7 to 8 place. What are they going to do now?
Well, as you say, Skylightz Gaming, they are through. I mean, we don't have to worry about Skylightz Gaming anymore. Absolutely. But what about other teams? I think the bottom 8 teams, this map is going to be super important for them. If they can get some points in Miramar, they can still qualify. But if it's a bad game for them, I think the dream would be over and this nightmare would be their reality.
Absolutely. Well, we've got these teams in the groups just in case you've been missing out on the action. If you were sleeping for the first 4 games, well, firstly, good morning. And secondly, here are the teams in front of your screens. TSM, Skylightz Gaming, X-Spark, Fault Esports, Synofficial, Celsius, OR and OrgLess 5. But we've also got another set of 8 teams. These make up the majority of the invited teams. And on the other side, we've got Obey Esports, KBP JODD, One-Sided Glory, Rivalry Esports, DEADEYE Esports, DestructaX, Orangutan Gaming and version 1. Now, out of the teams that we know that haven't qualified, is there anyone in particular that you think can maybe edge their way into the top 6?
Well, I would love to see Celsius Gaming do well again. The last match was good for them. They managed to get the chicken dinner. They managed to get into top 6. But it's not clear for them. It's not easy. They have to get at least one good game and one average game if they want to qualify. The competition is rising, Mr. Floki. And I have to say, Orangutan Gaming and all the other teams like KBP JODD, they need to figure out a way, especially KBP JODD. The way they played in round 3, they really impressed a lot of us. But right now, they're struggling.
Absolutely, and if there are any KVP JODD fans out there, make sure they feel the love in the chat. Make sure you spam some support for your favorite teams out there because they're going to be needing it. Last two maps in the fray now here, Spiro. I mean, there's only going to be Miramar followed by Erangel once again. So perhaps a bit of a comfort zone for some of these teams who have been playing since the qualifiers because, well, Miramar was played very, very recently in round 3, and we've also seen a lot of Erangel in the first 2 rounds. So hopefully these teams are going to have a slightly better chance over here. But I want to hear your thoughts. Do you think the fact that, well, you know what, scratch that, never mind. That is a topic that we can breach in a little while for now. But we do have an interview coming up soon enough. It is going to be from one of the members of Team OG. Well, let's have a look for ourselves and see who that member is going to be. We're going to leave it as a mystery for you. So let's just jump straight in and see who is there on the other side.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का iQOO प्रेजेंट्स बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया सीरीज में। मेरा नाम है अंकित पांडे, एक यांकी बॉट, और मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं द वन एंड ओनली मेजी। और इस स्पेशल सेगमेंट में हम एक स्पेशल गेस्ट को बुलाने वाले हैं जिनके साथ हम कुछ वार्तालाप करेंगे, कुछ बात और चीत करेंगे और जानेंगे कि क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में उनकी क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रहने वाली है, कौन सी टीम से उनको थोड़ा सा डर लगता है या फिर कौन सी टीम के सामने वो काफी ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग नजर आते हैं। तो चलिए सीधे बुलाते हैं टीम ओरंगटन गेमिंग से ड्रिगर को और जानेंगे उनसे सभी सवालों के जवाब। हेलो ड्रिगर, कैसे हैं आप? स्वागत है आपका।
थैंक यू सो मच। आप लोग कैसे हैं?
बहुत ही बढ़िया,
मस्त है, मस्त है
जी, बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया ट्रिगर। बट एक चीज जरूर हम आप लोगों से जानना चाहेंगे कि राउंड 3 आप लोगों का उतना बेहतर नहीं था। राउंड 3 में मुझे लगता है कि लोवेस्ट पॉइंट आप लोग के ही थे। तो राउंड 3 में ऐसी क्या गलतियां हुई कि जो अभी आप क्वार्टर फाइनल में जब आप खेलने आओगे तो आप लोगों ने वो सारी चीजें सही करी हैं?
राउंड 3 में बेसिकली हमने जो हमारे अकॉर्डिंग 2 मैचेस हमारे चिकन थे वो हमने कैपिटलाइज नहीं किया अच्छे से। बस उसी नॉर्मल मिस्टेक्स को देखते हुए हम क्वार्टर फाइनल में एंटर कर रहे हैं और होप हम क्वालिफाई भी कर देंगे।
तो ऑब्वियसली यहाँ पर अगर हम बात करें ओरंगटन गेमिंग की एक बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम हमें देखने को मिली जरूर से। बट ड्रिगर, अगर हम बात करें यहाँ पर क्वार्टर फाइनल्स की, तो सैनहॉक के मैप का एडिशन हुआ है। अलग अलग टीम्स की अलग अलग स्ट्रैटेजी से, कुछ हील करने के लिए जा रहे हैं, कुछ अग्रेसिव खेलेंगे। आपकी टीम की क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रहने वाली है सैनहॉक के मैप पे?
सैनहॉक में तो हमारा ड्रॉप लोकेशन भी बूट कैंप ही है
जी।
तो जोन ने फेवर किया तो बहुत अच्छा, जोन फेवर नहीं किया तो फिर फिंगर्स क्रॉस्ड।
फिर उसके बाद हीलिंग्स एंड बाकी सारी चीजें। ड्रिगर, मैं जरूर ज्यादा फोकस आपके ही टीम पे करूंगा क्योंकि हमने ग्राइंड पे खेलते हुए देखा, फिर हमने राउंड 3 पे आपको खेलते हुए देखा। जैसा एंकी ने बताया कि ग्राइंड में जब हमने आपको देखा था, पहला दिन बहुत अच्छा, दूसरा दिन थोड़ा खराब, तीसरे दिन पे फिर थोड़ा सा आप ऊपर उठे, चौथे दिन पे फिर थोड़ा सा नीचे गए। तो ये जो इनकंसिस्टेंसी है इस वक्त अभी जो ओजी की स्क्वाड से हमें देखने को मिल रही है, इसमें सबसे मेन इशू जो इस वक्त आप लोग फेस कर रहे हो?
बेसिकली हर टीम में होते हैं, मेनली अप्स एंड डाउन्स तो आते ही रहते हैं ना। मजा क्या आएगा गेम का अगर हम या तो टॉप पे ही चल रहे हैं तो या फिर डाउन में चल रहे हैं, थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है। और हम अभी कॉन्फिडेंट तो है क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में।
जी जी। ड्रिगर, जैसे कि अभी लास्ट परफॉर्मेंसेस की हमने बात करी तो थोड़ा सा तो प्रेशर ऑब्वियसली आप लोग भी फील कर रहे होंगे। तो अभी जो एम है ओरंगटन गेमिंग का, वो टॉप 6 में आना है या टॉप पे आना है इन क्वार्टर फाइनल्स?
जस्ट क्वालिफाई अभी तो।
ओके,
अभी तो बस क्वालिफाई, और वही सेम चीज अगेन कि बहुत सारी टीम्स होंगी जो अभी बस क्वालिफाई करके जा रहे हैं। मुझे पता है ओजी के पास बहुत सारी स्ट्रेटेजीज होंगी, जैसा हमने उनसे पहले भी बात की थी, उन्होंने बताया था कि कुछ भी होता है कोच का उसमें बड़ा हाथ होता है, कुछ अगर गलत होता है तब भी उनका बड़ा हाथ होता है। तो प्लेयर्स कोच इकट्ठा होके चलते हैं और स्ट्रेटजीज हमें भी पता है कि अभी वो बचा के रखेंगे। सो आपको ऐसा लगता है कि अभी आपके ग्रुप में टीएसएम जैसी स्क्वाड है, स्पार्क जैसी स्क्वाड है, टीएसएम का रिकॉर्ड है 31 फिनिशेस का, आपको लगता है जब आपसे वो भिड़ेंगे, जब आप से उनकी मुलाकात होगी गेम में, तो किस तरीके का आपका माइंडसेट रहेगा? क्या वो दिमाग में रहेगा कि अरे 31 फिनिशेस निकाले हैं और बड़े आराम से वो एलिमिनेट कर सकते हैं?
उसका आंसर आपको गेम में मिलेगा।
यही चीज मैं सुनना चाह रहा था। मैं सच बताऊं तो मैं बस यही चीज सुनना चाह रहा था कि कुछ ऐसा बोल्ड स्टेटमेंट कोई दे जरूर।
बिल्कुल ड्रिगर, मजा आया आपसे बात करके बहुत ज्यादा। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग एंड वी आर प्रीटी श्योर कि आपकी टीम बहुत बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करने वाली है क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में। सो ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर दैट एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग।
थैंक यू।
सो ये हैं ड्रिगर जिन्होंने यहाँ पर बोला कि अच्छा ऐसा है मेथी कि जो होगा देख लेंगे गेम के अंदर ही। तो मजा आने वाला है बहुत ज्यादा। और अब यहाँ पर जो एक आग है वो लग चुकी है और देखते हैं कि आग जो है, वैसे स्पार्क भी आ रहा है और ये आग भी आ रही है, देखते हैं कि किस प्रकार से प्रदर्शन जो है वो अगले मैच में हमें देखने को मिलेगा। तो चलते हैं सीधे अगले मैच की तरफ और जानते हैं कि टीम ओरंगटन गेमिंग क्या एक बार फिर से भूचाल लेकर के आने वाली है।
Well, that was trigger for you folks from the side of Orangutan Gaming, but the issue for Orangutan is going to be the fact that they've only got 19 points so far, Spiro. And boy, if they do not perform in Miramar, and if they do not perform in Erangel, they are going to be done for.
Can you imagine the pressure? Can you feel
I
the
don't
pressure?
want to.
I
actually
can
don't
feel the
want
pressure.
to. I
Yeah.
can feel anxious just by thinking about it. You know, just imagine being in their shoes right now. You know, being 4 games down, 19 points to your name with 2 maps remaining. How the hell are you going to make it there?
One of the premier teams in India, and I think they're facing a lot of issue. They're facing a lot of pressure. They're facing a lot of complications at this point of time. A lot of fans. You know, their fans are known as the Ape Army, and you know, they must be hoping, they must be spamming their name at this point of time. And I would love to see if Orangutan can make a comeback in Miramar.
Well, I hope the apes are rallying in the chat, because right now Orangutan Gaming are going to need all the energy that you can give them. And boy, oh boy, we're going to move into the deserts of Miramar and see for ourselves if Orangutan have what it takes to push through and maybe sneak through the cracks into the top 6, or if they will crumble and fall apart like a house of cards. Well, so far it seems that the performance has not been up to the mark, but hey, it's a new game, it's a new map. We'll see if they have what it takes or if they're gonna perish. But any other team in particular that you're thinking about right now, Spirit? Any other team that you kind of want to watch and see what's gonna happen to them? Because I'm quite sure there are lots of teams in that 7 to 8 spot who are just very, very close and on the cusp of breaking into the top 6.
I would love to see Team X-Pac. I would love to see how they're going to play in this one, because you know, even though they played well in some games, they played okayish in some games, they can still make a comeback. I mean, it's all about the zone. If they can get in the zone, get a decent position, get their numbers high, get a higher ground in Miramar, that is very relevant in Miramar. Let's see if they can do that. They are going to make it through to the semi-finals, but if not, I mean, you don't want to leave it till Erangel.
Absolutely, you don't want to leave it till Erangel, because that is the last possible second where, well, let's just say that there's going to be lots of chaos happening. Lots of teams are going to be going for those all-in plays, and well, you don't really want to be cashing all your chips in at once. You kind of want to make sure that you take steady, even bets throughout. Well, final opportunity for some of these teams over here, because if they don't perform in this, no amount of points are going to save them and let them get into the top 6. But soon enough, we should be jumping straight into the game and having a look at the flight path as well as the circle. So give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for your favorite teams in the chat, because this might just be it. We are going to be going into the final map of Miramar, after which we're going to be going to the final map of Erangel. Well, and after that, we're going to be done for. This is all they're going to be able to get. Well, the flight path is going to start over the areas of Los Higos and go all the way up towards Campo Militar. Now, most of the map is accessible, except for those few teams who do like dropping into El Pozo.
Absolutely, El Pozo, Trailer Parks, Ruins, La Cobreria, Crater Fields. If you want to go there, you have to work really hard. But you know what? Every single team, no matter where they are going, they have to work really hard. They have to work smart. They have to make sure they get decent loot firstly, and if they can get decent loot, decent vehicles, they should have a decent spot in the zone. By decent, in Miramar standard, I think you have to get to a higher ground, maybe a mountain, maybe a tall building, and if you can do that, that would be really beneficial for you.
Absolutely, and Orangutan Gaming are going to take a very, very early drop. I'm not too sure where they're going, but it seems that they're going towards Minas del Val, or yeah, Chumacera could be where they drop in. You know, share all that loot amongst themselves. But in the meantime, the flight path, it does favor a team if they do want to try and drop in towards Tora, Ahumada, or Campo Militar too. So you see some of these teams going in there, but of course, rotating out of Campo Militar can be a nightmare by itself. You know what I think would make Campo Militar a bit more balanced? If there was another road that leads a little bit further from the east towards the bridge area, maybe then Campo Militar could be a solid spot to drop. Well, that is a very interesting circle forming in straight up towards the north. Los Leones, you are nowhere near in sight.
Well, absolutely. I mean, look at the number of teams that are currently in Los Leones. All of these teams, they have to first loot, rotate, get a decent spot in the zone. But right now, the happiest teams of VR1, look at their position, power grid, a beautiful position. They can easily gatekeep a lot of teams. I would love to see if they are going to do that. Meanwhile, moving on to Team Sin, a drop clash may be on the cards, because I can see Team DEADEYE Esports, one player was in the vicinity.
Absolutely, there is also rivalry in the area, so you have to be careful patrolling the streets of Los Leones, because you might run into someone else who does not belong to your squad. And Sin official are going to make sure they play this one out a little bit slowly. As we see them just going around the map, looting for now. They just need to get their hands on a couple of vests, a couple of DMRs, a little bit of ammo to work with, and then they're good to head out elsewhere. Because once again, you have to remember the circle. The way it is shaped right now, we should be seeing a lot of action towards the southern end of the map. I mean, sorry, towards the southern end of the circle, near Picado, near San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, Monte Nuevo as well. All of these places should be the areas where these teams have to go through to get inside the circle. And over there, we could be seeing a lot of fights breaking out, so stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, we're going to be having a look at all these other teams, just trying to make sure they get all that gear up and are kitted to the T. I see Rivalry Esports have got themselves an AKM and an M416, so kudos to them. They're going to be able to use those two different types of ammo and have capabilities for all sorts of distances.
I mean, Floki, these teams have a lot of information as well. I mean, you know about the plane path, you know the zone is not near the plane path. You can easily go, get a vehicle, go in the corner like La Cobreria, El Pozo, Trailer Park Ruins and loot there peacefully. Then make a really good move back into the zone, and if you can do that, that would be really beneficial for you. But at this point of time, I can see all these teams, they're busy looting. They want to loot as fast as possible. They want to get into the zone, maybe near Hacienda, maybe near San Martin. There's a really good mountain near San Martin. If you can capture that, you're going to get a really good field of view where you can get a lot of points.
Absolutely, but you know where is the highest point right now? It is right next to Crater Fields on the map. So maybe if teams are able to make their way there, they can have, well, a little bit of an easier time. But in the meantime, we're going to take a look towards Junkyard, and that's going to be where Team X Park makes their home. Going to be picking up a couple of vehicles for themselves, suited for those off-road situations, and well, the rotations inside are going to be easy. Something that Team X Park hasn't really been struggling with, but is always going to feel nice to have some vehicles that are suitable for these off-road adventures, especially when you're driving like Scouters.
Well, Team X Park, they got Murray, they know how to get into the zone, and they're trying for just that. Look, all four of their players are filled with experience, they're filled with emotions, and right now this Miramar is so important for them. If they play well in Miramar, they are going to keep their hope high, but if they don't, I think this could be it for them.
Well, we're about to find out just how well they can do, if they are going to be able to keep their hopes high or not. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards OrgLess 5, who are all the way up in La Cabrera. Now, once again, you have to remember, when the circle formed, La Cabrera was in there, and it is kind of close to the center of the circle. Of course, the smack dab center of the circle is water treatment, in case you guys are wondering. But, yeah, La Cabrera is also not too far off. In the meantime, we're going to turn back towards Obey Esports, see what they are up to. I'm not too sure where they are on the map, to be honest with you. I do think they are somewhere near Hacienda, although no, they're near La Bendita. There we go. They should be entering the zone soon enough. But once again, the southern part of the map, or rather the southern part of the circle, could be populated with a lot of teams, and Spear, we might be seeing some very early action happening in Miramar.
Well, action is on the cards because zone is allowing us for that. But moving on, I mean, there are a lot of teams who are still in the zone, and I think they have a decent spot. Everybody wants to be in the center of the zone. Everybody wants to be in the center, trying to figure out a way to get some decent points. But my eyes are glued on Orangutan Gaming. They have the players, they have the experience, they have everything a player wants to have. But at this point of time, the only thing they don't have is some points.
Absolutely no points available for them whatsoever. And in the meantime, Orangutan, well, they're going to continue moving forward over here off the map. I mean, well, they're trying to make sure they get their way inside the zone, but yeah, the rotation seems a little bit clunky at the moment.
I would say the driving skills are just amazing. I mean, it's really hard. It's really hard to drive that vehicle on that terrain, but they're doing it flawlessly, it seems.
Absolutely. Well, that's why you give your driver's license exam. That's what it prepares you for all those off-road shenanigans. Of course, don't try this at home, but if you do, at least make sure you grab an off-road vehicle. In the meantime, we're going to once again have a look at the map, just in case you guys missed out on all the action. Orangutan Gaming going to be rotating all the way around from Monte Nuevo, while there are still a couple of teams who are in Los Leones. Sin Official going to be the ones who are going in a little bit late. I'm not too sure if I'm a fan of this rotation, because once again you have to remember, with San Martin and Power Grid being towards the edge of the current circle, they provide very, very good vantage points towards all the teams rotating in from Graveyard and also going all the way around from Monte Nuevo.
Well, my eyes are on the center where VR1 is taking a fight with Team X Park. It's happening, Floki. It's happening finally. 6 minutes onto the map, and already we are seeing some skirmish between two great teams. VR1, who took, I think, X Park's position in the points table. They managed to get into 7th position where X Park used to stay, and I think X Park would like to take some revenge right now.
Absolutely, Team Xbox, they are going to run into version 1, but version 1, they don't really seem to have the numbers for this fight. Team Xbox, they've got some sort of a vantage point over here, and version 1 Sid is going to try and fire off a couple of shots, maybe connect a few of them to their domes, but no such luck for now, and they might have to cut their losses short because in the distance I do see, I think, what are the members from Skylightz Gaming, although I could be wrong about that, but yeah, in the meantime, Psycho OP is going to continue to push forward, maybe catch some of the members from Xbox off guard. This could be a bit of a bait and switch setup coming in. The Mini 14 at that distance, well, it does do a fair amount of work, but all it's really doing right now is giving the side of Deuce away to the... it's letting Deuce know that there are a couple of people there up on top of that hill.
It's all about making the first mistake. If you make a mistake right now, you're done for. You know why? Because this is a very crucial area. Everyone would be coming here. This is center of the zone. You have to be careful about third-party situations. Not only third-party directly, but third-party shots. Long-range shots are going to be shot for him. But look at the flank there coming in from Gale. That flank was everything, and Team Xbox is just looking so amazing. This is their normal strategy. Look, they always love to flank, and Gil is one of their pure pristine flanker.
Absolutely. Well, Gil doing a lot of work over here, but it seems that version 1 might still be able to get away with this. Now, that does require them to drop down a smoke or maybe get towards cover. And once they do so, version 1 should be able to get their members back up on their feet. In the meantime, Gil, well, it does look like he's not going to be able to secure that finish. And a ride has arrived. So his Uber's here. If he wants, he can leave. But it seems that Team Xbox are keen on taking the fight. In fact, such as Esports are also joining the party over here. Dreams is up there on top of that rock, just trying to get some information for his teams, but it looks like he has been discovered. Thankfully, he's got the UMP for those close-range engagements, and it seems like the side of version 1 might be closing in on it, but they're going to run straight into the crosshairs of Team Xbox. And look at that crossfire coming in. Dreams is even going to steal that finish away. Satya is going to be taken out, and my oh my, Celsius Esports, they put themselves on board.
Right now, Xbox would be fuming on Celsius. I mean, you know, they did all the hard work. They made sure VR1 would flank there. They made sure that they would go in the open area, and they made sure to get 2 really good knocks there. But Celsius, they just came, they just stole, and they have 2 finishes to their name now.
Absolutely great performance coming here from the side of Celsius once again, getting themselves all those finishes to work with, but you have to be a little bit careful right now because there are more teams closing in. Now, if you have a look at the circle, it's shifted further up north, even further,
That's rare.
all the way towards El Pozo and the crater field. So you're going to have to be a little bit careful with where you step foot because having the cliffs of San Martin right now is just not going to cut it. In the meantime, Team Bay, well, they're just going to be hiding out here on the high ground. Deadpool, being the eyes for his team, has dropped a couple of smokes. Looks like he has been discovered, so he's going to have to be careful with where he steps foot. But in the meantime, Team Xbox, they know there's only 2 members surviving, and as soon as they have that information, they will push forward. Ultron, he's going to be the one taking the fight. He will get that first knock going for himself. Finally, Team Xbox will go in with the aggression. Scout OP, though, does seem to be a little bit low for now. Can't heal himself back up. Has got those bandages and first aid kits to work with. And guess what, Ultron? He's also found the other member. Deuce is going to be taken out, and that is it. Version 1, they are out.
Beautiful 1v2 coming in from Ultron. I mean, he's a wonderful player. With that UMP, he just went berserk on VR1. They got 2 points. They should have gotten 4, but I think Team Celsius managed to get into a decent position. It's all about points, right, Floki? It's not about how you get them. It's all about if you get them or not.
Absolutely. And once again, I mean, Team Xbox, what they managed to achieve was really, really strong because now they get all that loot for themselves. And on top of that, well, I might have to hold on to my words over here. Ultron might need a world in trouble. Look at that Mini 14 firing off in the distance. Now that is just ambitious.
Well, the bullet drop from UMP in that range, it's not gonna happen, Dreams, but that's a nice dream that he's living
certainly.
right now.
A man can dream. Celsius definitely does justify his name right there, but he's gonna drop a smoke. Looks like they still kind of want to go ahead and take some sort of an engagement here. Or he's just trying to get to his minibus. He just wants to loot those crates and get that utility and all that healing in the world available for his name. Well, let's see what he finds. Let's have a look at the instant replay, in fact, and see exactly how Team Xbox took out the members from the side of version 1 in HD. Well, it all started off with Gil finding them as Dreams, just sort of acted as a bait. It almost seems like Team Xbox and Celsius had a bit of an insider deal going on there with, you know, the side of version 1 getting a bit too aggressive when they heard Dreams move. And Dreams, he did secure one finish for himself. So, you know, kudos to him for stealing those points away. But once again, you know, it all really ended with... Oh, well, never mind. It looks like Deadpool was taken out there by a car explosion. Wow, that is rough.
That is rough. I mean, there are some ways you don't want to get finished. One is by zone, one is by nades, one is by car blast, and one is by car rotations. But, it's part of the game, part and parcel of the game, and I think we have to respect that. Moving on, talking about OR, they are trying to enter the zone from the southern side, near the San Martin area. Team Sin, I can see them. I think Team Sin should be a little more, I have to say, open right now. There are 2 games remaining. They have to be confident in their gameplay.
Yeah, but look at that circle once again shifting all the way up north towards La Cabrera, something that we've never seen before, and I'm quite sure this circle is going to rattle a lot of jammies. Let's see who's going to be able to make their way in there and who's going to be the unfortunate sucker caught towards the edges of the zone right now. As we see a lot of teams trying to make their way in. Bay Gaming have managed to find their way in over here, but the blue zone is going to start to take, or rather deal a little bit more damage. And I do think Orangutan Gaming were also inside the circle already. In the meantime, TSM, no finishes to their name, but they've all got separate vehicles, so they're going to rotate in, get a lot of information to work with. And Aquanox is leading the charge for that team. In fact, there are a couple of other vehicles available as well. Blaze will be very, very happy to take one of those up.
Well, I think TSM off to a really wonderful start. Their rotation, their positioning is really good. I mean, they have the golden Mirado, it seems.
Be careful. The suspension on that thing is not that good. And if you do not watch where you're going, your car could be flipped over. In fact, I think we saw it yesterday with a similar car. I don't think it was the Mirado. I think it was someone else, but it flipped over and they were trying to get it back up with a buggy. Nevertheless, we're going to turn our attention back towards Orangutan. And like I was talking about earlier, they did get this rotation fairly quickly inside the circle. So they may not be expecting Orangutan to be in this position. They would still probably be undiscovered. And there is another team walking into their crosshair right now. It is Team DEADEYE Esports. And on the cusp is also Fault Esports just around the corner. So maybe Orangutan, if a fight breaks out, they could come in third party and get a lot of finishes to their name.
I believe the rotation coming in from Orangutan, TSM, Skylightz Gaming, all 3 of these teams are just amazing. I mean, they managed to get a decent spot in the zone. Meanwhile, OrgLess 5 Evoke, he said hi to KBP JODD's player, but Tyler is struggling. He's low on HP, he's low on confidence, he's trying to run away. Would he be able to find a decent spot? But meanwhile, retaliation fire coming in with that mini. Kylo gets a knock.
Absolutely, Kylo is going to get knocked down on his knees, but thankfully Smoke is going to come in. He's still out in the open. In fact, Evoke, I think he's been shot from the back over here. Doesn't really know where those bullets are coming in from, but does have an idea of what the surrounding terrain looks like, so will go in for the res. Looks like Kylo is going to be able to get himself back up on his feet for now. Jigsaw though, look at him with the Mini 14. What? He is very, very dangerous at this distance. You're going to have to be careful with where you step foot, otherwise that DMR might just pop a cap straight in your skull. Once again, give you a free frontal lobe surgery. But in the meantime, we're going to have a look at all of the other teams rotating in from the eastern part of the map too. I believe One-Sided Gamers and Celsius are the ones making their way there, and not far behind One-Sided Gamers are also the members from Obey, although they do seem to be going for the longer way around. This time around, an airdrop has been looted, so kudos to the team who did manage to secure all that loot for themselves. I wonder what was in it, but for now we're going to turn our attention back towards the northern, or rather the northwestern part of the current circle, where a bunch of teams are there. And once again, the circle, it's going to shift towards the south. In the meantime, I think one of the members from Obey did end up biting the dust thanks to the blue.
I think the position of Team Rivalry is just immaculate. They have the higher ground, they have the mountain area, and if they can hold on to that area, they are going to get a lot of points. It seems one is Nick getting the better of another player. I would love to see how these altercations are going to pan out at this point of time. Look at Skylightz Gaming, they have to be careful. Aladdin has his sights on Skylightz, but I wonder why he just backed down of that.
I think he's not too keen on taking the fight as of now. Team Skylightz, well, or rather Skylightz Gaming, are going to have to be a little bit careful with how they approach this. Don't really have the advantage, but in the meantime, Team X Spark, well, last time around, they were creating trouble for TSM, and now it's TSM saying, remember me, punk, I am back from the dead. And Ultron, he's the first person to be knocked down. A couple of smokes going to be coming in. Maybe they can get him back up on his feet. But elsewhere on the map, another fight breaking out between Fault Esports and the members of DEADEYE. This is what Orangutan were hoping for, ladies and gentlemen. If they see the commotion, they can go forward. In fact, DEADEYE, Sneak is going to land a sick headshot towards Shadow from that distance with the M416. And now Shadow, well, he's going to have to be rezzed back up by one of his teammates. Ghoul, in the meantime, from DEADEYE has been knocked on his feet too. So it does seem that they are fighting a war on multiple fronts. Smokes are going to make life a little bit easier, allow them to maybe move to different parts of the current zone. But once again, Blaze, Esports out members from Fault, he's going to fire off a couple of shots, and I think that is him securing the base as well. Oh my god, DEADEYE Esports also going to be in a world of trouble. as they are hiding behind that smoke, that Mini 14. Well, it's trying to find a couple of shots, but it does not connect. Or does it? I'm not too sure. Did they actually get the finish off? No, they still haven't. DEADEYE Esports are still very much in this game. So Blaze needs to find that one final lock if he wants to confirm all of those finishes.
It's much more than that, Floki. They have to enter the zone, and if they want to enter the zone, they need to take out at least one of these teams who are in their way. Both Esports and I think DEADEYE Gaming, both are in their way, and TSM, they're known to bully their opponent. I would love to see if they're going to do just that at this point of time.
Oh yeah, well, look at that. Celsius are also coming into the picture over here. Dreams, Wixky and the boys are all trying to make their way forward and trying to establish some sort of zone control, some sort of control over this area. In the meantime, Tokyo did get taken out by the zone from Sin officials, so that is one member that they lost without him ever having seen any action whatsoever. And in the meantime, Orangutan, they're coming in from the backstab over here. TSM has to be careful. Orangutan will finally spring their trap. The Apes are together, and boy, are they strong. Well, that is Planet of the Apes, folks. If you want to watch that movie, I do highly recommend it. But in the meantime, Orangutan are going to continue to push forward and create trouble for TSM. And guess what? They're not the only ones doing this, because there's also OrgLess 5 in the vicinity. Look at Bomber just firing off all those shots, makes that buggy pop, and makes sure that TSM have no way out of this one except to try and take a fight.
Desperate times for TSM, desperate times for Orangutan. They both want to get some points, but I don't think they want to fight against each other at this point of time. They have to respect each other. But meanwhile, iQOO, he says, no Speedo, we are not going to respect anyone. We're going to push in. Meanwhile, Rivalry Delta PG getting the better of Sin. I have to say, Sin under so much pressure, and they are out of Miramar.
Oh yeah, Rivalry Esports having a lot of finishes for themselves. 7 finishes to their name, with all 4 players still standing. And in the meantime, Team X-Park, can't believe I can say the same for them. They've lost one of their members over here, and they've only found 2 finishes in return. They're also in a very precarious position on the low ground, so a couple of nades could flush them out. In the meantime, Rivalry Esports looks like they will be taking the fight to the members of Team X-Park. They're not going to be waiting around for X-Park to make a rotation. No, they will instead try to go forward and try and get those finishes. Those nades being tossed in, can they hit the mark? Just a little bit shy. It seems that Team X-Park, while they did take some damage, they weren't really going to get hurt by it. But I do see a plane going up in the distance. Another airdrop could be coming in soon enough, but Mavi is not focused on that. For now, he wants to figure out where the members of Rivalry are, so Team X-Park have a safe way inside the zone.
It's going to be so difficult. I mean, look at the zone. Zone is playing games with all these teams at this point of time. All have the best spot in the zone. They have a really good compound, but Rivalry as well. They got a higher ground. Meanwhile, Team Mavi, Mavi spotting Skylightz Gaming Pokar, getting him on his knees and finishing him. Maybe another finish stolen from them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Team X-Park, well, they're just getting finishes stolen right out of their mouth. They bring the prey all the way back to the den, only for a slight jackal to come in and steal it away. Well, Team X-Park, they can still move out of this situation. The only reason Mavi went ahead once again was to scout things out and give some information along towards his teammates, so they have some semblance of an idea about where they could go from. Look at that, right now he is single and he holds the entire, well, the entire northern front all by himself. Now he's going to get some backup coming in, but all the members from X-Park are here and they're getting shot from the back. It's going to be a single man from the side of Rivalry Esports. I believe it is final boss himself who is keeping them in check. And in the meantime, Team Celsius, they could also come under heavy fire from the side of Team X-Park. Dreams, I believe he found a knock with the UFB.
No, Dreams just stole another finish of Team X-Park. Third time! He got the third finish there, and Team X-Park, they are not able to find the points.
Oh my god, Dreams, you couldn't be any more sly. It seems that Celsius, they are finally out here to play. And boy, are they creating a lot of trouble for Team X-Park. Team X-Park, well, they have to be throwing a hissy fit after witnessing everything that they've seen so far. No way on earth they are happy. They have to be pissed with the number of finishes the side of Celsius have stolen away from them. But in the meantime, Team OR, they're also trying to stay alive over here. They don't have the best positions out there. A couple of nades could flush them out, but once again, they've got those vehicles to rotate out, so when those nades come pouring in, well, they can just sort of hit the gas and haul. Well, you know what comes next.
It's not only that Celsius is stealing their points. Celsius is their rival. They are at number 6 right now. Team X-Park is at number 7. If any team, if you ask X-Park, give points to anybody else, they would have fine if they were given points to Sin officials, but not Celsius. And Celsius is just making the life miserable for Team X-Park. But right now they have a higher ground. They're trying to shoot their way into top 6.
Absolutely, Team X-Park in the 10th place as of now, or rather in the 11th place as of now, trying their best to stay alive. Oh, Okay, Mavi trying to make the bullet drop do the work for him, but still unable to connect with all those shots. And it seems like it's been a similar story for all of the Team X Spark members. And in fact, anyone with the Mini 14, I don't think I've seen a single knock with that so far. But maybe a change of weapons could be in order, and that could be the change that allows them to get those knocks. Well, look at that. Mavi is going to finally start connecting. Scout as well. With that zoom is going to try and find a couple of knocks for themselves, but elsewhere Orangutan are also closing in. Rivalry also hear the commotion, and look at that. Team X Spark, they're trying to make sure that they don't get surrounded on multiple sides, as they have to worry about all these teams.
Oh, finally!
Those streams will be put 6 feet under at last Celsius. They will lose one of their first players, but they still got 3 members standing, and they have the information as to X Spark location.
Again, Mavi didn't get the finish. It was DEADEYE Gaming. He got the finish. What is happening with Team X Spark? What is happening with Team X Spark? They're not able to get any finishes there. Again, DEADEYE. Teddy getting the finish of Celsius Wiki, and Team X Spark, they're trying. They're desperate. OR, Aditya getting the finish on Vexy as well. A lot of finishes are getting stolen by a lot of teams. But AKOP, look at that nade. He's cooking a nade. Let's see if that nade is going to be delicious or not.
Absolutely PTSD for some of these players out here as they hear all these explosions going around them, reminding them of some particular wars way back in time. But we'll see if they can brave that PTSD and still move forward, as the surrounding areas, they are kind of hard to move into with all those grenades that have come pouring in. But in the meantime, OR, they do seem to be going up against KVP JODD, and the JODDs only have 2 members standing. What a sick nade coming in. Vexy almost down on his knees, but will be able to stay alive by the skin of his teeth. Should be able to heal himself back up. Oh, but another nade comes in. Somehow Jelly does not even get scratched. That box, it must be made of iron. And now he's going to try and move forward and maybe get some loot going for himself, courtesy of that drop there. Well, loot box. And now Evo dropping a smoke in a very good position. It's actually going to allow the spherical nature of the smoke to give him some more cover, and Evo should be able to move out. And KBP JODDs, with the zone closing in on their back, could be in a world of trouble, as there you go, they're going to start moving now. As OR, this should be just laps in the slaughter for them. No trouble whatsoever. Can you connect your shots? Evo trying his best, but is getting shot in return. Still hasn't found a single dodge, but finally pull out another weapon and start fighting away at them. In the meantime, Jelly has also found those picks. Finally, at last, OR, I think they have put their enemies 6 feet under. Now there's only 5 teams remaining in the mix. It's going to be OR, OrgLess 5, X-Spark, DestructaX, and Orangutan. And OrgLess 5, they might be poised for yet another chicken dinner. Spiro, they could be making history here.
They could be making history here, but right now 2 of their players are down on their knees. Only 2 remaining, and they have to fight a really good fight against DestructaX. That was a good jiggle coming in from Kylo, but OR from the backside, they're coming. Vexy is there, and I think they are done. OR coming in, doing what they do best, and here you go. Team OR with 10 finishes. They are looking solid.
Absolutely, Team OR, I mean, they have done very, very well for themselves so far. And finally, it seems that Team X Spark's time has come, as Maui will be put down, leaving only 2 members still standing. Gil and Scout carrying the weight of the whole team on their shoulders. And in the meantime, Jelly also trying to keep the members of, I believe, DestructaX in check over here. We'll see who's able to get towards the center of that circle, because that circle is a relatively open area. Right now, the ones in a very good position are the members of Team DestructaX. If they can continue to hold on, well, the zone is going to close in very, very slowly compared to where they are. As for the rest of the people on the other side, it's not going to be as well.
If my eyes serves me right, there was a level 3 helmet just lying there, and I think they can use that if they can pick that up. Meanwhile, Team X Spark, they have 2 of their players still surviving. Team DestructaX, this was desperate. This was needed for them. 3 of their players are still trying to find a way to win this winner chicken dinner. Meanwhile, Orangutan Gaming, iQOO, the savior so far. Desperation calls, and iQOO, I think he would come to the zone, it seems.
Scout, he has an idea of where the player is, but he's still not sure if he should pop that buggy or at least help his teammate kill out in the meantime. And everyone is just holding on with bated breath to see where the zone is going to start shifting. OR, they have the least incentive to move. They've got themselves in this position over here. But the nades finally start pouring in DestructaX. In the blink of an eye, they're all taken out over here. And now OR, they might just be sharing the same fate. Look at Team X Spark, they're moving forward. They also want a part of this action. They want to make it to the top 6, and they will continue to press on forward. Gil and Scout leading the charge over here. Are OR going to be taken out, or will OR withstand the pressure coming in? Spark prepping that nade up. Is it going to find it, Spark? No, it is not. OR Esports, they will be able to claim the chicken dinner for themselves. And I believe this is their first chicken dinner of this 6-map series.
Absolutely wonderful. The way OR played, the way OG played, the way DestructaX played, the way Team X Spark played. Every single one of these teams were desperate to get some points on the table, and they do manage to get some points. OR, I have to say, I mean, consistent as ever.
Absolutely.
From the game one, I've been talking about their consistency, and yes, they are proving it again and again and again. But I'm so happy that OG managed to get some points out of this game. The competition is real. It's all about the competition. Team Celsius are in the game, Team X Spark in the game, we have Team OG in the game now, and boy oh boy, this is getting heated up.
Absolutely, it's most certainly starting to heat up, and now there's only one chance remaining for all of these teams over here, and I can't wait to see who's going to come out on top. But before we actually move on to that, I do believe the point standings are getting ready, so as soon as they are done and dusted, we should be having a look and seeing where these teams are in relation to one another in this current match. Now, I do know for a fact that OR are on top. They got themselves a bunch of finishes. They got themselves those sweet 15 placement points to work with. But it is the second to fourth place where sort of the confusion occurs as to who is up there. Before we even move on to that, we're going to be having a look at the highlights and having a look at the match once again. All the bits and pieces of the action that you've missed out on, well, it's on your screen right now. Don't miss it. Well, it all started off with Gil getting that first pick on the members of Team Version 1.
I'm on Team X Spark. And I'm saying if, that's a big if they're going out of this tournament by 1 or 2 points, they're going to be really disappointed, because a lot of their finishes got stolen on this one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team X Spark, I believe they knocked down at least 7 people only for those finishes to be stolen away.
Oh, 7 is a big number. I mean, if you're right, that's 7 points taking away from them. I mean, I wonder what kind of damage they are doing in this match.
I mean, I myself counted 4. I know for a fact there were more than that, because I do remember seeing Team X Spark coming up on the finish feed and getting all those knocks, but just unable to connect and finish the job off as well. In the end, you know, we're going to be moving into the FD chart too once we're done with this entire thing, so we're going to have the story there, don't worry about it. But yeah, it seems that Celsius, they really stepped up over here. They put up a much better performance compared to last time around. Sure, they were not able to make it as far as they would have liked, but definitely a step up from the previous performances so far. Orangutan Gaming, also a similar story. You know, they didn't have a very good start to their games, but now with them having survived up onto the 3rd spot, they are getting a bonus of 10 placement points, and hopefully that should give them a ray of hope over here. They're gonna have to win Erangel though if they want to make it to the semi-finals. And look at that, Team X Spark's the first knock being found, once again being taken away by Wixkey. And yeah, all the members from the side of Team X Spark are going to be rather unhappy with the way things turned out. Like you mentioned earlier, Spiro, they got those knocks, but finishes, they were nowhere to be found.
They're nowhere to be found, and I think DestructaX got a lot of those finishes. Team Celsius Dreams, he's the solo man who took 3 finishes away from Team X Spark, but that's a brilliant job coming in from Celsius. I mean, I think with this performance, Celsius would love to get some decent points, and Erangel is going to be the finale. That is going to be a very big game for a lot of teams.
Absolutely, Erangel is going to be the backbreaker for all of these teams coming in. Orangutan, X Spark, you name it, they all want to perform and make sure they make it into the top 6, because otherwise they won't have a slot at the semi-finals. Well, if you don't make it to the semi-finals, it's going to sting even more, because you'll know you were just a little bit close to making it to that grand finals itself. Of course, we're only going to be calling 8 teams out of the herd when we move on to the semi-finals, so that basically means that everyone has a shot at making it there, as long as they get themselves a good spot. But yeah, in the end, it is going to come down to how well they play, and well, if they don't play here, they'll never see the sunlight at the end of the tunnel. It is not going to be any tunnel, in fact, to traverse through, because they might just be eliminated right here.
I think the call-outs from OR was really good. I mean, look at OR Vexy, the way he managed to attack at that point in time. His player was reviving. If Vexy would have been taken down there, I think this chicken could have gone to Team X Spark, but a lot of hips, a lot of birds. It is what it is. Team OR managed to get a beautiful chicken dinner on the back of that performance by their players.
Well, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Let's have a look at the point standings and see for ourselves what teams could have, would have, and should have done better. As well, we are going to try and backseat a little bit and see, what maybe could have been improved upon. But OR Esports, once again, first place. No big surprises over here, but in second place, you've got Team X Spark with 5 finish points and 17 points total.
absolutely brilliant. They would be ecstatic after this performance, but still Erangel is going to be a key game for all these teams. Including Orangutan Gaming. They're back in the mix with 15 total points, 5 finishes they got. DestructaX, they would have wanted more. They got 5 finishes, total 13 points, but they are, I think, on the second page. They need to do something else. They need to do something special in Erangel if they want to come in top 6. Talking about Celsius Esports, they were at number 6 in the last time we saw overall standing. So these 11 points are going to count. They are going to matter a lot for them.
Absolutely, and the best part about this is that, OR are in a league of their own, right? They've got themselves 29 points. It is a struggle for everyone from the 2nd to 6th spot because they're all very, very close in terms of points. Team X Park, sure, they've got a 7-point gap between them and the members of OrgLess 5, but even then, it's not something that the side of OrgLess 5 can't cover up. They have shown that they're very, very capable of taking the win on a map like Miramar, and well, at this last stage of Erangel, they might just be able to do a lot more. Maybe even, make their way towards the top 3. But let's have a look at the MVP and see which player out of all these teams stood out the most. It is going to be Dreams from Celsius Esports.
Absolutely brilliant. 7 finishes, 701 damage, 1 assist, 1 headshot. I think he got knocked a couple of times, so 200 healing, survival time of 20 minutes and 32 seconds. The way he played, you have to be opportunist, I have to say, Floki, and he was just that.
Absolutely, he most certainly was an opportunist over here, as Dreams definitely did a lot of work for his team. He stole away a lot of finishes from the side of Team X Park, and now we're going to be jumping into the top 5 to see what other 4 players are going to be joining him.
That is going to be OR Jelly with 6 finishes, 690 damage, 1 assist, 1 headshot, and a survival time of 24 minutes and 28 seconds. Alongside him, we have DestructaX Lynx, if I'm not wrong. Lynx for the win with 5 finishes. We have OR Aditya with 4 finishes. And look at the damage of Aditya, 897 damage. That is just brilliant.
That is the highest amount of damage, in fact, of all the top 5 players over here. The 5th place, of course, we've got Delta PG from Rivalry. So once again, Rivalry making their mark over here, but failing to really show it on the point standings table. Let's have a look at the match summary and see which of these teams, or rather how much utility was used. Nothing to do with the teams, excuse me. 66 grenades were used, out of which 4 resulted in finishes, but still the number of grenades being used just keeps going up the further we go into the competition.
Absolutely. Erangel is a perfect spot for nading. Miramar is not that much. Miramar, you use your gun a lot. In Sanhok, we were seeing 30s, 33 nades used. So I think Erangel is going to be the perfect place if you want to use some nades. Total rescue players are 43. Total healing is 9,730. But right now, it's the time. Let's address the elephant in the house. Let's know how much damage Team X Park has done in this game.
My god, look at that. A highway robbery of sorts from the side of X Park. That is 1,909 damage done with only 5 finishes found. Quite unfortunate to look at over here. And yeah, absolutely. Team X Park, if they could also have a look at this chart, they would too be feeling bad because...
look at Celsius. 850 damage for 10 finishes they got.
Yeah, well, they've got Team X Park to thank for that. They did all the hard work. They had done all the heavy lifting. All Celsius did towards the end was come in, deliver the final blow and pretend it did all the work. Well, we'll see if Celsius can keep this performance up, because they most certainly are going to have to if they want to try and make their way towards the top 6 and maintain their spot too. Team X Park, on the other hand, I like the fact that even though they had all those finishes taken away from them, they kept their composure and they still came in at 2nd place.
It is for the first time ever, I think, if I'm not wrong, the blue building is bigger than the orange building, the red building. So this is lovely. This is what it is. This is BGMI at its level best, and Team Celsius played their part. Meanwhile, Team X Park, as you said, they played well. They got some points, but would that be enough? I don't think so. They need to play well in Erangel.
Well, we'll have to wait and find out, because for now, I do think we've got some other stats being prepped up for you, and as soon as they're ready, we will show you those as well. But this is going to be the last rendition of Erangel, and once that is done with, well, that's it. It's going to be all Shiro for all of these teams. One last opportunity to seize everything that they've ever wanted. Just one moment. They better capture and not let it slip, because otherwise they could be in a world of trouble. This is the last chance that they have of making it to the semi-finals.
Make it or break it. It's up to them and their performances. The team who's going to play as a team is going to win. The team who is going to sticking to their plans, follow the basics, they are going to go through. But it's so important. I'm dying to see Erangel at this point of time.
Absolutely, me too. I kind of want to find out what's going to happen on Erangel once again, but if history is an indicator of what's to come, then it might just be Skylightz Gaming who take up the throne.
I mean, Skylightz Gaming, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, how many points they are going to end up with? Because are they going to break the record of Reckoning Esports? That is a question in my mind right now. But you know what? I'm also thinking about player face-off. Let's see what players are we witnessing at this point of time.
Absolutely, I do imagine it's going to be one member from OR Esports going up against one member from Xpark. Well, never mind, it's actually half true. It is Jerry going up against a member from Rivalry Delta PG. Now, Rivalry, they didn't perform as well in the last map once again. They did get 4 finishes on Delta PG, 416 damage down, 1 assist, and 22 minutes survival time compared to the side of Jelly, who got 6 finishes, 690 damage down with 1 assist and 1 headshot.
I have to say Delta PG is a very young player, Floki, and 4 finishes, 416 damage, 1 assist. I think he played his part, but Rivalry, they would love to get some points. I mean, they're already in top 6, so they need just one decent game, maybe 10, maybe 15 more points in Erangel, and they're going to secure. But at this point of time, let's have a look at the squad face-off. I think we are going to witness Orangutan versus Xpark. 5 finishes to the name, but look at the damage difference there.
My god, almost doubling the amount of damage the side of Orangutan have done. In fact, not doubling, quite literally are doubling. 949 plus 949 is indeed 1,908. So, yeah, well, that might be a mystery to you, but I actually wasn't expecting this. What a lovely coincidence we have on our hands, folks. But, yeah, and when we speak about assists, it is still, well, favored for Team Xpark because they did get all of those knocks, but it was actually a member from Celsius helping them out, converting them into finishes. Unfortunately, the points did not go their way.
Oh boy, this is so important for both these teams. Erangel is going to be super important, and whoever will play well in Erangel, you know, forget about 5 games. It's all down to Erangel. Play well in Erangel, you qualify. Play bad in Erangel, you're out.
Absolutely. Well, that's all it's going to come down to. Well, never mind. It's actually not literally double. My math did serve me a little bit faultily there. They were lacking 10 points. There you go. I know how much I missed out by, but there you go. OR Esports, that's their performance over the course of these 3 matches. 3rd match, 9 finishes. 4th match, 3 finishes. But finally on Miramar, they come out swinging and they get themselves 14 finishes to work with.
I think this would be enough for them. I mean, they are consistent. They are always amazing. And I have to say, this is going to be amazing. Quarterfinals, Group 1, Match 5. They dominated the game. They got the chicken dinner and they, I think, qualified for the semifinals.
Absolutely, but I think this marks the end of all the statistics we have to show you before we move on to the next map. But there's still one last piece of information, or rather one last piece of content that we've got ready for you. It's going to be an interview with another mysterious player, but yeah, we can have some time to chit-chat about that, or rather chit-chat about the game before that. OR Esports, of course, taking that 1st place finish. We said Orangutan Gaming needed to perform if they want to make it to the top 6. Do they still have a chance?
I mean, of course, they have a chance. I mean, it is OG, of course. The name says OG, and the players are OG, and they can do anything. You know, Erangel, they need a chicken. If not a chicken, they need top 3 positions with decent amount of finishes, and if they can get that, they are going through. But there are a lot of question marks right now, Floki. What about Xpark? What about Celsius? What about Rivalry? What about VR1? Are these teams going to qualify? Every single one of them can qualify. Just one good game.
Hey man, don't ask me. You're the man of hope. You're the guy who's going to invigorate hope in these teams and maybe give them a chance over here. But yeah, it is going to be a little bit hard. So do make sure you come out in support for all of your favorite teams as of now. Make sure you give them all the love in chat. And well, if you're lucky enough, we might just see more of them in the semifinals. If not, well, we're going to say sayonara to them today. But before we finally decide who are going to be the 6 teams that make their way towards the semi-finals, I think we're going to be having a tiny little interview with a special someone.
Well, we'll see about that. But at this point of time, Floki, I am so excited about Erangel, it seems. I mean, the way these teams are playing, the way these players are playing, everything is on the line, Floki.
Absolutely, everything certainly is on the line over here, and I'm gonna wait to find out if it is gonna be the members of Orangutan Gaming who do make it in the top 6, or if it's gonna be Rivalry Esports who make their way there. Because once again, they got those finish points, they had their numbers up. The placement just didn't favor them as much. I believe they ended with 0 placement points towards the end. So maybe if they just fix that up a little bit, just make sure they iron out those kinks, they could very certainly be making their way towards the top 6 too. But apart from that, any other team that comes into your mind? I mean, for me, it is KBP JODD.
Well, absolutely. I mean, KBP JODD, but do they have enough points? That is my question at this point of time. I mean, do they have enough points, Floki?
Well, I am not entirely sure. We're gonna have to wait and find out, but we are gonna be having someone else come up for a quick interview. It is gonna be Jelly, and we'll see what he has to say. Yeah, he certainly is the ideal. Go for it. Take the stage.
Well, of course. I mean, he's the ideal, and I would love to see what he's going to say. Of course, it's a pre-recorded interview, it seems, but let's go. Let's listen from OR Jelly.
Right now.
iQOO बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया सीरीज में आप सभी का स्वागत है। मेरा नाम है शर्म के मेजी, मेरे साथ जुड़ेंगे एंकी द बॉड, बट साथ में एक और हमारे साथ गेस्ट जुड़ने वाले हैं एंकी, जिनसे हम लोग बातचीत करेंगे, थोड़ी सी स्ट्रेटजीज जानने की कोशिश करेंगे और क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में किस तरीके का उनका प्रदर्शन चलने वाला है उसके बारे में हम लोग बात करेंगे। तो बुलाएंगे वन एंड ओनली ओआर जेली को, जेली द IGL, उनसे हम जुड़ेंगे और बातचीत करेंगे। जेली, कैसे हैं आप?
मैं बढ़िया हूँ, आप लोग बताओ कैसे हो?
बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया। ये जो मुस्कुराता हुआ चेहरा है उसको देख के बहुत ज्यादा खुश हो जाते हैं कि चलिए इतने भीड़ भाड़ और इतने टेंशन भरे माहौल में भी आप अपने आप को बड़े अच्छे से करके रखे हुए देख के मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। बट सबसे पहला सवाल कि अभी OR Esports हमने देखा कि ग्राइंड में भी हमने उनको खेलते हुए देखा, हमने राउंड 3 में भी खेलते हुए देखा। अभी क्वार्टर फाइनल का आप लोगों का बेसिक सब प्लान क्या, बस क्वालिफाई होना या फिर एक डोमिनेशन जो OR Esports का पहले था वो दिखा के जाना?
नहीं, हम कभी भी ऐसा नहीं सोचते कि क्वालिफाई होना है कुछ भी। हम लोग #1 के लिए एम रखते हैं कि #1 से क्वालिफाई होना है, तो फिर उसके बाद क्वालिफाई तो हो जाता है आराम से, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती।
जी,
तो यही #1 ही एम रहता है अपना मैक्सिमम टाइम।
सो बिल्कुल, बेसिकली यहाँ पर वो ये बोलना चाह रहे हैं कि जो भी ग्रुप की टॉप नॉच टीम है उसको बीट करके खुद टॉप नॉच बनना है। बेसिक जो फंडा है वो यही रहने वाला है। जेली, अभी हमने यहाँ पर देखा कि राउंड 3 में टीम ऑरेंज रॉक ने परफॉर्म किया था, वहाँ पर कुछ अंडररेटेड टीम्स जो थी वो भी आई थी क्वालिफाई होकर के राउंड 1 राउंड 2 खेल करके। तो वो जो फ्यूजन था वो आपको कैसा लगा? आपको क्या लगता है कहाँ पर अंडररेटेड टीम्स लैक करती हैं, क्या उनके स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट्स हैं, एंड लाइक हाउ डू यू सी देम बेसिकली?
देखो, ऐसा तो है नहीं कि वो लोग गन पावर में लैक करते हैं कहीं पे भी। जितना मैंने देखा है सारे के सारे बंदे अच्छा ही मार रहे हैं, जितने भी हम लोग वहाँ पे कम्पीट किए उनके अगेंस्ट, सब लोग अच्छा मारते हैं। लेकिन अगर कहीं पे लैक जो मेरे को लगता है हो रहा है, तो वो इसी वजह से क्योंकि उनको प्रॉपर लॉबीज खेलने के लिए नहीं मिलती, जो एक प्रॉपर टायर 1 टीम को मिलती है खेलने के लिए, तो उनको अच्छा खासा एक्सपीरियंस रहता है। तो जो अभी अंडरडॉग टीम्स है वो मेरे हिसाब से वहीं पे लैक करती है, जो उनके पास एक्सपीरियंस की कमी रहती है।
कम से कम आज तो और ज्यादा उनको एक्सपीरियंस मिलने वाला है, क्योंकि टीम्स इतनी ज्यादा धुआंधार भरी हुई है इस ग्रुप में। उन्हीं से कुछ सवाल मैं जरूर करूंगा। TSM का आपने गेम प्ले देखा होगा राउंड 3 में, थोड़ी देर पहले हम लोग जब उनसे बात कर रहे थे वही चीज उन्होंने बोला है कि 2-3 मैचेस में हम कोशिश करेंगे कि पूरी तरीके से जो 60 पॉइंट का कट ऑफ है उसे पार किया जाए, उसके बाद क्लासिक मैचेस वो लोग खेलने वाले हैं। आप क्या मानते हैं इस चीज को कि अगर आपसे उनकी भिड़ंत हुई, आपसे उनकी कभी मुलाकात हुई फाइट में, तो आप किस तरीके से भिड़ना पसंद करेंगे?
कंपटीशन तो बराबरी का ही रहेगा, उनकी साइड से भी हमारी साइड से भी। बाकी देखते कौन ज्यादा अच्छे से एग्जीक्यूट कर पाता है, वो जीत जाएगा आराम से।
कॉन्फिडेंस तो देखिए यहाँ पर साफ साफ दिख रहा है मेरे को ऑरेंज रॉक जेली के पास, और वो जो मुस्कुराहट उन्होंने दी, अब वो मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पर TSM के प्लेयर्स अगर देखेंगे तो उनको भी समझ में आएगा कि ये थोड़ी सी सरकास्टिक मुस्कुराहट जरूर से रहने वाली है। बट जेली, यहाँ पर हमने जैसे देखा कि राउंड 3 में एडिशन हुआ था मीरामार के मैप का, अभी यहाँ पर क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में सैनहॉक का एक मैप है, और आपको ही पता है कि वो एक मैप थोड़ा अनप्रेडिक्टेबल सा रहता है। तो सैनहॉक के मैप पे कई टीम्स ऐसी हैं जो हील बैटल की स्ट्रैटेजी लेके चल रही है। हमने बात की कुछ और टीम से भी, वो बोल रही थी कि फर्स्ट एड बहुत सारे रखने वाले हैं, एक प्लेयर को हील बैटल के लिए छोड़ेंगे। तो आपकी भी कुछ ऐसी स्ट्रैटेजी या फिर आप कुछ अलग स्ट्रैटेजी के साथ मैच में जाने वाले हैं सैनहॉक के?
नहीं, हील बैटल का हम लोग पहले से सोच के नहीं चलते कि हील बैटल करेंगे, क्योंकि हम यही एम करते हैं कि हम 4 बंदे सैनहॉक में जोन के अंदर लेके जाएंगे। लेकिन अगर सिचुएशन ऐसी हो जाती है कि 3 बंदे मर जाते हैं और मतलब लूट वूट करके फर्स्ट एड उठा सकते हैं, तो ही हील बैटल के लिए जाते, नहीं तो हम हील बैटल करते नहीं हैं।
उन्होंने बताया कि जब वो फाइट लेते हैं नंबर 1 का जो एम है वो इसीलिए करते हैं क्योंकि उनको अपने गन पावर पे ज्यादा यकीन है। हील बैटल तो वैसे भी होते रहते हैं जेली, बट एक और चीज की वेक्सी हमने उनको देखा है खेलते हुए, बहुत ज्यादा बेहतरीन असॉल्टर आपकी टीम से वो खेलते हमें दिखाई देते हैं। सो अभी क्या प्लान रहेगा कि आप वेक्सी को अकेला छोड़ देंगे जिस तरीके से वो पहले खेला करते थे, कि हर जगह बस वो फिनिशेस निकाल रहे हैं और आप बाकी सारे उनको कवर फायर प्रोवाइड करते हुए दिखाई देंगे?
नहीं, अभी अकेला अगर कोई खेलता है तो वो सिर्फ मैं खेलता हूँ अकेला, बाकी 3 साथ में खेलते हैं और तीनों एक साथ मारते हैं। सिर्फ मैं आपको अकेला देखने को मिलूंगा अपनी टीम से मैक्सिमम टाइम।
चलिए जली, थैंक यू सो मच, आप हमारे साथ जुड़े, आपने इतनी सारी बातें की और काफी स्ट्रैटेजीज भी आपने यहाँ पर हमें बताई जरूर से, जो जनता जानेगी, जो आपके ओपोनेंट भी जानेंगे। चलिए हमारा वो एम जरूर से सक्सेसफुल रहा। बट अगेन थैंक यू सो मच जेली फॉर ज्वाइनिंग, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द क्वार्टर फाइनल्स एंड वी आर होपिंग कि आपकी टीम बहुत बेहतरीन परफॉर्म करेगी।
फुल कोशिश करेंगे हम लोग। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू। सो ये हैं जेली और इन्होंने साफ साफ बताया कि क्वालिफाई होना इनका एम नहीं है, इनका एम है वो पहला पायदान।
जी, कम से कम ये देख के अच्छा लगा कि उन्होंने सारी स्ट्रेटजीज अपनी धीरे धीरे करके खुद ही बता दी। उनको फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता कि सामने कौन आएगा, स्ट्रेटजीज पता है, हाँ ठीक है पता रहने दो। हमें तो यकीन है कि हमारे बंदे बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं, हम बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं, मेरी आर्जेलिंग बहुत अच्छा है, वो चीज़ देख के अच्छा जरूर लगा। बट इसी के साथ ये बातचीत यहीं पे खत्म करेंगे, मिलेंगे अगले बातचीत में, तब तक के लिए बाय बाय।
Hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. Now this of course is the final stage on day 3 because only one game is going to dictate or rather decide the fate of 6 teams that are going to go through the semis. My name of course is Angad Singh Chahal. I go by the Experiment and looks like Floki is going to be joining me again. Are you up to anything mischievous this time?
Not at all. You know, I just want to see some of these teams make their way towards the top 6, especially the ones who've been struggling in that 7th, 8th and 9th spot. You know, they really want to make their way there. They can taste it in the air. It's just so close, but yet so far.
I mean, of course, and again, lovely interview by OR over there. Jelly just, spurting out words of wisdom. Now, before we go into the final game, let me just remind you as to which all teams are going to be battling it out in the final game on this day, because it's going to be TSM going up against Skylightz Gaming, Team Xbox, Vault Esports, Sin Official, Celsius Esports, OR Esports, and of course the OrgLess 5.
Absolutely. Well, all of these teams have been playing rather well, but on the other side of the fence, we've got Bay Esports, KBP JODD, One-Sided Glory, Rivalry Esports, DEADEYE Esports, DestructaX, Orangutan Gaming, and Version 1.
Looks like finally in the last game, the big boys, the top dogs, the old guard, did make quite a bit of splash because, of course, OR again, they have been consistent since quite a long time. Team Xbox ending up in the 2nd position, Orangutan Gaming ending up in 3rd. But now, before we dive into all the killing on the battlegrounds below, let's have a look at a bird's eye view of the beautiful map of Erangel one last time.
Absolutely. Well, they say what goes around comes around. In case of these 6 maps, it sure is true. We started off the day with Erangel. We started off with Skylightz Gaming, taking the chicken dinner. Then we moved on to Miramar. Then we moved on again to Erangel, where again Skylightz Gaming took chicken dinner. And if history is to be believed and repeated, then we already know what's going to happen. So let's just call it a day.
So do you think that Skylightz Gaming are going to get their treble this time? I mean,
hey, I'll take all the credit if they do, and if they if they get eliminated, you didn't hear anything from me.
Alrighty, there you have it. As we are going to take a few shots at the military base itself, of course, that broken down radio tower. Some people like calling it the 7-story building. At the end of the day, the aim is to make sure you can convey the message to your teammate that, hey, there's an enemy up there on that thing. I mean, you can even call it a thing by all means, but as we have a look at the deserted halls, the thing, Fantastic Four for of course. I mean, again, we are old school here, Floki, but you are an old soul. But just again, just going back to the last game, again, Miramar, that is the kind of action you do expect. Now, maybe, just maybe, TX could have run away with the game had Scout not gone ahead with that grenade. But of course, a man as hungry as Scout, he's always going to want to make sure he gets more finishes. And judging by what happened in the last game, I do believe they have that momentum, they have that drive to make something out of Erangel. Unless, of course, Skylightz Gaming has other plans of their own.
Absolutely. Let's see if Skylightz Gaming are up to the task once again as we move into the sunny fields of Erangel. The flight, it should be up in the sky soon enough. Who is going to be the pilot this time around? Well, it's going to be you and me.
It is going to be you and I, as of course all these players are the passengers who are going to be dropping down to the ground below. Now the plane path is going to go over the shooting range, and things are going to be ending down south near the ferry pier and just east of Primorsk. Now, we have seen a similar plane path like this in the last Erangel, but that time around the first circle was a bit centrish. I want to see some, actually it wasn't centrish, it was down south. We went all the way down south, and the Sosnovka military base was where all the action was. This time around, however, I want to see some action break out near Yasnaya. I want to see something happen at the mansion. I want to go and visit the small little quiet town of Lipovka, all the way to the east over there. But let's see if the BGMI gods are going to be listening to us, because for now, teams are going to be dropping from the heavens above, and let's see if we have a few drop clashes.
Absolutely. It does seem for the time being that both Celsius and Version 1 are trying to make their way towards Yasnaya Polyana. There are a couple of other empty places nearby that they can still go towards. So there is still Kameshki if things go from bad to worse. There is also School and Rozok to work with. But once again, the eastern part of the map going to be relatively empty compared to the western part, where there's going to be lots of teams trying to find a spot for themselves. Primorsk going to be occupied, so is Quarry. Couple of teams going to be going in towards Sosnovka military base. I believe one of them is KBP JODD, and is that a single member of Sin official dropping there?
Well, I don't know about that, because right now a single member of Fault ESP is laying down lead in TSM's direction, as Niku almost got an early knock on Blaze. However, Blaze just blazed past him in that buggy, and for now, he is going to be behind, well, safe walls over here, as he does find an M4. Well, that is going to be something that you want straight off the bat, and the preferred weapon for all the players. I mean, one could say it's the official weapon of BGMI, but of course, anything can be used to make sure you put your enemies in the ground, as TSM are going to be looting, well, in West Georgia, and also one of the members running around near the 3 warehouses just east of that massive hospital that's somewhere over there over the mountain.
Absolutely. I mean, they are occupying a lot of real estate for the moment. They do realize that the main part of Georgiapol has been contested, so that is sort of out of the picture. Instead, they're going to try and focus on the main island itself, and there we have the circle, folks, forming in once again. Georgiapol not going to be in the picture. Instead, it's going to be Yasnaya Polyana. So it looks like Team Version 1 might have some work cut out for them, because there are not going to be a lot of good places for them to go if they delay on those rotates. Mansion probably going to be looted up by the side of Celsius if they don't make a move yet. But in the meantime, Rivalry, they've got the entire Northern Island under control.
They do indeed, and speaking of, wishes being granted, looks like Celsius could be heading to Lipovka as well. So I guess that little fishing town could be up on our screens sooner or later. Now, from a fishing town to one that is unfortunately submerged underwater, we are going to be heading over to Water City, as once again, Team X-Park are going to be calling it their home, and once again, they aren't going to see any opposition right off the bat. However, teams are going to be lying in wait as they make their way to the circle, because you only have a few options from this end. Either you go north of Rozok, or you're going to be going from the south towards the center. But for now, Team X-Park are going to be comfortable with their position elsewhere. Now, I did think we are going to see some action break out at Georgiapol. However, looks like TSM were a bit too quick for the opposition, as, well, they left Fault Esports in their wake, and now are going to be blissfully looting. And speaking of blissfully looting, Skylightz Gaming, once again, in Pochinki.
Absolutely. 3 maps in a row. I don't think anyone has ever contested their drop in Pochinki. So Skylightz are going to be kitted up to the teeth, and they're going to have everything in the world to work with. They've got the choice of weaponry. We'll see if they can get their preferred form of transportation as well. For now, they're going to have to do with this little bike, but I'm quite sure they're going to be switching over to a coupe or even a big enough, well, sports car if there is one.
Well, but if you want to make sure you loot every single building in Pochinki, I think a bike would be the best option, going from building to building. And if you are as lazy as you and me, well, I guess that is the right option indeed. But for now, the winners of the last game, OR Esports, and boy did Italy do his job well.
Absolutely. Italy, well, he certainly has done a lot of work for his team, but I have to say, in the meantime, there are a couple of members from OR Esports just still circling around school, so nothing big happening just yet. Bit of a lull in the game for now, and I do believe this is going to be the state of the game for at least the second or third circle. That is when we can start expecting action, because the way the circle is formed right now, it does cover a decent chunk of the map. Now, it could very well be that nobody goes all the way towards Stolber, but that is a story for another time.
Now, if I ask for a few wishes, let's see if they are going to be granted. If the production could help us out there and put the map up on the screens, we could show you something interesting, because, Sin Esports, Sin Official, they have 3 members near the farm, while one of the members is all the way down south to the base. Oh my goodness, I couldn't have asked for better timing. Thank you so much. Have a look at that. Feel good definitely feels a bit too good, because, well, he is walking straight in the lion's den, while his teammates are going to be far, far away in Nirvana itself.
Absolutely. Well, that is the calm before the storm that Feel Good is experiencing, but I'm not too sure if he's going to be too happy with the fate he finds himself. Now, he can still get out of there if there is a vehicle available. He can regroup with an official, but that is a tall order, and I doubt he's going to have anything to work with.
Or he could lie in ambush, pretty much wait for the enemy to come by, and he could get Tyler off guard and, take his vehicle along with the finish. Anything can happen, but for now, it is going to be a mad dash in the north as Rivalry Esports have found some semblance of cover, and they are going to make sure they split up their members to make sure they cover enough ground. But sooner or later, the enemy is going to be heading in the direction, and if Fault Esports make a couple of mistakes over here, well, they are going to be to blame, and all the fault is going to be their own. But for now, again, I like the fact that, at this stage, no team is really going to be taking any chances. They are going to do their homework. They are going to try and scout things ahead, but looks like with those shots fired, Rivalry Esports have given up their position.
Absolutely. Fault Esports are alert to the fact that there is a couple of teams lurking around north of Rozhok, and we'll see if anyone does manage to find them. In the meantime, we will see another team trying to make their way towards them. I believe X-Spark are actually going towards the northern island as well, so maybe we're going to see them and we see Elite Terror move around a little bit. But yeah, once again, just them at odds with each other. It is a bit of a tensionful situation, but no one is really going to peek out and give away their position just yet. Fault, in fact, they might just try to rotate out and not even take this fight, although could be wrong.
Now, if you know your map of Erangel, you know that somewhere to the west of Fault's position, there's another compound, and looks like that particular compound is going to be occupied by the team we just mentioned, Team X-Spark, and if they aren't careful, Aladdin and the boys could be caught in between a rock and a hard place. But for now, Delta is going to be the first in the line of defense for his team, and, well, grenades are coming out because Fault Esports are making a move. Of course, those sound cues aren't going to be given out just yet, but visual cues are out there for everyone to see.
Absolutely. Rivalry Esports, well, that nade didn't really connect, and now they're going to know for a fact that Akshay was there, or at least someone was up there on top of that room, so they're going to be wise to their ways now, and Rivalry have a decision to make. Do they continue to hold on to this position, or do they move? Because otherwise, something similar could be happening to them. I believe it is Feel Good from the side of Sin, who's been knocked out over here, and with no one to res him, I think he is done for.
And, well, speaking of, a few opposites, looks like DEADEYE Esports are going to be opening things up this time. They have the first pick of this game, and, well, make that a quick second, as another one is going to bite the dust. And elsewhere, I guess more fights are going to break out as people are going to be coming each other's places, and Rivalry Sonic is going to be taken down by Elite from quite some distance, and Akshay does not have an idea where the enemy is. Ooh, Delta could be in a precarious situation because, well, his position is going to be charged, and Nico with his M4, with the Scarella, beg your pardon, is going to be laying down some lead, and again he's got to make sure that he covers both grounds. Here you go, Aladdin and the boys are going to be moving in. They need to move a bit quick, but have a look at Rivalry. They made sure they had that little tactical retreat, and now they're going to force them to come over the summit, and if they do that, Akshay from above could be raining down there. That was good play coming in by Delta, which means again he does get taken down by Elite, but there you have it. The trade comes in, Elite goes down as well.
Absolutely, a couple of flashbangs and stuns being popped over here, and it looks like Aladdin will be blinded for the time being, but he will be able to get his teammate back upon his feet. The same can't be said for the Rivalry member, though, that went forward and charged in like a lunatic. Delta PG might be taken out on the retreat over here. Aladdin probably wants to figure out if there is a member there, and, well, if he moves just a little bit forward, he might see a body part coming through. Nope, never mind. He does see final boss, and that is creating a bit of a distraction that could maybe allow Delta PG to get into a better position.
It's all about distractions. It's all about suppressions. There you have it. Akshay is going to be brought down. I was just going to bring it up. Voltbreak is in a position to shock his enemies, and that is exactly what is did now with the second knock. The push is coming in. Voltbreak, in fact, he is going to be moving in. He's got to be careful of that grenade. Lucky for him, there's an icon with given position away, and now Rivalry are going to be pinched in. There you have it. Final boss is the final boss inside, and finally the final boss is going to fall, and with that, the first team bites the dust. Fault Esports making no faults over here. 4 finishes to their names.
Absolutely. Fault Esports, unfortunately, going to be the first team to, well, eliminate the side of Rivalry Esports this early on. Ooh. Well, okay, that is a very good shot coming in from Jixler, but we are going to be looking at Cool in the meantime, seeing what he is going to be doing. Well, Sin Official have also been taken out by DEADEYE Esports. Wow, 2 team wipes, and that is not even 15 minutes in.
DEADEYE Esports, they are on a high right now. Of course, the last shot was heard from here to Tokyo as Sin Tokyo did fall down. But again, I thought the Molly would burn him to a crisp, but nope. It was a DP28 that did all the talking. Now the circle is, well, pretty much just centered around school, which means sooner or later, we all are going to have to head back to school at some point or the other as OR Esports. They do have the compounds not under lock and key yet, because, well, they are going to be spread a bit far and thin as Jelly is going to make sure he makes it to his teammates. But the thing is, there is a little little bit of an obstacle in between, and well, that obstacle is called Team Xbox. And if Team Xbox do see some movement in the distance, chances are they are going to take a few pot shots at it.
Absolutely. Skylightz Gaming, we'll see if they can continue to hold on to school. In the meantime, though, it seems to me that TSM are not really aware about this, and they will maybe try and pry a little bit, poke and prod, see what comes out on the other end. But you spoke about OR, we're back towards looking at them. Fault Esports on the other part of the map are going to continue to hold on. Jelly could be in a world of trouble. He starts going around on that buggy. Thankfully, the helmet protects him, and he only loses around 40% of his HP. Dora OP, well, firing off a couple of shots towards Evo, but Evo's spick and span.
Keeping in mind that two of the players are elsewhere, I think that was the right decision coming in from OR Esports, and they were pretty much oblivious to the fact that the enemy was nearby. But talking about their teammates, Aditya comes under fire, and it's going to be Scout from Team Xbox that is going to be dishing out the damage. Now, is he going to find cover before Scout puts him in the ground? Oh, he might just expose himself. There you have it, a few shots right off. But OR are going to be coming in. Evo, in fact, he just kind of jumped over the position that he wanted to stop his vehicle at. Again, you got to make sure you hit the brakes before you reach your mark. But for now, Team Xbox, they do have the knock. However, they aren't going to convert it to a finish.
Absolutely. I mean, they're not going to be able to get that finish going for themselves. And Xbox is pretty much a repeat story of what happened on Miramar. They got themselves a lot of knocks. They got themselves a lot of damage done. And in fact, they had so much damage that when you looked at the number of finishes, you just felt like they had been robbed. 2,400 something damage for only 5 finishes.
Well, it looks like, judging by the circle, we actually might see the school still in play. In fact, it could be a bit to the south of the school. The apartments could be there. Potato Hill could still be in contention, which means, well, if Obey Esports hold their ground for now, they are going to be a happy bunch of people. But all speculation aside, let's see where we are going to be heading next.
Oh, okay.
This is interesting. Now, this is something that you saw in the earlier weeks of the tournament, and now looks like we are going to be taking a walk through history, as we are now going to be in prime position, set up for raking in a lot of finishes as teams are going to be driving past. There you have it. The fields south of Yasnaya are going to be pretty much alive with a lot of vehicles driving by. I want to see some Carmageddon action. I want to see some Mad Max Fury action. I want to see some vehicles blow up here, Floki.
Oh yeah, well, we'll see if those vehicles do end up blowing up or if it's just going to be a fizzle. And then in the end, you're going to be wondering if you even got the value for your money out. Well, that's usually what happens during the Valley. But in the meantime, we can be focusing our attention towards Scout, who has found himself some real estate to work with. I do believe that is near the area of school. So they are just looking to get themselves a couple of upgrades in terms of vehicles. Spark will find Coop, will happily drive it. In fact, he is going to put it in the corner there. Not too sure what the purpose was of doing that.
I mean, you're going to hide your vehicles, but right now, Obey are going to be coming into fire as Evo is going to use his M4, and well, he's going to put a couple of the members down below. Shadow from afar is going to be shot at by Exodus, and is it Exodus who gets that knock? No, it isn't. It's going to be Wexy from OR who's going to make sure that they capitalize on those finishes. Now, as Aditya is going to be picked up, the enemy is still just outside, and Evo is going to make sure he gives them that all his rage is going to be raging right about now. The fact that he is down on his bloody knees, and well, that is all she wrote. He is out of this game.
Absolutely. OR Esports, they continue to bring in the same aggression that they had in the previous game on Miramar. Maybe this time around they can go the distance and get themselves a second chicken dinner to work with. However, Skylightz Gaming, they're still in this and they've been awfully quiet, so I wouldn't just give them the mantle just yet. Fault Esports, in the meantime, going forward, trying to take out the members from DEADEYE Esports. Jiggle, sir, hasn't been spotted. No, but that grenade is going to reveal where he is, and now he could be in a world of trouble. He's not even going to be healing himself back up. Look at those nades come pouring in from the other side.
Also, keep in mind that, you know, although they are going in for the revives, well, this grenade could be everything. His escape is going to be blocked as well, and with that, Jiggle is going to be blown to smithereens, and of course, his team is going to be saying goodbye to us as well as DEADEYE Esports. A good start for them this game. However, their life was snuffed a bit too early as they exited the 14th position, which is 3 finishes to their name. Elsewhere, we do have a little bit of fight breaking out because I see a member from OrgLess 5 down on his knees, and there you have it. KPP JODD are making their move. They are going for the kill. Zigsaw is back up on his feet. Question is, are they going to be able to survive this little attack? Because Rax is going to be lighting the place on fire, but Rax gets hit from behind, and well, all their little advantage has been snuffed out.
Absolutely. Well, that was the only opportunity that they would have had to go for it and be a little bit aggressive. But now Kylo's going to come and try and secure that knock and convert it into a finish. And OrgLess 5 will get the credit for that one. Bomber, in the meantime, still surrounding the area, making sure that KVP JODD, if they want to move anywhere, they're going to have to go through him first. Oh my god, that grenade exploded inside, not on the outside. It just looked like that. A bit of a visual bug there, but Bomber is going to continue to push forward over here with the rest of OrgLess 5. They know they've got the man advantage. but KBP JODD, can they run the hell out of her? Yes, they can. Kylo cannot connect. In fact, I think he's attracted the attention of someone else, and that's Tyler towards the other end of the map.
But let me tell you something, he is dictating the entire fight right now as Bomber is going to get the better of the opponents right now. Kylo finally is going to be taken down by Shinch, and of course you can only do so much when you are out, but now Hagemaru almost was burned to a crisp, but he is going to be quick, and now he's moving in. Zigsaw does have a grenade go off against him, and now only a sheet metal fence is going to separate the two enemies as Tyler needs to make sure he keeps both his flanks secure because, well, the enemies definitely outnumber him, but looks like Elite comes in from afar. He takes one down, and now the numbers are going to be back in their favor. Bomber is going to come into fire. Tyler goes left. He shoots. He misses as Bomber takes him down. Oh my goodness. They just bombed hard over here as KBP JODD are going to be kicked out in the 13th position. How the tables turn, Floki.
Absolutely, and now OrgLess Live with only two of the members alive have a couple of decisions to make. Do they go back in for the res, or do they let the solo player have the maneuverability?
Oh, we won't get to English at this stage.
There we go. There we go. Maneuverability around the map, just have those extra options of being a little bit more sneaky. But in the meantime, Team X-Spark, they're going to look to try and take this fight up against Vault Esports. You did mention this compound earlier on, and Team X-Spark still holding on to it.
They are still holding on. Meanwhile, on the other side, looks like TSM are going to be going up against Orangutan Gaming. Believe smokes his position, and well, in the blink of an eye, he is out of there. But the thing is, he's left that delicious airdrop all by itself, and well, let's see if TSM
another drive-by
capitalize on them. But they are the same team, so I mean, they are going to be happy for now. Had that been the enemy lying in wait, oh, I would have been worrying pretty much at this point. For now, you were right. One-sided Glory did take a few pop shots at them. However, they do have a little bit of hope for now. Again, the thing is, for both these teams, they are at the edge of the circle, and, well, the bridge only provides you cover for so much time elsewhere. As I do have a look at the map there, you have it. Oh my goodness, that was perfect timing production. Wow. We are going to be in a happy position. TX, even though they are on the downslope, you know, because they do have that team above them, they still have those compounds. They still have that concrete. Now, what scares me most is that if they have Fold Esports at one end, what if VR shifts their position to that little mountain just west of them? From there, TX could be pincered in. But again, coulda, woulda, shoulda. For now, Orangutan Gaming still surviving by 3 members are going to be happy about their position for now. And, well, you know, we did miss some of the action just moments ago. Let's have a look at it again. As Zigsaw, he is going to be taken down. However, it's going to be Bomber, as everything is going to fall on him. Have a look at that. 2 members coming in. He gets one on the right, of course, and he switches his attention, zigs and zags his way between the bullets coming in. And, well, like we said, that is all she wrote for KBP JODD.
Absolutely. The extended max coming in handy over there. If it weren't for them, I don't think he'd have enough bullets remaining. What the hell? I think that was a whip shot coming in from the members of
He's going to run them over.
No, Evo drive.
Oh, he's going to run them over.
Twice as best that Evo is. Well, no, it's actually going to be Evo ends up getting knocked out over here.
That was a terrible mistake. Now Evo's gone down. Aditya's gone down. Rexy is the last man standing. He knows that the enemy is right next to his teammate. He is going to be relentless with throwing grenades, but all he manages to do is make sure he puts his own man 6 feet under. Oh, that is definitely going to hurt. And wait a second.
What?
We have a hero coming in. Niku is like, wait a second. You wanted to drive over us. We are going to do the same with you. But now he does have the right flank, and Rexy is going to be coming towards him, but the rest of Fall Esports should be making their move as well. Niku should not be sacrificed in such an order, but Rexy, he is trying to isolate the opposition. This could still be his game right now as he ducks and weaves, and all those bullets are going to be flying ahead. Now Niku is going to be put 6 feet under. That means the knock is coming in. He gets the second one. Can he get a third? No, he cannot, because Elite was on hand to make sure they had their teammates back. But again, wow.
Yeah, it looks like the circle is closed in, and this is about the 7th or 8th circle, but OR Esports, well, they already eliminated over here, but Fault might be the same fate, and in fact, it's going to be TSM delivering that sweet, sweet retribution. Let's see if they can connect all of those shots and take out the entirety of Fault. Oh, they are. They're going to be able to at least secure the finish, and look at that Volt trick could be in a world of trouble. Just one bullet away from death. Blaze OP could maybe utilize the bullet drop and connect a stray shot there, but no, he is not going to find it. Volt trick will stay alive by the skin of his teeth.
I mean, Floki, at this point, Waltrick could have been taken out by a gust of wind, but looks like TSM aren't going to be losing any time. They are not losing any sleep over this. They are, in fact, going to make sure they cement their position in the next circle. Now, again, reminder, TX are still in the compound down below, which means TSM are going to have the upper hand, well, as far as the hill advantage goes. Now, they got to be careful, because even if they leave one member on their flanks, we've seen in the past that one man can come to be a thorn in their side, and that is exactly what Shadow is keeping an eye out for.
Absolutely. Fault Esports, they're kind of in a difficult position here. They've only got 2 members going up against the 4 on the side of TSM. So TSM have all the room to work with. In fact, they will be able to spot out Voltric and take him out over here. That vehicle should be exploding soon enough. There is smoke coming in. Is there a need to be thrown though? Yes, there is. Not too sure this is the best decision to make, because it does allow for the other member to come in and exchange a knock in turn. Shadow OG will be taken out over here, and he is going to be on his knees. Maybe Voltric can be picked back up and put on his feet and allowed to be joined the fight, but another nade comes through. Oh my god, did it actually put down the member of TSM? No, it did not, but it came very, very close. In fact, OrgLess 5, they might be baited into fighting the members of TSM.
Looks like someone is going to challenge that Grenadier title, because Team Xbox single-handedly went one-man Mavi just outed Celsius Esports from this game with a little bit of a nade barrage. But for now, Kylo is going to get the better of Voltric. Only one man stands for Esports, and well, for not too much longer, because he is going to be taken down and the elites are finally going to meet their maker. But now, OrgLess 5 as Kylo hits the deck in the nick of time as DestructaX are going to be taken out by version 1 elsewhere. And now it's going to be OrgLess 5 taking the fight to TSM. The big dogs are going to go up against newcomers. Kylo is going to be taken down, but this is going to be Sid from VR1, who is going to be, well, partly responsible for his demise. And once again, grenades coming in. This time it's the ninja himself who throws that with pristine precision. And with that, they are going to be going down. But OrgLess Gaming, Orangutan Gaming, I beg your pardon, are going to be coming into fire as well. Too many grenades here, Floki.
Absolutely, there are 2 different fights happening on 2 different fronts right now, folks. TSM are going up against Xpark, and on the other side we have Orangutan going up against the members of Skylightz Gaming. Although can Xpark continue to establish their dominance over here and keep TSM at bay?
Forget David and Goliath. This is Goliath versus Goliath.
Absolutely, 2 giants just fighting each other out. 2 kaijus, well, going at it, and we'll see who's going to come out on top. And Team Xpark right now with their position have nothing to worry about. The zone is going to provide them cover. The backstab is being watched by a couple of their members. Sure, there is a team that is looking to close in, but that's TSM, and they're able to gatekeep them very, very easily.
Now, the thing with TSM is that they don't really have a lot of options. They are going to have to make sure, A, they obscure the vision of TX as they make them move to the compound, because, well, unless they drive all the way around, they can even actually brave the blue, go a bit east and then come on the other side.
Damage.
It could happen. Looks like it is a possibility. For now, one-sided glory is going to be brought down, and there you have it. One of the members is going to be taken out by Scout OP himself. Again, for TX, they want to make sure that they hold their ground, because, again, from every single direction, teams are going to be heading their way, and, well, Gil does spot something different. Looks like TSM did what we expected. They, in fact, took a little bit of damage from the blue, but now they have a little bit of position. Blaze is playing a dangerous game. He is going to be sneaking over there, but if Gil gets a whiff of him, he could be taken down elsewhere. Scout is doing what he does, knocking people left, right, and center.
Absolutely. Look at Scout with a DP28 at that distance. This time around, we are going to turn our attention back towards version 1, who seem to be taking a fight against Skylightz Gaming. These guys historically have been the winners for Erangel, so taking them out could be a huge moral victory for the side of version 1. But once again, they have to be careful. There might be bigger fish to fry coming in soon enough. And looks like Somraj will be taken out by the blue. He will sacrifice his life. Make sure that his teammates don't have to worry about him, and the play zone will claim him. No point goes to anyone. Skylightz, they will conserve their advantage, but for how long? Because Team Xpark, they're looking to take this chicken dinner.
Oh, they are in prime position to walk away the winners. They have the compound. They just got to make sure that they have their heads tightly screwed on their shoulders, because for now they are surprising us all. Ninja over here, he does see the enemy in the distance. In fact, one of the members from VR1 is going to be brought down by his teammate, but now Destro again, where there is smoke, you expect a few bullets to be shot in, and if those hit markers appear on your screen, you know you are hitting the right target. Skylightz Gaming again, they are in a bit of a pickle over there. There you have it, VR1 Sid once again with that DP28 is going to be relentless, and that's it. That is all she wrote. Looks like from the distance, one-sided glory wanted to play as well, as he did manage to get a finish from Skylightz Gaming.
Absolutely, Skylightz Gaming going to be biting the dust over here, and TSM soon looking to send version 1 to that same place. Well, version 1, they're all very, very low, but they're trying to heal themselves back up over here. One of the members is been knocked down. Satyan's trying to make his way towards his teammates. Can he stay alive? I don't think he can. The play zone will claim another. And now it seems like Team Xpark are in prime position to take this victory. They've got access to the first airdrop. In fact, the second airdrop is not too far away either.
Now here is where things get juicy. Team Xpark, they are going to be forced to move out of the compound, and that is where TSM could be setting up an ambush. But for now, that is an optimistic grenade coming in from 1SG. Fortunately for Scout, it is going to be exploding on the other side of that wall. Now for TXG, they again don't have a lot of finishes, but they are controlling the situation. They are dictating the terms of the firefights that are breaking out all around them.
Absolutely. We'll see if the side of TSG can continue to do so, because Team X Spark are going to be kept at bay for a long time over here. You have to remember there's also TSM on the other side. They gotta try and make sure that they get down to this as quickly as possible. In fact, Scout will find the first knock, and guess what? As soon as he gets that first knock, he is like a shark spreading blood in the water. Moving forward, swifting through the ocean. Can he actually find that knock, convert it into a finish? No, but his teammate Gil can't do that for him. In fact, they're going to turn all of their attention towards one side. Put them 6 feet under, and Ultron takes the credit for it towards the end. But remember, 2 members have been knocked down. Scout and Gil do need to recover. It seems that Team X-Spark might just be able to take this victory over here. Can TSM actually go forward and take this win?
Now the thing is, TSM, they know that they have the numerical disadvantage right now because, well, although there are 6 people alive, well, make that 5 because all of the play zone just brought down Gil once more. So what they got to do now is make sure that Team X-Spark make all the mistakes. As Equinox does have a little bit of smoke for cover, but that smoke is going to be dissipating soon enough. I think Mavi might just spot him, but again, the blue is going to force Team X-Spark out. There you have it. Shadow gets the better of Scout. Oh my goodness, this could go the other way. The big dogs are locking horns, and Mavi's going to be taken down, which means only one man now stands for Team X. And now it's going to be all on Ultron as Shadow is going to be lobbing grenades with relentless, merciless fury. And there you have it. Anything can happen. You thought it's going to be Team X-Spark, but ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be TSM that walk away with winners in the final game on day 3 in the quarterfinals. Boy, what a game.
Absolutely. TSM, until the very end, kept their cool. They knew that the zone was not really favoring them initially. They knew that the side of Team X-Spark had the advantage. But what did they do? They kept their wits about them. They were very, very patient. And that is the difference between an experienced team and a team that really just wants to go in aggressively and get all that glory for themselves.
All right, let me just break it down for you. So as far as Team X-Spark goes, they had to go in for that final push. They had to do that, right? But again, they did lose 2 members in the process. Now, again, on paper, it is still even Steven as far as TSM versus Team X-Spark is concerned. But they did go in for the revives, and as soon as that smoke started dissipating around them, that is where that little bit of a mistake came in because, well, they were spotted by Shadow. And when someone's lurking in the shadows, you never know where he's going to strike from.
Absolutely. I mean, Team X-Spark, not only did they have to worry about the fact that they have to fight a war on 2 fronts, it was also the fact that they didn't think this through previously, right? Because if they actually look at the zone, they can sort of see it coming and be like, okay, the only option that we have right now is either we fight one side of Glory or we fight the side of TSM. They chose the latter. They chose the former. They went over to the side of one side of Glory, and the fight was scrappy. Had even one player stood up from them and actually survived, they maybe could have taken out TSM as well and secured that chicken dinner.
You know, we're going to break this down towards the end of the highlights because, well, there you have it. The highlights are going to be on your screen now, and luckily the action did break out a bit early this time around, and unfortunately for Sin Official, they were one of the first few teams to be taken out. Now, one team that did surprise me was the team on your screen right now. For Esports, they did have a good game. They were taken out, unfortunately, a bit too early. Had they done this maybe a few games earlier, it could have been a different outcome for them.
Most certainly. I mean, it could have been a completely different outcome, but unfortunately, it's always like they say, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Maybe it was a bit too late for them in the end, and they just didn't have that mental fortitude to go on. Although, I mean, I don't think the same can be said about TSM. They've been having a bit of a rough day for themselves. I'm quite sure they didn't hit their target and they were a little bit upset by that. But in the end, they got that chicken dinner. That has to feel very, very comforting.
Oh, absolutely. There is going to be some, a little bit of redemption coming here. There is at least some light at the end of the tunnel as far as TSM is concerned. Because, again, you expect them, just to run away with the show. But Kyler over here, oh my goodness. I mean, he pretty much just dictated how KDP JODD were going to be reacting because they wouldn't expect anyone to shoot them from behind, especially being a member of the same team. Now, Deuce over here tried to get his getaway, but of course it all came down to one man, and that man was this one on your screens right now. Bomber, he is going to go up against 2. He gets one on the right, and with that same magazine, zigs and zags his way between the bullets, and well, that is all she wrote for KBP JODD.
Absolutely great stuff coming out there by Bomber from OrgLess 5, just keeping his team in the game and getting those 2 extra points. This was a very weird situation. I mean, OR, it seemed like this was kind of unnecessary. If they just, played it a little bit slower, maybe they wouldn't have lost all their players in fault, wouldn't have eliminated them so early on. But once again, it's good over to shoulda, and maybe they had a better chance. And there's the hero coming in. I love this part. It almost reminds me of Mad Max. You know, it's like just coming in, jumping in. The grenade does damage, but he doesn't care. He keeps moving forward over here. And Vexy, he tried his best towards the end, but he got taken out.
But again, you know, he did take out two, and well, backup was coming in as well. I'm sure Vexy was also thinking, if only my grenade had gone on the other side of the vehicles, perhaps Aditya would still be alive. But that is how it went, and we are one now. They do have this compound, but sooner or later, we know a few more other teams are going to be coming in for that position. Again, a lot of stabbing in the back, so to speak, because, well, OrgLess 5 Kylo was not the man of the match, but definitely stole the show for me.
Absolutely. I mean, he tried his level best over here, right? I mean, Bomber as well. He tried going in for that 1vx scenario, but now the blue is closing in on him. And he has a choice to make. He decides to stay out in the blue, but then that second grenade comes in and secures that finish. So TSM, once again, playing things very, very close to his chest. Version 1 as well. They've been awful quiet for the first few games of the day, but towards the end, they've really stepped it up. Although I'm not sure if it's enough to crack into the top 6.
You know, I'm going to have to eat my words because I just remembered Kylo might not have the maximum finishes, but I'm pretty sure he might be in the second or third position in the top 5. That is my prediction. But again, these fights were crucial. Skylightz Gaming, we were expecting a bit of a trouble coming in. Unfortunately for them, they were knocked out in the 5th position. That means, well, they do get a few placement points. Let's see if it's going to be enough. Version 1, again, getting caught out from all different angles. You got to make sure your back is secure if you want to take the fight with the big dogs.
Absolutely. I mean, that is exactly what Team Xbox did, right? They knew they were surrounded on both sides, so they just focused one front down, and this is the exact moment, right? So this is, you know, Team Xbox just waiting for some sort of an opportunity. They had the man advantage here. They knew that they were 4 going up against 3, but there was some hesitancy over here coming in from Xbox, and that's actually what cost them. Mavi was doing a great job, by the way. He single-handedly took out Ninja Jor while this was happening. So he was the one who made it sort of a 4v3 situation, but even then, somehow, Team Xbox, they were just a little bit too close for comfort, and when they lost 2 of their players going down like that, well, it was all she wrote. TSM, they played the zone beautifully in the end, and you can see the zone just doing all the work.
Again, have a look at this. The way they are spread out, the way they are split up, whatever TX did, it would have been trouble because, again, the moment they took a few shots, A, the position is given away, B, they only have eyes on one member of the opposition, and that is where the other one comes in handy. So, you know, it could have gone either or.
Oh, yeah.
But again, I do believe what could have been a different outcome in, you know, a different time altogether in the multiverse or whatever, had TX pushed in at that time when TSM was scrambling for some semblance of cover before Aquanox's smoke grenades were deployed, maybe they could have caught them off guard. But again, it's easy sitting over here and speculating about all the action that took place because, you know what, we can't really change history. But what we can do is have a look at who was that one man or woman who stood head and shoulders above everyone else as the iQOO MVP is popping up on our screens. And well, it is going to be a member from Fault Esports. It's Elite Duora.
Absolutely, 7 finishes to his name with 1,169 damage done. Well, there's going to be 4 other players joining him as well. Slightly below him, you know, not as impressive as him, but they came close. So let's have a look and see who they are. Aquanox with 5 finishes and 560 damage done. So, you know what? Never mind. They weren't even close. Elite Duora, a league of his own.
Oh, I mean, that's where he has that elite in his name there, Floki. But of course, the TSM did put up 2 members of their own. In second, of course, you mentioned Aquanox. In 5th, we have Shadow OG with 3 finishes to his name. Now, in 3rd, as predicted, we do have Kylo with 4 finishes to his name, instrumental in OrgLess 5's success in this game. And of course, Mavi, the IGL, finally stepping up to the plate, getting 4 finishes, and well, making sure that his team did end up in the 2nd position. Now, let's have a look at a few more facts and figures. And of course, the question is, how many grenades ended up finishing people? Well, the short answer is 7 out of 104.
Absolutely. Well, that is a decent number. It is still a far cry from the ratios we have been seeing a little bit earlier, but still, it's a lot better than what we've seen this entire time. 3 airdrops being looted, by the way, Experiment. I'm quite sure it's going to be very, very soothing to your eyes.
It was, but I did not hear the big boom. I did not see an AWM. Maybe next time. I like the fact that at least the airdrops were looted.
Yeah, now, considered.
I mean, I'm glad. Like I said, I have no complaints. Now, let's have a look at some visual graphics as the finish to damage performance graph is coming up. And, well, although you don't want to be the teams pretty much with 0-0, you are going to have a couple of them, but elsewhere, looks like everyone else got a little taste of blood.
Absolutely. I mean, Team Xbox, once again, going to be a little bit disappointed with the number of, finishes finishes they got considering the damage they have done. In fact, I believe their damage is nearly identical to what Fault Esports did, and they've got 2 extra finishes compared to them. TSM, efficiency overload, 11 finishes with only 1,350 damage done, using their resources rather well. But once again, you know, it doesn't matter how well you use your resources. At the end of the day, it is all about those points. And well, if you're out of medkits and bandages towards the end, but you did get that chicken dinner, it was all worth it.
I mean, again, just walking away with those extra 15 points is going to feel good. If you rack up a few finishes along the way, well, it's just going to keep adding to your tally. Now, speaking of tallies, I know all of you watching right now are probably wondering, hey, let's just get done with it and let's just show the overall standings. We are going to get to that in a few seconds. But before that, you know, I believe that the old guard, you know, they did finally wake up from their slumber. However, the question is, for some of them, was it too little too late, Floki?
Well, I am not too sure. I think we're about to find out soon enough. But I would say that it might just be a bit too late for Rivalry Esports. I do remember seeing them somewhere close in 7 to 9, in that 7 to 9 spot. They didn't perform as well. And, well, it might come to bite them now.
Before we actually see how the squads do, let's do one thing. Let's pit 2 players against one another as, well, the player face-off is popping up on our screens. And it is going to be Marvi from Team Xbox up against Kylo from OrgLess 5.
Absolutely. Great performances by both these players. But somewhere or the other, I feel like Team Xbox Marvi, he had what we call these impact frags, right? He kept TSM at bay, single-handedly 1v1 Ninja JODD, by the way, and took him out towards there, making sure that even if the members from the side of Team Xbox got taken out while they were trying to 1v1 or the 3v3 the side of one side Glory, he could come in and help them out.
Now that we've seen, you know, one player go up against the other, let's bring the 3 remaining members as well, as we are going to have the squads facing up against one another. But the question is, which squads are we talking about? We are, of course, talking about TSM up against Team Xbox, your favorites in the tournament so far.
Absolutely, and look at both of these teams. Damage done a lot higher by Xbox, so Xbox really taking the crown in terms of aggression. But then, guess who sees it through more? It is going to be Team TSM. So it isn't about how many punches you throw, it's about how many you can actually land and deal damage with. 7 assists and 2 headshots to work with as well. Overall, TSM edging out the side of Xbox by just a bit.
But it is going to feel like, you know, adding a bit of salt on a wound for Team Xbox, because yes, they did dish out a tremendous amount of damage, and they did go up against TSM, and they did have the numbers, and they did think they were going to run away with it, but TSM, they held their ground, and well, they put the other team 6 feet under. So again, you know, it is going to be just a little bit of I do believe not an ego clash, but of course, you know, the bragging rights are something that we do love talking about. Now, the chances of both these teams qualifying are pretty high.
Yes.
And again, we are going to have to wait for the overall rankings. But before we do that, let's actually see how the teams did in this game, because all you mathematicians, get your calculators out, because the point standings are up on our screens. And well, let's see if your teams are going to make it, because to kick things off at the tippity top, we have TSM, chicken dinner in hand, 11 points from finishes, a total of 26.
Absolutely, TSM finally having the performance that they were looking out for. Nowhere close to hitting their target that they mentioned in their interview earlier, but still, there is some redemption to be found in that final map for Erangel. Team Xbox in a close second with 21 points to their name, getting 9 finish points and 12 placement points to work with. Version 1 as well with 16 total points, and Fault Esports in 4th place with 12 points. One-sided Glory with 11 points and Skylightz Gaming with 9. It's okay for Skylightz, so all they really had to do was just chill.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. The overall standings on our screen. Did your team make it? Let's see, because in first position we have Skylightz Gaming with 95. We haven't crossed the 100 mark today. In second, it's going to be OR. In third, it is OrgLess 5. Fourth, we have TSM. Fifth, we have Team Xbox. And let's see who's the final team to make the cut. It is going to be Celsius Esports, Floki.
And that too by a margin of barely 2 points. Celsius barely kept themselves in this game. They came so close. Version 1, in fact, if they only won that one extra fight, they would have been up there. They would have gotten themselves 48 points and edged out the side of Celsius Esports. But these are the sorts of margins that you lose by and you feel really, really upset about.
Now, you got to remember one thing. For certain teams to win, others must topple. And talking of the topple teams, as you mentioned, version 1, you know, by a sliver, they were left behind. Orangutan Gaming are probably going to go back to boot camp and, you know, reassess things. But again, knowing the team that they are, we should see them in the not-so-distant future. 39 points for them. They are going to try and do better next time. Now, if we have a look at the other hand, well, what we're going to do is, again, just to remind you, we are talking about the points. Remember, Skylightz Gaming over here do have 95 to their names. Yesterday, we did see a 100-point marker being finally reached. Day before that, we saw 99. So again, the teams are going to be consistent as far as the points go. But is anyone going to go over 100? Because before that, let's have a look and see what's on the other side of the table. And a few names, well, they are going to be a bit heartbreaking.
Absolutely. Well, this is the ugly that we talked about, unfortunately. Fault Esports, Rivalry Esports, and all of these teams are long in their wake.
Good final game for Fault Esports, though.
Yeah, good final game for Fault Esports. They got on a high note, but once again, what's it all worth if you didn't really make it to the semis in the end? That is where the glory lies. One side of glory, DestructaX, Obey, DEADEYE, KVP, and Sin Official. Kudos to them for really trying. They made sure that they gave it their all in the end, but it just wasn't enough. And I hope more than that, it's been a learning experience for them because they played against some of the best teams in the country. TSM, Team Xbox. Let's be very, very clear here. This was the group of death.
Oh, yeah.
So for these teams to even try and go up against them, it was a feat in and of itself.
Now, my next statement should be taken a little lightly because I wonder if Sin Official are going to be
I have
repenting.
a giant grain of salt ready for me.
If they're going to be repenting for their sins after this, because again, like I said, all jokes aside, this is a massive opportunity, and for a lot of the teams, I see your judgy eyes right now, Floki. Again, for a lot of these teams, it is the first time that they are under this immense pressure.
Yes.
And basically, at the end of the day, you're battling against yourself. I mean, you are fighting against yourself. You are fighting against your nerves. And you know what? If again, all these teams that have made it to the quarters, they have something. And you know what? We just might see them in the months to come.
Absolutely. I mean, the experience is what really matters in the end, right? Once you've played against the best, they will really put all of your mistakes under a microscope and magnify them 100 times, make you know that this is exactly where you screwed up and you could have done better, and if you did, hey, maybe you'd still be playing.
Just to remind all you viewers as to which teams have already qualified, there you have it. Day 1, Group 3, Hyderabad Hydras, 7C Esports, Old Hood Esports, Only Glitch, Revenant Esports, and Co-Rip Mizo made it through on Day 1. And well, let's have a look and see what happened on Day 2, because Reckoning Esports, Team Chicken Rushers, 247 Gaming, Team Exo, UDOG India, and I love this name, the Supari Gang, were the 6 teams that qualified for the semi-finals.
Absolutely great stuff coming up by all of these teams over here, and I think UDOG India was one of the few teams that made it towards the very, very end.
Very end.
Great performance by them. But once again, we've got Skylightz Gaming from today's group, OR Esports, OrgLess 5, TSM, Team Xbox, and Celsius Esports making it into the semi-finals.
I've got to admit now, again, the group of death, as everyone is apparently calling it, we did kind of expect the teams on our screens, actually make it through to the next round. Now, Celsius Esports, again, they were a bit slow, late bloomers like me, actually, and, they did finally make it again, just 2 points. Going to show that, again, the competition is just razor thin and it could go either way. But with that, congratulations to all the teams that have qualified for the semifinals. Oh, I better hope you all do your homework because, again, a few mistakes were made out. And again, mistakes are negated if you learn from them. But that does mean we still have one more day of quarterfinal action in store for you. And, well, the pressure that they must be feeling, I can't even fathom.
Exactly, because all these teams are going to be watching. Everyone who has made it so far, they're going to be keeping an eye out on the competition, and just knowing that as a competitor in the back of your mind, always knowing, oh, he's watching, what is he going to think of me? Is he going to think I'm good? Is he going to think I'm bad? Well, if you're not able to shut it out, you are going to be in a world of trouble. Is that the spotlight effect that you're trying to tell me about?
I'm just saying everyone should have the binocs out. They should be looking at everyone else, under a microscope if they want to read them like an open book. That is what they should do. And again, I know we don't like doing homework, but this is a different kind of homework. All you got to do is watch a few games, and I think that's going to be entertaining enough. But again, Floki, what an amazing day of action. I like the fact that it came down to the last bullet, in fact. And, a lot of teams giving their fans mini heart attacks. Team Xbox weren't really even in the top 6 up until game 4, but then they turned their fortunes around.
Absolutely. Great stuff coming up by Team Xbox, right? Once again, showing that mental stability is what is going to get you those points and those chicken dinners in the long run. Sure, they didn't get any today, but maybe in the semifinals we can see a different side of Team Xbox come out.
I think they're warming up to it.
They certainly are. I mean, they've taken their time to adjust to the meta that has been evolving over here, and we've seen all of these players come a very, very long way. In fact, I believe in one of these interviews, Scout, he did say that my role has sort of changed. I look to help my team out a lot more often.
Speaking of a microscope, let's do that with one squad in particular, as we are going to scrutinize them right from game 1 to game 6, as the squad performance is going to be coming up on your screens. And well, the team that is going to be chosen are the boys from Skylightz Gaming. Of course, we did have a look at their earlier matches, before the midway point. Match 4, they did manage to get, well, of course, we know what they got over there. It was Sanhok. They were so close, yet so far away. But again, 2 chicken dinners, and they are going to be happy.
Absolutely. I mean, they got themselves 2 chicken dinners, that right at the start, as soon as they were done with map 3, they knew that even if they relax right now, kick their feet up on the table, and just, put half the effort they would regularly put in, then they could still probably make it, given the lead that they had at that point.
You know what I like? Just have a look at all your graphs and where they extend to. Now, you do see 32 plus. That is largely because of the team that just won the chicken dinner in the last game. What they did in round 3, they had an amazing 31 finishes, if I'm not wrong. I mean, when you wipe out half the server, boy oh boy, they really set the bar up high. And well, in the final game, they showcased what they are made of. Congratulations to all the teams once more, but again, remember, 6 more are going to be joining them tomorrow.
Absolutely, and also a bit of a word of advice to some of these players who are going to be playing tomorrow. Now, there is always that psychological effect of, thinking that everyone's going to be looking at your mistakes, but if you've been paying attention, we've been switching perspectives a lot. There are so many teams, so much action going on, that we're probably not even going to remember if you make a mistake. Hell, chances are, it's not even going to be shown on camera. But you know what, more about that later. For now, let's focus on the top 4 squads. It's going to be Skylightz Gaming in first place, OR Esports in second, OrgLess 5 in third, and in fourth place we've got TSM.
And let me tell you one thing. Now, of course, we did mention TSM. You have to look at their total finishes. That is, of course, from today's day of gaming. Now, we've seen that happen in just one. I repeat, just one round. And let me tell you one thing. All the logos that you see on your screen are capable of doing the same thing. So let me tell you something. The semifinals are going to be an epic affair. It is going to be brilliant. But again, reminder, before that, we still have day 4 of the quarterfinals in store for you. And, if we talk about pioneers, if we talk about the old guard, a few names I'm sure all of you are already spamming in the chat right about now. And let me see, actually, do you know who's going to be playing tomorrow?
I do. Well, his name starts with B and ends with R.
Oh, and I do see we have a few cheat sheets down here, so I guess that makes our jobs a little easier. But all your favorite teams are going to be coming in. We are going to see the likes of Godlike. We are going to see the likes of Soul. So what you got to do is make sure you mark your calendars. The action is going to start at 5:30 p.m. And, well, you do not want to miss a thing, because if we can learn anything from today, anything can happen. And even the big dogs can sometimes fall.
Absolutely. Well, you want to be keeping an eye on it. You don't want to be the guy who slept through, well, the Great War or whatever the hell happened over here for tomorrow. Make sure that you mark your calendars. Make sure you even set an alarm if you're a late sleeper like me. So, you don't miss out on that action once again. But do come out and chat. Do show your support for Soul, Godlike, whichever team might be your favorite. Even the underdogs are more than welcome to be supported over here. In fact, I'm quite sure some people are hungry to see them, topple over the top dogs.
I'm just stuck on one thing. You just made a mistake. You kind of exposed your little secrets because you talked about alarms. Oh boy, was it difficult to make sure that he got to the studio on time today. Because of him, the entirety of the show could have been delayed. Of course, I'm just messing around with you. I love having this banter with my fellow co-casters. And, before we do bid you a final adieu, what are we taking away from today?
Well, the one thing that we are taking away from today is that you do not underestimate anyone who is in the lobby. Never, not at all. If that can happen to Xpark, if Xpark cannot make it to the top 6 for the first few maps, it can happen to anyone. And at the same time, if you make a mistake, don't ruminate. Just move on. Focus on what's lying ahead. Instead, you can't really, correct your mistake immediately if you don't know what happened. So it's better to not think about it and just let it be discarded. Search it up later when the matches are over instead of talking about it while the maps are still underway.
I think what you're trying to say is let bygones be bygones, because again, if you
let a lot more words.
If you let it fester, this guy, he loves talking, as I'm sure you all can agree. But again, if you let that fester in, it's just like a little bit of an invasion from inside, because it's going to eat you up from inside. And even if you want to do something good, even if you know that this is your forte, chances are you're not going to do so good if you let that little sinking feeling, well, sink in. So again, brush off all the dust off your shoulders. Again, all the 6 teams that have qualified to the semifinals, congratulations once more. All the teams that didn't make it, don't be disheartened, because you have made it to this stage. That means you guys do have something. You have that oomph factor. Also, I'm pretty sure you've won a lot of hearts in the process.
Absolutely, you most certainly had. And if you want to make sure that you continue to the semi-finals, even make it to the grand finals, then the path you need to take is the path of radical self-acceptance. No matter what happens, no matter what you do, you always have to believe in the ability that you can improve, you can get better, and you know you can. Everyone can reach this level if they work hard enough. At the end of the day, hard work and time are the great equalizers. We all get 24 hours in a day, and at the end of the day, it's all about how we use that time and how we use our resources to get to where we want to go.
Right. I mean, somebody should probably write a book about this, or maybe you and I should start a little bit of a podcast, because I need a lot more advice from you. In fact, I'm going to ask you a few questions later on, but again, words of advice coming in over here from my co-partner in crime, Floki. Floki, before we do head away, again, the fact is, all these teams, yes, they are battling it out under the spotlight. They are battling it out for money. But at the end of the day, they are entertaining us as well. They are giving us so much in the form of BGMI. I think it's only fair that we kind of give a little bit back to our viewers. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Of course, we did have the giveaways, and I'm sure a lot of you did send in the right answers. Skylightz Gaming getting the job done, and everyone who said that, you do stand chances to win some BGMI merch. But the thing is, it's always about fastest fingers first. Who was there first? Well, we are going to find out together in a few seconds, as all your beautiful names are going to be, well, not all your beautiful names, because that would be a bit unfair. But 10 names, I do believe, are going to be popping up on our screens. My question is, no, I didn't even put my answer in today.
Well, unfortunately.
I forgot.
Absolutely. Well, it sucks to be you. I mean, you know what? I have seen the bag you bring to studio every day. You don't need any more of that merch. These guys do. So you know what? Be a little bit more fair. Just let them have it. And there they are, all of these players who won the merchandise. Well, here are your names: Yashwant Taylor, RJ Tiger, Yashwant Sahu, Vipul Singh, and Snapjammer. I love their name, Snapjammer.
Snapjammer, this is the kind of guy you want to have with you when you are jamming. Again, congratulations to all you wonderful people out there. And do let us know what you did get, because, we want to get our hands on that delicious BGMI merch as well. But here's the best part. Now we've had these 5 winners. Let's do one better. Let's give it away to 5 more people, because if you see your names down below, congratulations once again.
Absolutely. We've got Arshad Ahmed, Surendra Yadav, Paresh Sahadev, Richa Jain, and Sarita Shah getting all these grand prizes over here. Let's give away a lot of cool merch, and then make sure you let us know what you find, because, I'm also excited to find out what they receive.
And, I didn't get anything, but I like the fact that you did help me out. I was almost going to butcher a few names over there, but luckily my boys got me. But again, that was I think it's now a good time to basically take a little bit of a stop over here. Again, I want to remind you, tomorrow is going to be day 4, the final day of the quarterfinals, and we still have the top dogs coming in. Soul is going to be there. Godlike is going to be there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If those 2 names are not enough, well, then make sure you tune in tomorrow, because there are going to be even bigger names coming in. And boy, oh boy, you don't want to be missing out on that storyline. Are Godlike going to make it? Are Soul going to make it? Are they going to be eliminated? Find out tomorrow on the next episode of the Battleground India Series 2021, powered by the iQOO 7 Legend.
We'll see you then.
For this. Check this out.